Okay, we are streaming live. At 9 o'clock, I'll go ahead and start broadcasting.
Very good.
Just to let the board know that we are getting a lot of public comment on item number 20. So Tabitha is trying to gather that all together, but it's just pouring in. So I apologize in advance if you get bombarded with the emails all at once.
Thank you, Kim. I think that's already happened overnight, and yesterday afternoon, and all through the evening. So,
okay, I'm going to go ahead and start broadcasting.
thank you.
Okay, we're recording.
Thank you, Kim. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, Tuesday, April 13th, 2021. And with that, I'd like to turn to Rabbi Ivan Yakar of the Temple Bat Yam for our invocation. Rabbi, please.
Thank you, Supervisor Heidel. Thank you to all the supervisors. Thank you for everyone for being here. Thank you for the honor of sharing my words of invocation. And thank you for your service on behalf of the citizens of our county. As I've done for the last several opportunities to be with you, I want to begin with a prayer for all those affected by COVID. May those suffering from its effects know health soon. May those caring for them and providing our frontline healthcare find strength and know our gratitude. And we say together, Amen. On the Jewish calendar, we are in the midst of a roller coaster of modern holidays. Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day last week. Tonight, Yom HaZikaron, Israel's Memorial Day. And Wednesday night, Yom HaAtzmaut, Israel's Independence Day. These days were established in the early days of the modern state of Israel, and they provide a framework for the Jewish people to wrestle with the realities of the modern Jewish experience, both the tragedies of the Holocaust and the realities of wrestling with leadership and sovereignty. Tonight at sundown begins Yom HaZikaron, Israel's Memorial Day. It is a moment of national grieving for all those who have given the ultimate sacrifice to ensure the state of Israel. It is a reminder of all the work yet to be done to see a better tomorrow for Israel and for the world. It is a time during which we can recognize our own roles in pursuing peace and advocating for justice. While the governance of our county may not be on that level, these values of peace and justice and fairness begin here. It is by our example, it is by your example in your leadership that the seeds of them are planted for our county and perhaps beyond, by way of example. It is with this in mind that we pray, Hamakom, may the one who is ever present provide you, our county supervisors, the awareness of the power of your example. May your leadership by example sow seeds of peace, justice, and fairness in our county and beyond. And may the source of life bless us with peace, justice, and fairness soon and in our day. And let us say, Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you, Rabbi. Much appreciated. Good way to start our day. Thank you. So with that, Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Parlin, would you lead us, please?
Yeah, everybody would please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good. Thank you, Lori. So we will move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. So let's start with District 5. Do you have anything you want to pull off consent?
No, I do want to make a note that I'm going to be voting no on item 6, please.
Okay. District 4?
Yeah, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna try to do something unusual and different, of course. I would like to request that we continue item 6 off calendar. And the reasoning why is last year when we talked about it, the Human Rights Commission is still trying to figure out their purpose and scope. And I had mentioned at that time that I felt it would be a good idea to allow applicants the opportunity to know what that scope and purpose are before we assign anyone to it. So I really think it would be wise to not make any new appointments until that's been determined. So I would suggest that we continue this off calendar.
Okay, which I think we're going to have to pull it for discussion in order to have, you know, the motion to continue it off calendar. So.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Mr. Chair, I don't think this is any different than when staff asks for a continuance. The board can decide to continue it at this time, or you can pull it and have that conversation. I think both options are available to the board.
Okay,
I would support continuing that, Lori. I would support you in that.
okay. So let's, before we get to dealing with that, let's hear from the rest of the supervisors. District 3.
I would just like to comment on item 9 and applaud the creativity that ensures support for our individual communities. Just really well done on that item.
All right, very good. District 2.
Yeah, I just want to, the reason why I appointed Tracy because of diversity, you know what I mean? That's the reason why I appointed her. But I think this commission that we have got, this Human Rights Commission, has gotten way too political on both sides. So I think, and I think it really has, and I think we need to look into it a little bit more. So I think I agree with Lori. Let's push it aside and we can talk about it.
And just FYI, John and I have been working on exactly what you're talking about, so I don't have a problem either. That's fine.
And neither do I, but I wanted to make sure we heard George's comments before we took any action.
Well, I just think she brings the diversity to that commission. It can't be all one-sided, you know, you got to have some kind of diversity. And that's the reason why I appointed Tracy. She's strong-willed, supports the Constitution. You know, everybody that come in and comments on it and stuff, they have a right because that's their constitutional right to be able to speak out. So anyway.
Okay, and I have no items that I want to remove from the consent calendar. So let's go back to item 6. It sounded like we had consensus to continue that. Do we need to take a vote?
Mr. Chair, I believe you would take a vote at the time of adoption of the agenda.
Okay.
Once you hear a public comment on the consent calendar.
Right. Okay, very good. So with that, let us go ahead and open up for public comment on everything that is on the agenda today, and then the consent calendar, rather, everything that's on the consent calendar, and then we'll deal with the actions thereafter. So Kim, please open it up.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Irene Benjamin.
Irene, you're muted.
His hand.
There you go. Irene, can you speak?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yes, we're here from the Blackstone area, new to the area and interested, and we're invited to listen to you all this morning. So we're interested in hearing what you all have to say.
Thank you. This is on the consent calendar is what you're commenting on. I think you're here probably to listen primarily to number 20. So thank you for your input.
20, that's right.
Yes.
Supervisor Heidel, Joseph Connolly is next in queue. However, he has an older version of Zoom. So if he could either update his Zoom version, or Joseph, if you call into the meeting at 621-7603. The meeting ID is 919-7825-0613. We can go ahead and pull you back in the queue.
All right, very good. So let's go on to the next participant.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. I believe we're also adopting the agenda here, not just discussing the consent calendar.
Correct.
Correct?
Yep.
Thank you. Anyway, item number 2, letter to Caltrans regarding the Side Hill Viaduct. Yeah, they did a great job. They got it done under on time and under budget. But it almost appears that some of the work they did above there may have helped precipitate the rockfall the other day. So just kind of ironic that this item is up for that consideration. Also, I would like to comment that there is no COVID update on our agenda today, and that's disappointing because we do miss that. There was discussion last week that we're not going to do this all the time anymore, even though it is still in the headlines, if you will. Bring it back, please. And that's about it. And it will be interesting discussion on item 6. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good morning, board. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. A couple of comments. Item 2, it's a remarkable accomplishment. That's all I can say. To see the videos of the work being performed, to see them cling to the side of the mountain and yet get that project done. It deserves the America's Transportation Award. So I hope your letter of support effectively goes to accomplishing that. Item 5, Steve Ferry, I know very, very well, and I commented at the Taxpayers Association yesterday. He wasn't there, but it's a great appointment. He's very community oriented, El Dorado Hills, and a Christian fellow who has been very helpful in the community, and I like him. So that's important too. And then item 6, I don't know exactly, you're not clear on whether you're going to pull that then, or to make your, is the public going to be able to speak? I'm assuming it's not going to be able to speak on item 6 unless it does it right now. So I would say, in terms of your action, it seems appropriate, but George, Supervisor Turnbull, I see this as there's a controversy with Tracy that I appreciate your comments. I think the board as a whole needs to revisit this commission for what they hope to accomplish. If they're not going to put diversity on it, meaning people of different opinions, then I don't see the purpose of it at all. And I would say to you, board, in reconsideration, do away with it, because it's not going to function the way you feel that it needs to function. And I'm a positive person, but I'm also very practical. And in my mind, it needs to, you got to have a discussion on this about the appropriateness. And then, and certainly Tracy deserves as much consideration for the appointment as anybody. And other people have been appointed, I recognize. So thank you very much for the comment time.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Miracle morning to you, Chairman John, and to each of the board, and of course to you, Don, and legal counsel. Prefacing my comments on consent items 8, 9, 10, and 15. I just want to add what either Ken Greenwood or Chris Payne spoke last week, that it's maybe for your convenience a better date to have public comment at 1 p.m. For the majority of the public, their lunch, their working lunch Monday, Friday is between noon and 1. And so moving public comment, open forum away from the beginning in the morning, I think works against your listening receptivity to the public. But now I want to speak about the consent item 7 and 8. Consent 7 was to approve and authorize adult services residential inpatient treatment of $3,600,000, $3.5 million to Crestwood Behavioral Health. That's a lot of money. And I want to talk about a crisis. I wonder how it's connected to our citywide crisis. But before I identify the crisis, I want to go to consent item number 8. To increase by over $700,000 the already large amount of money going to Summit View Child and Family Services. This is under Health and Human Services, and I'm conversing with MHSA and the Mental Health Services Act, which was designed to deal with mental health crisis that the government shut down the hospitals, and then the counties were supposed to step in. But the gap has been huge, and the gap is increasing. Now I want to identify the crisis before relating to consent 9, 10, and 15. Consent number 15 is $440,000 erosion control project. I don't deny the needs, but the front page of yesterday's paper, I hope you would know without me even mentioning it, was that one of the homeless, obviously mentally ill, lit a fire. Actually, it was 2 nights in a row. It's not reported correctly. And a fire broke out into the Wells Fargo Bank right on Broadway in the middle of our city. Now, also on the front page is the commendable work of Randy Hoskins and New
Public
Beginnings,
comment at 3 minutes.
managing 5 dump trucks of the homeless garbage. I would like to see the homeless problem and the progress toward a navigation center with concrete steps being taken, agendified regularly on a quarterly basis. Your public deserves and is demanding to know, what are you doing with the homeless crisis?
Please wrap it up, Jonathan.
Okay, and so we need to be informed of concrete steps. The Pathways Project closed, doing what the county should have been doing 8 years ago. You've got to step into the gap. The mental health of the homeless, the 500 on the western slope, while Tahoe has grabbed 3 motels to approach essential zero homelessness, and we have not 1 motel. You've got to step in as the leaders and the wise, anointed and appointed supervisors
Public comment at 4 minutes.
face this crisis and let the public know you are moving. So next winter, we will not have zero shelter, rather have moved towards zero homelessness. God bless you all in doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Now taking public comment from Tom Fox.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm raising my hand in opposition to item 20, which is the DOT.
Okay, and this is consent calendar. Item 20 will be coming up very quickly, so we'll have that coming up as soon as we basically finish the public comment here.
My apologies. Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Richard Perrin.
Yes, I'm not sure of the items because I wasn't had a chance to get onto the agenda yet, but I wanted to speak regarding the SAC OG infill.
That's item number 20, which will be coming up shortly. We're talking
Okay,
about.
I will hold off till then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public from Jeannie Carey.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for being here. I think you all received an email from me last week. I don't know if there will be a chance to address this at the end or if you would like me to address it now.
Trying to remember what the subject was. Can you give us some backdrop?
Yeah, the subject is basically fraud within the county. As you know, there was what I believe to be fraud with the water district. And I believe, George, you and Wendy are sitting on that board now. But in escrow, I was charged as the seller and the buyer were both charged for water. And then there was.
Right, so this is not a consent item and we can bring that up later should the board choose to do that. But the best thing to do is communicate directly with your supervisor. And
okay,
the conversation
my supervisor is Sue and she won't do anything. So I'm asking to go ahead and do that at the end of this.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. I have no idea what she's talking about, but yeah.
Oh, you
write to
do,
me.
Sue.
No, you
Trust
don't.
me.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 368.
Good morning, Commissioner, or good morning, Board. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine. Thanks.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to comment. I'm commenting on item number 6, and I'd like you to act on it today.
Could you voluntarily give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph.
And I'm commenting on item number 6, the potential appointment of Tracy Doyle to the Human Rights Commission. This is not a political issue at all, and I appreciate what Mr. Turnbull is trying to say, that diversity of opinion is not represented on the board, but that's not relevant because the commission is required to follow Government Code 11135. And that's a legislative mandate, which the commission members have to comply with, and so do you as a state body. You know, the state is required to follow those requirements as well. My submission to you, and I hope you've seen it, is screenshots of undisputable facts that she doesn't hold those views, and her views are not in compliance with what the commission requires. And so she's just not a suitable candidate. And, you know, for you to ignore those facts and appoint her anyway is just a mockery of what the commission stands for and what it's required to do under the law. So I really don't think there's any need to sidestep the issue. You have an alternate applicant, Don Wolfson, who has the relevant life experience to be appointed, and you can appoint her today. And as far as the questions about whether the commission is going to continue or not and in what fashion, you're already addressing that. And one more commissioner who has relevant life experience can help forward that discussion and make the commission the educational body that you last month spoke of wanting it to be. And all they're doing is providing educational information in accordance with the law, and that's required. And it doesn't prevent anybody like Tracy Doyle or any other person who holds her views from speaking to the commission and for them to consider those points of view. But to appoint her as a member of the commission with views that are completely at odds with the statutory basis for that commission is just improbable to me. So, you know, that's the issue. You don't have to debate, you know, who gets the right to be there, but you can't ignore what the legislation requires the commission to do. And so I hope you'll consider those comments, and I hope you'll just go ahead and reject Tracy Doyle as an inappropriate candidate and appoint Don Wolfson from District 2 and let the commission move forward with your support and figure those questions out as you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
You're welcome.
Now taking public comment from 467.
You're muted still? 467?
Do you want me to move on, Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, 467, can you unmute? All right, let's move on, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Melanie Lane.
Yes, could you please clarify whether you are taking public comment now on number 6 or whether you're going to be pulling it from consent for public comment? That wasn't clear from Don Ash.
We are taking public comment on number 6 because it sounds like the board's going to move in that direction.
Okay, in which case I would like to just express my support for Tracy Doyle and also express my consternation at seeing some of the same individuals constantly targeting and opposing any of George Turnbow's candidates to any commissions. George could probably appoint somebody who could walk on water, and some of these same leftist individuals would target these candidates with defamation and attacks on their character. This is something that we are seeing clearly across the board throughout the United States right now, which is causing division and lack of unity. This is a time to come together and to be able to have a diversified viewpoints on this, particularly those of traditional values that support and uphold the Constitution, keeping in mind that all rights are God-given, they are not government-given. And that's basically, again, what I'm just doing is supporting Tracy Doyle, who I know can adequately represent the Human Rights Commission with fairness and integrity and with transparency that is definitely needed.
Thank you, Melody.
One last comment I'd also like to make regarding the open forum being moved to 1 o'clock. Again, yesterday I brought this up when Lori Parlin was the speaker at the Taxpayers Commission Association. This is not really what I consider good governance to make the voice of the people and their concerns bumped out onto the agenda at a time of day which is inconvenient for the people. The rights of the people and their right to be heard should be a priority of the Board of Supervisors, keeping in mind this is the people's business and the people's voice must be heard.
Thank you, Melody.
Now taking public comment from Janie Johnston.
Janie, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're coming through
Okay,
fine.
sorry. My name is Janie Johnston. I'm from Georgetown. I am commenting and asking for continued funding on the Hub for Community Health Advocate position. This particular one would be Naomi at the Georgetown Library.
I don't believe this is on the consent calendar unless I'm wrong.
Oh, I thought it was.
Mr. Chair, it relates to the reduction in force Health and Human Services is bringing to transfer the positions to the library.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate that. So please continue, Janie.
Okay, thank you. Our community has multiple needs and limited but growing resources. Naomi, our hub coordinator, has provided all different kinds of services to not only families, but children, adults in our community. I have referred many people to her and recently had referred my neighbors to her over, I believe, something to do with medical or health needs. She was right on it, was able to provide whatever the necessary help was needed. And I just think she is an essential part, that position is an essential part for our community. So I'm just requesting that that you find or locate funding so we can continue this position. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, you're fine.
Okay, this is in regards to Supervisor Turnbow's appointment, Tracy Doyle. You know, it just seems like we got a pattern going on here. And so my suggestion is just maybe, why don't you guys get a commission going? And, you know, people like Joseph Conley and Black Lives Matter and, you know, the Rural Resistance and Ruth, they can all just have a commission, and we basically have to go through their gauntlet to be a part of the community. Because it seems like unless our leanings are completely far left and align up with their views, then people that are conservative have no voice. And it's very obvious that they're trying to push us out and not let us have these seats. It's unbelievable, and it's getting really old. So, you know, I suggest start a commission, and we'll just, you know, unless we have far left beliefs, then we're not allowed to be on those commissions. So, and of course, you know, I'm being sarcastic, but this isn't fair to keep attacking people's character, you know. Let people go on. She hasn't done anything wrong. She's a very strong advocate for human rights, especially our health. And I think she would be great on the commission, and she would be a different voice. And I think that's good, is to have a variety of voices. We like diversity, don't we? So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Keely Link.
Good morning, board. I also wanted to echo those statements of Mandy, and also I had called previously about this commission, and feeling it needed to be disbanded because it had been very one-sided, and picking and choosing whose human rights were violated and which ones they wanted to take seriously or not. And so, if it's not going to be diversified by voices such as Tracy, then it really shouldn't even be there, because it is, it could be political and it could be more divisive than inclusive, and that's not what our county needs. And so, and also, I just want to say that Tracy Doyle, she's been an excellent advocate throughout the community. She's perfect for this position. If you guys are going to have a commission, she should be on it. It would be an asset. And also, I wanted to comment on the monthly COVID updates going to monthly. I think that is not a good idea at all. If there's any restrictions on anybody, any business, any school, any types of COVID restrictions, we need to be hearing from Nancy Williams, as often as possible. So I'd please have you guys reconsider that. And since there will be not one today, I would like to talk about the COVID situation. So I guess I'll be doing that at public comment. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yeah, open forum. Yes, thank you, Keely.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett Cochon. I live in District 2, and I'd like to offer a comment on consent item 6. I know from personal experience that if you have left views like myself, you get attacked all over the place. And, that just comes with the territory if you're a strong advocate. And I've met with Supervisor Turnbow. He's a great listener. But I've also attended many good governance, and that's my perspective, is committees are a vital function and need to show the public how we work together. So I would never ask Supervisor Turnbow to appoint me to a commission, because I already know that my choice of being an advocate creates an emotional feeling in people, and we move very quickly to polarization. And Tracy also has equally strong views. She's out there in public. She's also created that polarization. It's not right or wrong. It's just we all have different parts of this team trying to help El Dorado County. So I ask that you take a little longer time to think about the commissions and the people you put, because there's so many different roles. And if Supervisor Turnbow wanted me to be on a commission, then I think he'd have to ask me to take a vow of silence in order to be an effective commission member. And, you know, I wouldn't want to see Tracy doing that. And so that's why I'm asking you to take more time to think about this in the context of governance and unity. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Julie Robinson.
Good morning, board. I don't have much to say, except I do want to explain a little bit more to Melanie and maybe you guys as to why the people standing up for human rights are asking you to reconsider Tracy. Our motivations are definitely not to cause trouble and are definitely not to character assassinate. Our motivations are to have an effective human rights commission. And really, we want somebody who's focused on the idea that El Dorado is too great for hate. And I really would prefer not to spend my Tuesday having to call in. It's not my favorite thing, but I really, really value El Dorado County and I want us to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie.
The Supervisor Heidel, Tom Fox has already spoken. So just to let Tom know that we only permit one time to speak for each item. So
Yeah, but if he wants to speak to number 6, I think we ought to let him speak to that because I don't think it was fair when he went through that.
Now taking public comment from Tom Fox.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, board members, I just wanted to say that I support Supervisor Turnbow's nomination for Tracy Doyle. And I think that we do need a diversity of opinion. And the mere fact that people are objecting to a voice that might be contrary to what the entire commission stands for or is leaning toward is a red flag to begin with. So I think we need diversity of thought. And I think that we don't need to have an agenda which or a commission which is dominated by a single train of thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Now taking public comment from Jessica.
Yeah, this might be unrelated. I apologize. We're coming in late. Have you guys already discussed the low income housing?
No, that's item number 20, which will be coming up shortly once we get past this agenda review and consent.
Item number 20. Okay, copy. Sorry for bothering you guys.
No problem.
Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Thank you. I didn't think I'd call in today, but here I am. I think we're sort of, this is on item number 6. And I think that we're sort of conflating two separate issues, which I'd like to separate. I'm all for diversity too. I'd love to have a conservative voice on this Human Rights Commission. It isn't an issue of conservatives being pushed aside. The issue has to do with decorum and the respectful treatment of others. And I think that's what the issue is. When you choose someone for a commission, they have to be cooperative with others, and there really can't be any name calling or denigrating comments. And when someone has shown a history that is their behavior, then to me, that's not a person who's appropriate for a commission. And so bring it on. Let's have some conservative voices, but let's have those who have demonstrated that they can work with others and that they can treat others respectfully, those who have differing opinions than they, because, you have to put the shoe on the other foot as well. And conservatives have to understand they must act respectfully when they are dealing with people who have a different view. And as far as the pattern goes, I'll just say this, those who have a different view have kind of had it with this county, I've lived here 35 years. I've always been a progressive person, progressive thinking, not part of the progressives group per se, but a liberal leaning progressive person, if you want to give me a label. I have lived here 35 years and I have seen this county run by conservatives. And now we've gotten to a breaking point or a critical mass of people who are saying, no more, we're going to stand up too. And if you're seeing this, oh my gosh, a mass of people speaking, we've been silent for a very long time. And now we're going to speak up just as you speak up. So no, it's not some kind of an onslaught. It's just, we're going to have an equal say now. And so see it for what it is, just speaking up for what we also believe in. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from A. Bertram.
Hi there, this is Ashley Bertram, and I was calling also about the about Tracy Doyle. And I just wanted to mention that I know Tracy through the homeschool community. She is a productive member of society, of our community, an upstanding member of our community at that. And like I said, I know her through the homeschool. So she's a plethora of knowledge. She's always been very helpful, somebody that you can go to and ask questions. Very helpful person. I think that if we're not going to offer seats to all members of the community, whether they're conservative or liberal or whatever, then this commission is not going to fulfill its purpose, right? So if it's a matter of you just don't like Trace and you don't want her on there, well, that's not right. If it's a matter of you don't want conservatives on there, well, that's not right. That's not going to serve its purpose. So can the whole thing, but you can't just say, no, one person isn't going to be allowed because you don't like them, because you don't like that she says Nancy Williams is wrong, or you don't like that she voices her opinion and you want to call it disrespect. That's wrong. So again, I support Tracy Doyle. I think that she would be a great asset. I know she has been to the homeschool community locally here. And that's it.
Thank you, Ashley.
Now taking public comment from Bob Hendricks.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I just wanted to also support George Turnbull. He's our elected official. We fully support his appointment to the commission. We have the greatest of confidence in what he's doing. So just wanted to state that opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Supervisor Heidel, 390 has already spoken during this public comment period.
Yes, but I guess that was kind of before we got into the understanding that this was really public input on number 6. So if he has a comment strictly on number 6, I'll accept it. Anything else, we're not going to. So please open it up.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Board, this is Ken Green with District 2. And in fact, I thought this item was going to be pulled and heard as item 6 was going to be pulled and heard as a separate issue. Yes, we need diversity within our diversity community, if you will. And even though, as Ruth pointed out, and it's a good point, that, if you don't play well with others, perhaps this is not the best place for you to be. But, it also is an opportunity for people to grow, to not to change, if you will, but to grow and be a better person, et cetera, and get into spirited yet debate with the decorum and respect for one another. And I don't know Tracy personally at all, quite honestly, but it is time that we get some more diversity to this committee. And I also like the idea of the committee, but that's another story. But there's an opportunity here to, this whole diversity and human rights issue has has taken a new complexion through the years, if you will. And I think we need to realize that we need other voices. The echo chamber is, it's not the best place to be doing this. What we need is more people discussing these issues and getting on with all of our lives to make this a better place, if you will. And by going one way or the other, which El Dorado County has a colorful history of doing, is not good. So perhaps this is our opportunity to support diversity, if you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I just support George Turnbow's choice for the Human Rights Commission because it's his choice. It's his representative. And I think all of you have the opportunity to put somebody on there that represents you. And I think it's fair that he has that same opportunity. And it's interesting that when he tries to do that, he gets attacked by the same group of people. So I hope that you support this. And you know, there's my supervisor doesn't put people on that represent me, but that's her choice because they represent what she believes in. And I can tell you a lot of those representatives have been personally nasty to me, but I wouldn't call in and say, please don't appoint them because that's really her choice. So I think you need to be careful about sidelining other supervisors' appointees, unless there's, you know, they've been convicted of some crime or something. But I would support this as George's choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Marjorie Lopez Reed.
Margie, you're muted, please. Unmute.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Super. You know, I think the way this is going, and I'm listening to all this conversation about item 6, and I personally think that the only solution out of this is to, yes, pull the item and then develop a criteria for the types of commissions that you have and what, you know, what people that are on that commission or what kind of experiences they're supposed to have and what some kind of a vetting mechanism to make sure that they qualify. I personally have seen, excuse me, for example, some social media postings by this particular candidate, and it really makes me wonder why this person would be appointed at all to a government commission. So I think, you know, if we have a vetting, if we have a clear vision of where we want to go with this commission, what its mission is and people that should fit into it, and a vetting process to make sure that the candidates that apply are fitting for that position. And then I think we can better resolve this issue.
Thank you, Margie.
Supervisor Heidel, Jessica has already spoken.
Yeah, and since we were already in the discussion on number 6, we're not going to open it up for Jessica again. I think we've had enough comments on this. I think the board gets a pretty good idea of what the comment from the public are, both sides. So with that, why don't we close the public input part of this and bring it back to the board for adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. And it sounds like we need a motion based upon the consensus review on number 6. So who would like to offer that?
Supervisor Heidel, can I go ahead and read it in? Adoption agenda and approval of this consent calendar with the following changes. Excuse me, following change. Continue item 6 off calendar.
So Chair Heidel, I do have one comment. I think it is clear that there are 2 issues here in item 6. One is about diversity and the other is about good governance. Everybody that knows me knows that I'm a stickler when it comes to good governance. And that's why I was very adamant about this and voted the way I wanted to vote, because I really feel that if you disrespect the person next to you, it's very difficult to even listen to somebody. And that's what I've seen and heard. And I
Sue, your connectivity seems to have dropped out.
really have an issue with that. So someone, there we go. Sorry, getting bad connection. Anyway, I'll move the item with the change.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
second? Okay, roll call vote, please, Kim.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. So let's get back to approval of the agenda and the consent calendar now that we've addressed number 6. So can we have a motion on that?
Mr. Chair, that was the motion you just did. You approved the agenda and the consent.
All right, is one item.
All right, correct.
I thought that was strictly for number 6 because we talked about doing that separately, but okay. This is a different format than what we've been through in the past. So I appreciate the patience with my misunderstanding here. So I believe, and help me if I'm wrong, that we're ready now to start our discussions on department matters, unless someone from staff wants to add anything at this point. All right, seeing none, then I think we're going to take item number 20 first, since it's first in order, and I know there's been a lot of public interest in that. So who's going to, Raphael, are you going to do the lead in for 20? And
Supervisor Heidel, may I read it into the record?
20?
The item number 20 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to designate 3 green zones as part of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments Green Means Go pilot program.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Good morning, board. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Before I hand this over to my supervising civil engineer, Natalie Porter, to explain the details of this potential grant program, the Green Means Go, I want to take a brief second to ease some minds, maybe dispel some rumors, and explain exactly what this resolution is not. I want to ensure the public that this resolution is not a backdoor attempt to sneak in a specific controversial project without due process or public engagement. I want to ensure the public that this resolution is not a ploy by SACOG and DOT to bypass our general plan. And I believe that the confusion the public has with Green Means Go can be traced back to 2 simple phrases in the mission statement of the program, which are infill and Senate bill. Unfortunately, because of the state's passing of SB 35, which we all recognize, yes, that Senate bill does streamline the development of process of infill projects, but this is not an SB 35. And now I can understand why people are interchanging Green Means Go with this Senate bill. They are 2 things completely opposite, and how the public would have anxiety over a resolution that has a few of the similar phrases. But I assure you, supervisors, this is not another SB 35. Green Means Go does not strip the county of our discretionary powers. So let me go ahead and read straight from the website exactly what Green Means Go is. Green Means Go is a multi-year pilot program to lower greenhouse gas emissions in the 6-county Sacramento region using 3 strategies in targeted areas called green zones. The 3 strategies are reducing vehicle trips by increasing transit, bicycle and walking trips, infrastructure improvement projects, and new mobility options. 2, by promoting clean mobility options by accelerating zero-emission transportation options and increasing access to electrical vehicle charging stations and shared electrical vehicle programs and fleet. And yes, 3, an infill development, which is to assist in development within areas of existing communities by prioritizing incentives and removing barriers. So see, this is intended to become a grant program to help fund anything that will reduce greenhouse gases, very similar to our AQMD grant program that we have in El Dorado County, to increase bicycle and pedestrian improvements, road improvements for bicycle lanes, traffic demand model programs, transit programs and infrastructure, water and sewer drainage improvements, high-speed internet, and broadband projects and programs, electrical vehicle infrastructure and programs, and yes, where there is a lot of existing commercial and retail already in the area, such as, let's say, for example, the Sacramento County or along US 50, let's say in Rancho Cordova, where it would reduce greenhouse gases by creating housing nearby so that people didn't have to commute in far, and we wouldn't have higher vehicle miles traveled from where they live to where they work. That type of in-house infill project would be beneficial. In the regions of El Dorado County, El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, Shingle Springs, Diamond Springs, we have a good number of housing already. If anything, the type of infill that we would assist in the strategy would be to provide additional work employment infill, such as additional retail, commercial, or entertainment. So if the public was to read the board item and the resolution, they would see that it does not mention anything regarding changing the general plan, and it does not mention anything about higher densities. Now, I do want to say something for the record. I did make a mistake. I did get something wrong. And that is the narrative with what's compared to the El Dorado Hills map. And that is my fault. And the reason being is because when I read that one strategy for green zones, green means go, which is reducing vehicle trips by increasing transit, bicycle and walking trips, and promoting infrastructure improvement projects, instantly to my mind, I thought, what better program project can we apply for a grant than the overhead pedestrian crossing that is in the long range plannings for us to cross from El Dorado Hills Center to over US 50, and for it to land in a green zone. Furthermore, if we do want to pursue the desire of the community, which is to leave the central project as open space and for some kind of recreational facility, and or maybe an exercise park or a bike and trail park, how would we pay for that infrastructure? As you all know, we can't do that with TIMFI. We can't do that with Road Fund. We definitely can't do that with SB1. I see a difficulty in finding the nexus for the general plan. So we would partner up with the CSD if we were to build a recreational facility, an exercise park, or a bike and trail park with a grant program from the Green Means Go. It would be essentially a park infill project. So that's the reason why at the last minute, I thought it would be a good opportunity for the county to apply for grants if it included that location. It did not have any implications of, as I mentioned, changing the general plan or implying that there would be higher density into that project. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Natalie Porter to explain a few more details as to exactly what Green Means Go is. So Natalie?
Thank you. This is Natalie Porter. I'm the supervising civil engineer for the Department of Transportation, and Director of Transportation Martinez did tell you what the Green Means Go program is. And I just wanted to add a little bit of additional information as to what is a green zone, which is what we're talking about today. And it's something that there are areas that local jurisdictions nominate for it. And it's in areas that there were some, SACOG had requested that we nominate some green zones last year. Actually, they had talked about it before, but it kind of died because at that time was right before the pandemic started, and so there was really no incentive to trying to start a new program. This program is under Assembly Bill 1209, which is a proposed bill from Assemblyman McCarty, and it's called the Green Means Go Grant and Loan Program. So they asked us for some green zone nominations, and one of the requirements that it was within their MTP SCS community type map as a center and quarter community or established communities, and that they must be planned for growth or being considered for increased growth through current local planning work. So it's through our own general plan and what we're looking at. It's not something that they were trying to ask us to do. It's a voluntary program to help our region achieve a greenhouse gas reduction target. So staff looked at the criteria that they gave, and they also included some other things we needed to consider. Is it located within an average or lower than average vehicle miles traveled area? Is there access to transit and other transportation choices? Does it help the jobs housing balance? And that was a big one for us. Is it located in an environmental justice or disadvantaged community? Access to high opportunity areas and access to jobs, education, service, and transit. So based on these factors, we provided the 3 zones that you see in the agenda item. And they're not necessarily in a priority area like the 3, priority order. If anything, the Diamond Springs community region, the zone, green zone that we proposed meets more of the criteria that SACOG had set out. It's identified as a low income area. 20% of the people in that area are either elderly or disabled. It has a desirable historic town, and it's well studied for infrastructure. Because if you remember, the Transportation Commission did do a study on mobility for the Diamond Springs El Dorado area. Cameron Park, additionally, also was identified that there are parts of it that have a low income area. It also has an EDCTC study about local transportation that they would like to see that occur in the area. The El Dorado Hills area was added because of the poor jobs housing balance and the potential for transit, the new transit center going into the El Dorado Hills area. So as Raphael had said, the potential for having the pedestrian overcrossing was actually, a last minute consideration. But we did want to, talking to SACOG and with Woody Deloria, the executive director from EDCTC, they did send him an email, making it clear that they're not requiring any financial contribution commitment from the county. They are not requiring us to do any kind of design standards or any land use designations or zoning within their green zones. And at this time, like I said, the bill has not been approved. We are simply going through a process, a formal step to take, potentially get access to grant money. It doesn't promote anything at all. We're just saying that these are areas we potentially might look for grant money in the future. And even if the bill is approved, it doesn't mean we're going to get grant money, because we still have to compete for it with the other jurisdictions who have also submitted green zones. And as information, the city of Placerville passed their resolution last year for their areas. Other rural jurisdictions have as well. So we'd be competing, I would believe, against similar type of counties like Yolo County and Yuba County, which both have adopted these resolutions. And as SACOG has said, it's not committing us to anything. It's just so that we could be considered for a possible grant for the types of projects that I believe that our community wants, like pedestrian walkways, bike paths, increased transit, things that promote non-automotive transportation that we do not have a funding source for. So this is actually a way for us to tap into some money for projects that people keep saying that they want, we just don't have a funding source for. And we are not advocating for any other project or any type of development project. This is strictly as a potential funding source for the future. So if you have any questions, that was kind of just my high-level coverage of this potential program.
Thank you, Natalie. And before we open it up for questions, I'd like to give Supervisor Thomas an opportunity to speak, since she is the board's representative to SACOG, and she's been tracking this for an extended period of time. So Wendy, could you please provide some of your comments relative to the backdrop and the SACOG effort here?
You bet, I'd be happy to. First of all, Raphael and Natalie, thank you so much for your clarification. And I also want to appreciate the large community input that we've all been getting. I think that, this program is confusing because it's so different. This is not a state mandate that's being pushed down our throat. It is an opportunity that could be a really helpful, useful tool. And, we often don't have those. So I think it's confusing. So I'd love to offer some additional food for thought. I had an occasion to be part of this program and its initial discussions when I took place in a civic lab project a couple of years ago. And in that pilot program, we were trying to figure out how we could revitalize outdated commercial corridors, which are dotting our cities and our towns. Most of our towns were developed in the 60s and the 70s. And as retail patterns has shifted, that the framework of our communities has changed. And there aren't tools to bring back a revitalization into them. Most of them are owned by different property owners. And with all of the state requirements and mandates and infrastructure needs of our old communities, a small individual property owner just doesn't have the funds to remake their small little strip center or their little project, or do a small little housing project that works for our community because it doesn't pencil out. And so this program was born of that need. It's important to recognize that every city and county in the Sacramento region is supportive of this potential funding tool. The goal, as our staff articulated, is to bring housing, retail, and jobs closer together. And if you think about it, El Dorado County was historically built on this model. When our towns were developed, even back in the 1850s, we were a town, and that meant your jobs and your housing were all close together. And so Green Means Go supports that kind of traditional development, which El Dorado County was founded on. This is not a conspiracy. This is a flexible tool that local jurisdictions can use. Also, the bottom line is that our infrastructure is old, and state requirements on building, including CEQA and all of that, is so onerous that a smaller project is just simply not affordable to build without state investment. Housing has gone up. I think the last number I heard, 38% in El Dorado County, the cost of housing. We have to recognize and address that. Unless we want just folks coming up from the Bay Area and bringing their investment, which is wonderful, back into our community. That's great that they can afford our housing, but we're talking about housing for our kids, for the young families starting out, for the people that are working in our community. We're not just talking about low income housing. We're talking about that full range of housing, from the very from low income, as well as that critical missing middle, which we just don't have. We're also talking about creative housing options. Not everyone, especially our young people, they don't always want to live on a single family house, with a white picket fence in an acre neighborhood. That's just not feasible anymore in California. So we're talking about creative housing, bungalow type apartments, cute little townhouses, smaller infill development, because very frankly, El Dorado County also does not have an appetite for large scale housing. So how can we make smaller scale housing in appropriate areas feasible? Let's see, one last thing is, I think this is also really important to know, that Green Means Go, the program, does not require any new state funding or taxes. That's important. It reallocates regional tax dollars back into our local community. So it's a reinvestment of our local tax dollars coming back to our community. Let's see. Also, the positive benefit, I think, in El Dorado County is that with Green Means Go, urban sprawl is not exacerbated, nor are rural regions compromised. It's a way that if a developer or a private property owner has a project that may work, they could apply for funding to make that, to pay for the infrastructure that makes that project possible. It could be a really important tool for El Dorado County that, paired with our design standards that are coming online, could actually elevate the character of our communities with projects that address our housing needs and work for our local communities. So thanks for giving me a chance to talk about that.
Thank you, Wendy. And so Lori's got her hand up. Board questions of either staff, to staff, I guess. Lori.
All right, I have a lot, so be ready. I was like this, I have been emailing for a week or two trying to get some clarification on this. And I get it, it's an opportunity. The problem is when you go into stuff like this, it's what's not written. There are so many assumptions and things not written and not detailed. Like our county still hasn't even defined, we haven't created our infill ordinance. So we don't even have it defined. It talks about creating the ordinance for infill and that it should be on parcels of less than, I think it says 5 acres or something, but we haven't even done that. So right there, that's a red flag to residents saying, oh my gosh, we haven't defined it. So what is it going to be? And I'll tell you, you go out and Google infill, it talks about urban development, nothing about rural residential communities. And our county, our residents want to retain that rural character. So, and Wendy, I appreciated that you talked about the design standards, because in my mind, this opportunity is premature. We need those design standards done first before we incentivize anything, or else we're always behind. We're behind. And it's unfortunate that the design standards weren't done a decade or two ago, but they weren't. And so we're trying to get them done now. I'm so excited to get that going, but I don't want to incentivize any projects until we get those done first, because look at our residents. I mean, this is just one community. El Dorado Hills happen to be keeping an eye on that golf course thing. I want to, if I can I share my screen? Because I want to zoom in and show you guys what the Shingle Springs Green Means Go map has in it. And I cannot support this the way that this was proposed. So Kim, can I share my screen? It's really important for everybody to see this.
Yes, of course you can, Supervisor Parlin. All panelists can share their screens.
Okay, let me see if I can get the right one. I think it's this one. So is it coming? I think, did it click on the right one? Are you guys seeing a map?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the shingle. Well, okay, number one, the description called it Cameron Park. It didn't even mention the word Shingle Springs. So anybody that's watching for the word Shingle Springs would not have been clued in. Half of this map here is Shingle Springs, right? And it wasn't even called out. So to me, that was very deceiving. I know from being a member of the public, watching agendas for many years, words matter. And if you're looking for a key word in our Board of Supervisor agenda every week, Shingle Springs was not pointed out. So that wasn't well done at all. Up here, there's this light blue open space blob at the top of the map. Do you guys see that? That's the Pine Hill Preserve, if I'm looking at the map correctly. What on earth are we proposing there? It can't be about housing of any kind or infill development. So of course, citizens are going to be concerned. What are we thinking of doing there? We might be thinking of doing some cool trails there, but I don't know that. And it's not spelled out in this. Over here, there's some more open space. This is another piece of the Pine Hill Preserve. Why are we putting a map with open space in something that's talking about housing and infill development? It just doesn't make sense. This open space over here, I think might be the, again, I just went onto our land use map. I think that's the Cameron Park Golf Course, this open space. I don't get why that should be included in the map. Most of this stuff over here, these little teeny tiny parcels in Cameron Park are already developed. So again, I think what happened with this effort was that it's not what's in the resolution and what's being proposed, it's what's not being said. There's a lack of clarity of what's really going on here. And, you know, here we are, we're trying to embark on our community planning process and design standards. And this is an example of how not to include your community, quite honestly. And of course we got comments, and how many hundreds of comments with concern, because the resolution doesn't spell this out clearly. So I don't even know what to say about this. This caught all of us so off guard, and especially our residents. So my thinking is, if we want to, is there a deadline, by the way, Raphael? When's the deadline to do this? Because that's not said anywhere either.
There is, and I believe it's within the next month that we need to be able to submit something back to SACOG if we want to be part of the 6 county regions that are already part of it, to be able to apply for any potential grants in the future.
So is there an opportunity to join it again later if we do a better job with our mapping? Is that an opportunity?
I do not believe that there is. This actually was brought to our attention back in the fall of 2020, when SACOG was attempting to try to leverage the state's intentions of reducing greenhouse gases. It said, well, if you want to reduce greenhouse gases, we've got a program for you. Like I said, very, very almost identical to AQMD, except it, like I said, it does, because of vehicle miles traveled, it does mention infill. But you're right, Supervisor. Actually, that was one of the other reasons why I included the central project, because I realized that the preserve was in it. And as you know, I'm working with planning and with other entities to try and create a bike park in the preserve, kind of like a preserve bike park that documents the beauty of the area and the flowers that are in it. So I said, well, what better resource than to have a grant funding opportunity, because we wouldn't be able to utilize any other kind of funds for it. So that's the reason why I included Central. But I agree with you. I understand the anxiety that the public might have when they see the word infill and then they see the preserve. It's like, how do you do this? So Natalie, I think you wanted to add something to that.
Well, can I finish really quick? My thought here on it, though, is perhaps, and this is just a perhaps, if we do want to pursue this, because the way it is right now, I can't support it. It's too vague and it just doesn't provide clarity. And we only have a month, so that's not good either. But if we were to do this, we already have a land use zoning map. I mean, look at over here, this olive color MFR, that's our multifamily. I think that could be designated in a map and say it's already designated for apartments. And once we get our design standards figured out for that area, then we would, support that. Or if you want to separate out the open space separately in a separate map, so it's very clear we're only going to be applying for trails in that area, I think that would help bring that clarity to folks.
I have an idea, and I'm going to have Natalie propose this. Natalie, could we write it in a way that it says that we would not be changing any of our land use maps?
Well, nothing in this program makes us change land use. There's no changing of land use in this. This map was drawn based on census blocks. So the reason those open space things is because it's part of a census block. So if you were including, like you said, the multifamily, part of the block is all that open space. That's why the line was drawn that way. It wasn't because we were trying to do something else. And this resolution is only designating the green zones. If we get a grant, it comes back to the board for approval. So we're not going to accept a grant for something you guys do not want us to do, because you will have to approve it.
But Natalie, I think what the supervisor is trying to do is trying to relieve some of the anxiety that the public might have that this might be doing just that. So could we could we write in a phrase that says that it would be abiding by the Board of Supervisors approval or the existing maps or something to that effect? Is that what you're looking for, Supervisor Parlin?
Well, even a little bit better than that would be, you know, if the land use designation of MFR would only be pursuing, you know, those types of projects. An open space land designation would only be pursuing like trails, something to make it really clear what we're going to be doing or not doing there. And that is my point. And I've been bringing this kind of stuff up for years, that it's what's not written that causes folks angst. So if we can say what we're proposing in this open space, you know, and the folks down in the business park, you know, in El Dorado Hills were concerned about, oh, I know they were concerned about the open space. I guess, you know, down there, it's like,
sure.
All right, if we're going to pursue a grant in that area, what are we pursuing? And if we can't say it's open space trails, then I don't think we should include it. Does that make sense?
The difficulty would be, I mean, going into every single land use zone map region, we couldn't do that specifically. But if we said with whatever our current existing and or board approved land use map is, then it would give people the relief of knowing that we are preserving what is existing unless the board changes it. So it's not, so then we don't have to, because you can imagine that would be a huge effort to try and explain exactly what each land use was going to be utilized for. But we could describe it that it's existing use and or whatever the board approves in terms of usage.
That might do it. I'll wait to hear from some others,
Okay.
but it's that clarity is missing, and I've been trying
I
to
see what
get
you're
it.
saying.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Raphael. You get where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, Raphael, if I understand you right, you're proposing that we add language to the resolution?
Possibly. I mean, I'd have to, and I know Woody Deloria is on the line. I might ask him to chime in to see if that's possible, if he knows if there's any potential refusal from SACOG for us to add language that basically just details a little bit, like Supervisor Parlin said, details a little bit more language that it would be for usage with what the existing land use is and or what the board decides to change in the future, so that the people don't think that this is SACOG attempting to change the land use or that DOT is attempting to change the land use, that it's not that it would be existing and or approved by the board. I think Kim, Woody Deloria is on the line. If he could chime in if he knows or has any information to that effect.
I've gone ahead and allowed Woody to talk. So Woody, can you go ahead?
Thank you, Kim. Good morning, board, Chair Heidel. Yeah, so we have, this is Woody Deloria, El Dorado County Transportation Commission Executive Director. We've been working with SACOG on this for quite some time. Maybe I can just provide a little bit of clarity. This is an opportunity that SACOG is pursuing through the legislature. There are 3 program areas within Green Means Go. There's this acceleration of infill, which we've talked about. The reason the commission is more interested or involved is the last 2 program areas, that is accelerate travel options. So that's bike, ped, and transit opportunities, and then accelerate electric vehicle deployment. So charging facilities, the electrification of the transit bus fleet. And so Raphael, with regard to the resolution, I don't see any reason why you couldn't include language that stipulates that El Dorado County retains local control of their land use authority. That's absolutely consistent with what SACOG's intent is. There is absolutely no interest by SACOG to kind of assert land use authority in El Dorado County. The county retains that under Green Means Go. I do understand the lack of detail in some of the SACOG language because it hasn't been passed yet. There's nothing that's set in writing or passed by the legislature to give us that clarity. But I see no reason why you wouldn't be able to include that language in your resolution. and have SACOG still support that. So does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Woody.
And one final thing, it is a funding opportunity. So, the commission is tasked with identifying and securing transportation funding for the west slope of El Dorado County. This would present an opportunity to fund those projects that typically are challenging, things like bike and pedestrian projects, the pedestrian overcrossing in El Dorado Hills, in those parts of the community that the green zones kind of are delineate for investment. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
So Woody, do you think it would be also helpful? Because I appreciate you guys trying to make clarity on this. I do. And that is my concern, that this hasn't been done yet. And so here we are signing on to something that hasn't been written, that the legislation's still out, and legislation gets changed quite often on its way. So I need to have the assurances in our resolution of what we're willing to sign on to. So I appreciate that. And I'm just wondering if we could, maybe just go simply, with the, not project by project and parcel by parcel, but just land use type. There's only so many of them. I mean, open space is one land use type. Make it clear we're only looking for trails and stuff on that type of property. We're not looking to incentivize anything else, just trails to enjoy our open spaces. And then if it's designated multifamily, multifamily that, and I want it to say, because we haven't done our design standards yet, it has to say that fits the current character of the community. We need that protection because we haven't been able to get our design standards done yet. And that would give us some of that protection to protect the character of our existing communities. It's so important in our county. And people that are new here actually even wrote in and said that they love the character of our county, that's why they moved here. So we need to have that included. So I really don't want to approve this today. I'd like to see some added language to get some protections and let us have a second look at it, because this is so important. And I get it's an opportunity, but we need to be really cautious on this. So thank you. I appreciate, Woody, that you're chiming in on that too.
One final thing I didn't mention, Supervisor Parlin, is as with all of the funding that we secure through the commission, the projects would have to be consistent with an adopted regional transportation plan. Mm-hmm. Which, as you know, we adopted in 2015, and we will, which went through a public process, lots of outreach and so on. So the projects would have to be included in an adopted and approved regional transportation plan for transportation projects.
Right. Well, and let's be honest, the reality is El Dorado County is not the best fit for these types of programs and stuff. I mean, really, to reduce the GHGs and all that stuff, the incentives are a better fit for our urban, counties nearby. But as long as we put in these protective things, we can try to be helpful with the effort. But let's get real. We're not going to have bus service, every 15 minutes in El Dorado County everywhere. It's just not going to work. So that's why we need to make sure we protect our character here for our residents. So thank you.
I'd like to just piggyback on that, Lori. I would support that, 100% to add that language, because I agree with you. I think we're all very concerned that any project fits the character of our town. I know we wish that our design standards were here and now, and we want to certainly accelerate those, but I like that idea of adding that to the language. And as I've wrestled with this a little bit, I think it's helpful to understand the definition of urban, because I think it's really easy for us to kind of misunderstand it. The definition of urban is relating to the characteristics of a town or city. So, I mean, that can apply. While Sacramento may have different definitions of urban, their policies relate to what works for them down here, we're going to do it differently up here. And I think this program has the flexibility that will allow us to do that. So anyway, more later, but
yeah. No, that's good. And that's why with that flexibility, let's make sure we get it in our resolution.
Yeah, I agree.
And then we'll see how the public chimes in on it, but maybe if we get some language updated in it and then people get a second look at it, maybe that'll help alleviate some of it. So their concerns.
And maybe we pull a few of the areas out, maybe that are most concerning. You know, we could tweak the boundaries a little bit. So yeah, talk more later. All
To
right.
that point, let me ask Raphael, we heard about, census tracts, et cetera. Can we tweak the maps and be more specific? For instance, only indicate in the El Dorado Hills area, the landing pad where the pedestrian overcrossing with Highway 50 would come into the area behind Rayleigh's, part of the Central El Dorado Hills project, without including the whole project? Because that's what I think really creates the consternation in El Dorado Hills, and the fact that it wasn't mentioned in the narrative, which you've brought up. But can we change these maps easily? Or are we pretty much constrained there?
We can, and I think Natalie wants to chime in on that, except I think the only drawback would be that, like I said, if we wanted to build an exercise park or a bike and trail park or recreational facility, let's say in that open space, we will not have the funding to build that unless we have a grant and it's not part of the green zone. So we could potentially be missing out. But I like Supervisor Parlin and Thomas's alternative that we add some safeguards in the verbiage. I'd rather go that direction than taking it out of the map, but I'll leave that up to you supervisors to decide.
All right, thank you. Because I think it's always going to be a confusion factor when you show a map. People are going to read a lot into it.
I get it.
What the words say. So I'm just cautioning, throwing out the caution flag there that if we don't change the maps, there will be continued consternation and confusion and so on and so forth. So other board comments on this item? George or Sue?
No, I'll just say that, I'm all for projects that increase walkable, bikeable communities. It doesn't mean you have to add a lot of density. That depends on the area. I think we need to be clear on that. And, some way to clarify that conversation, I think is helpful. So I'm all for clarifying it. But, when we get money for bike trails and parks and things, let's try to get them. But let's be clear on I agree on what we're doing and where. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. George, do you have any thoughts on this one?
Well, I agree with Lori. We need to have, basically, we need to make sure that we have total control of what goes on, especially in these green zones. And then also we need to have some kind of clarity. One of the things that I want to talk about is here we go again with the business park. It was already designed in our general plan that it stays business park. Now they're talking about high density homes in that particular area across from Oakstone. And I totally disagree for what that is, because I don't think it's right. We already have designated areas in our general plan already for certain areas for high density, business, and all that. When you start taking high density homes and taking and moving to our business parks, that's not right. We make sure that we retain our business parks for business only, not for high density homes. Now you're also talking about the open spaces, the old golf course and stuff. It needs to remain open space for a park, for parks, for maybe another golf course or whatever. It doesn't need to be designated for high density homes. And it seems like to me, why haven't we got this brought to us forward? They talked about this back last year, and this kind of it's been shoved down kind of our throats. We didn't even know a lot of the stuff that was going on. So I think it needs to be more out there towards the public. I think the public needs to know more about what's going on, and it needs to be clarified. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, George. So I too, like Sue, want to just say, we don't get opportunities for grant funding to build infrastructure, particularly for these greenhouse gas related pedestrian walkways, bike paths, trails, those kinds of things, as well as the broadband infrastructure. So I do think we have to look at this seriously. If we just don't get involved, we don't submit the maps and stuff and don't move forward, we will not be eligible for the funding, as I understand it, if the legislation passed. So there's a number of ifs there. But recognizing how we struggle to find the funding through various sources and working with the Transportation Commission to fund these, what I think are critical infrastructure items relative to pedestrian and bicycle trails types of connectivity. If we pass this by, then we're losing out. We're not going to be able to obtain a grant, and that has to go back through review by the board. There'll be public discussion if we apply for those grants. There'll be a decision as to how the grants are funded. I'm kind of curious to figure out how broad you can write the grant application, or if you have to get specific to a project level and define a map. And so I think that's all yet to come, because the legislation will probably determine that, and it's still a work in progress. So, but I do want to make sure people understand that if we support this in some way, shape, or form, it's not an acknowledgement that we're giving up our discretionary rights relative to our general plan and decision making. That seems to be the big confusion. And we all recognize the state continues to move in the direction of trying to encourage more affordable housing and doing various things to facilitate that. But that is not what this one is all about as it currently stands. Could the legislation change? Sure, it could change. That's in the process. But if we don't engage now and get involved with an application, essentially submitting the resolution, then we're not going to be eligible downstream, as I understand it. There's no coming in later if the legislation passes and said, oh, me too. They're not going to accept it, as I understand it. Now, maybe that changes. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure people understand the context of what we're dealing with
exactly, Don. And that's what you said. You hit it on the head, is that we don't know what the legislation is going to look like.
Right.
So if we're going to do a resolution, then we need to make sure it fits us in our county and what our residents want. We need to be in front of it. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
So that's really important. We've seen where legislation gets completely changed as it makes its way through the process. And I cannot support something with that possibility out there. But I think if we craft this carefully and make sure that, these projects, potential projects and opportunities fit our county, our existing general plan, we'll be good. So thank you.
So Lori, just to help this, you're really proposing continuing this for some period of time to allow enough time to really develop more specific language in the resolution and look at the other alternatives and then bringing it back to the board. Is that kind of your thoughts at this point before we open it up for public comment?
In my mind, we have to bring it back. I mean, and I don't think we're asking a lot of, the way I'm hearing everybody, I think we can make a couple pretty sweeping statements, to make sure that it fits our current general plan, land use designations, and that kind of stuff. Shouldn't be too hard to tweak it to make it fit our county and give our residents that peace of mind. So, and
Supervisors, I can work with County Council, Natalie and Woody Deloria to craft something up and then come back working with the CEO within the next week or two, just with that language. And I could maybe even share that language ahead of time as well.
That would be really appropriate, I think, Raphael, to work it that way. But let's see if the public agrees with us. I think we're on a good path, though. I do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lori. Okay, any other board comments of staff or questions of staff before we open up for public input? All right, Kim, please open up number 20 for public input.
Now taking public comment on item number 20. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Tom Fox.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name is Tom Fox. I'm a director and CFO of the Blackstone Homeowners Association. And what we are hearing from residents more and more is that we think that this measure, frankly, is premature. What you're trying to do is you're approving something without the design details and without knowing what's really involved. And there's no free lunch. Fundamentally, I think the county is lacking an accurate vision of what residents really want. We're a little bit concerned that the rural environment of El Dorado County we're starting to dissipate. We want and moved here for a rural environment, and increasingly measures like this promote growth. We see efforts to circumvent the general plan by making amendments to the business park to provide more and more development down here. And residents in this community and in Serrano are very, very concerned about the increased amount of growth. We do not want to look like Sacramento. And I think what people fail to see is that we have the Folsom Ranch development, which at build out will be 25,000 people. And that's less than a half of a mile away from the Latrobe corridor. And we're really concerned about this. We don't want Sacramento and Sacramento urbanness creeping into El Dorado County. We like the rural environment. The idea that we need infill housing and that we need to provide housing for the children in the future, that may sound good, but there's no guarantee that children are going to stay in this county. The reason people are moving here is because they want the rural nature. And you seem to be going in a direction, helter-skelter, that is encouraging growth and encouraging high-density housing in an area that people came to because it lacks those things. We don't want the heavy development. We don't want urban development and medium and high-density housing. If we did, we wouldn't have moved here. So what I hear, we have 2,500 or almost 3,000 signatures on a petition that was against Carson Creek and all the development going down at the business park, and we don't feel heard. And the people in Serrano that I speak to do not feel heard. And we find more and more congestion, and this measure is nothing but growth inducing, and it's the camel's nose under the tent. You don't have any guidelines telling you exactly what you're signing on to. I think the money is nice. $50,000 is great, but everything, as we all know as adults, everything comes with conditions. So I think there is a lot of anxiety, at least down in our area. We feel like the stepchild of the county, but there's a lot of anxiety with people down here who feel
Public
that—
comment at 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll conclude by saying there's a lot of anxiety down here with people who feel the county is not looking out for our interests and who want you to protect us and ensure that we have a rural nature to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Now taking public comment from Richard Perrin.
Yeah, so I'd like to say thank you. I definitely feel that the board has a better view than we started with this morning. I have to agree with Tom, a lot of Tom's comments. I do live in the Blackstone community, and I feel that this program, they're trying to paint everything with one brush, and you can't take something this broad and just paint it with one brush without, I think, stepping on a lot of toes. And I've made the conscious decision to move to this area because of the ruralness. In Blackstone, we have no street lights. We have the ability to enjoy the darkness and those types of things. And so when I heard about a park, a 50-acre park with probably going to have 50-foot stanchions lighting, I purposely did not buy a home over in the Promontory area because of looking down on Promontory Park and the lights that are there. There's, the Folsom High School lights shine all the way up into some of the homes over in that area. So those are decisions that people have made. I also thought it was a very good point with the housing. We do have Sacramento butting up to the end of us, and just on the other side of the hill off of White Rock and that area, you have, 25,000 plus people coming into a very densely populated area. There's no shopping for those people currently for in the way of supermarkets and things like that. And it's just going to continue to bleed over onto Latrobe, White Rock Road. And I think putting anything additional down through Latrobe is going to just impact this area dramatically. And I do agree with Tom, and I think a lot of my neighbors agree, and I feel that we're not being heard. And I felt like this was kind of trying to be pushed under our nose and pushed through really quickly. And I don't think a lot of people in the Serrano, Blackstone community really were aware of what was going on and how much this could affect their, life and what they wanted to choose to live in this area. So thank you very much. Like I said, I feel much better that you guys are looking at it differently than what it appeared to be, but it definitely is some major concerns from everybody in this area.
Thank you, Richard.
Now taking public comment from Jeannie Carey.
I would like to make a comment on this about my concerns. First off, I'm concerned that all this grant money that the county gets, there's never anybody monitoring where those funds actually go. I mean, grant for this, grant for that, grant for the other. And in all due respect, Mr. Martinez, you and Wendy have both just contradicted each other in what you're asking for. You say, oh, well, this isn't going to be about development. Wendy says, now these single family homes, they're not going to be what we're focused on. We cannot have people building strip malls that can't afford it. In other words, she's supporting big investment, big growth, big buildings, big apartments. So I am adamantly opposed to this. That's my comment. Thank you. And thank you, George. And thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Jean.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good morning, supervisors. I live in the heritage age-restricted community that is now part of the designated green zone. I believe that your resolution, as stated currently, is way premature. I would like to call attention to a couple of items in the resolution itself. If you look at the resolution, the next to last whereas, it basically designates SACCOG as basically the definer of all future priorities and funding. And it states that discussions with local agency staff and at the discretion of the SECOG executive director. Basically, you're handing off the responsibility, according to this resolution you're being asked to sign, to the executive director of SACCOG. I think that that statement needs to be significantly changed. In the resolution itself, the therefore section, your resolution does unequivocally, number 2, designate 3 zones. Again, based upon all the discussions we've had today, those zones are questionable the way they've been defined, and I think they're very critical that you take a look at what those zones really mean, and to the degree that what this organization, SACCOG, is actually doing. I believe that if you actually go back down and review their website, you'll find that many of the agenda items they have as goals are inconsistent with El Dorado County's goals. The final point I want to make is if you look at these staff notes, it designates the sponsors of this particular proposal. I understand the El Dorado County Transportation Commission's motivation for this, but I think it's important to note that the other promotional individuals all have vested interest. And I believe it's always important when you're looking at getting a grant for some new shiny objects, you also look at who is going to benefit from that. And so you have to follow the money. So when you look at Creekside Development and the Carson Creek Pacific Plan Development and El Dorado Hills Business Park Owners Association, they all have vested interests. Why wouldn't they want to get additional funding and support for their projects? I think that we really need to take a look and reevaluate why and how this is being sponsored. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor, representing Save Our County. So I hope you give me a couple more minutes, but I want to make a point that SB 35 was a voluntary bill to promote stack and pack housing along corridors, which has been incentivized by grant funding for transportation dollars. And so now you've made all these statements that do contradict each other. You say this isn't about housing, but this is about housing. And I appreciate the speaker that brought that up. If you look at SACOG's website, it has on number 1 is accelerate infill. This program is to accelerate development within areas of existing communities by prioritizing incentives and removing barriers. So this is, to me, another overhaul of our general plan. We went through that nightmare in 2015, basically to align ourselves more with SB 375. And ironically, John, you were on our team when we did that, when we challenged the overhaul of the 2015 general plan, which was to create more density within the entire county. This is like fast tracking that agenda. We still have other policies and things in our general plan, and I'm concerned when 3 of our supervisors are not willing to protect 20 parcels in our rural centers that from chain stores, that now you're saying it's okay if we do this because in 3 more years we might actually look at that. 20 parcels, 3 of you threw a fit about protecting from chain stores in our most historic rural centers. Those are the things, because they're not in place, we can't trust that this thing's not going to be another monster that you're going to turn around and say, well, this is what we voted for. We want in those 20 parcels, this high density project so we can get a grant fund for bicycles and roadways. And it's ironic, these bike trails that we're building, guess who's coming up to use them? People from Sacramento, because we have such a beautiful place. So people are driving to our bicycle parks to ride their bikes. None of this makes sense. You have no connections between housing and jobs. And actually, if you read through your documents, and there's so much here. It's like this should have gone to the Planning Commission for dissecting and really knowing what's in here. But it talks about mixed uses within the undeveloped portions of the business park by encouraging the addition of housing in the business park and small amounts of commercial space that are supportive of the type of jobs and around blah, blah, blah. So it is talking about taking where we have designated for our jobs to go to change that into housing. And we all know this is about high density housing. So this violates, in my mind, CEQA. So many things that's missed the process to jump all
Public comment
into
at
this.
3 minutes.
I don't know if I got my 5 minutes.
Go ahead. We'll give you another minute or 2, but please.
Thank you, John. I will. So I am concerned, and I think about the Diamond Springs area, that they created a historic district, and that area even has not created standards to protect that area in that district. If the board had the will to do those standards, people wouldn't be so strung out about all these other things you're doing. And that's what I've been asking for 10 years, to protect our unique and historic town sites. There's so few of them. And now we're getting box stores on them because you refuse to implement those 2 simple things that we were promised in the 2004 plan when we voted for it. Vote for this plan because there's buffers. We're going to protect ag. We're going to protect our historic resources. None of those things are being done. All we're talking about is getting more funding for more transportation, for more high density development. Maybe if you went back and actually did some of these things we've been pleading for 10 years, that there would be more trust about going for these type of grants to implement something that might benefit something that we all wanted. But I think that's mainly my points. And I just, you talk about sovereignty. I heard that on some other issues, and this is really turning our sovereignty of our general plan and development guides and all those other things over to SACOG. And I hope this board just votes no. We do currently get transportation funds from what we've already identified in our general plan. I'm seeing a lot of funds coming in for interchanges and bike trails and other things. So I hope that you vote
Public comment at 5 minutes.
This agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So Kim, before we go on, I've been requested to jump down to James Corliss. He's the Executive Director of SACOG. We recognize his time is very valuable So I would like to open up the mic for James Corliss to let him speak now, and then we'll continue with the process of going through the attendees' questions. So please open it up for James.
Okay, James, you are now live.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, coming through fine.
All right, well, thanks very much. And I was certainly willing to wait, but if you're gonna give me the mic, I appreciate the discussion. I haven't caught all of it. But I'm James Corliss. I'm the Executive Director of SACOG, the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. And I just wanted to say, I guess, a few things about the Green Means Go program. This is a 6-county program that we are trying to take some of the state of California's goals around environment and housing and really translate them to the local level. This is a very voluntary, bottom-up program. I really want to reassure the board and the members of the public calling in, this is for you to drive and for you to own. There is nothing that my agency as SACOG wants to do to tell you how to grow, tell you what kind of infill to have, what kind of density to have. So it really is, look, I want to be very, very clear about this. We are trying to show the state how we can do this bottom up, how we can have a sort of a voluntary effort. Yes, we're trying to get some infrastructure funding. We would love to have El Dorado County participate, but it is voluntary. It is up to you. There is nothing that we want to do to tell you how to do this. It is really about implementing your general plan. It is really about trying to get some extra grant dollars to do some of the infrastructure, to get more walkable communities. You don't have to do high density. It's about growing smarter, right? And that has to be defined by El Dorado County. The reason we're doing this is because we want to show the state how this could be bottom up and how this could be locally owned and locally controlled. It is up to you to participate. We would love to have you in there because we've got a lot of other cities and counties participating, but I want to be very clear. It is up to you. And it is all about how you define this kind of growth and quality growth. And I'm happy to answer any questions if I can. We're very proud of this program as a bottom-up example of how we can do this as 28 cities and counties rather than the state telling us how to do it. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, James. We're going to defer that until we get through all the public comment, if you can hang with us on that part of it. So
happy to.
All right.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. Yeah, I'm glad that there's been some discussion here. There's been a little clarification of this program. But Assemblyman McCarty is, I don't trust any of his legislation. And he's rarely has an original thought. It's usually being put forth by other people through him. And I always, anything that has his name on it that's before the legislature, I'm extremely suspect of. Having said that, if there's an opportunity for us to own this, as the SACOG member or manager just said, that's an opportunity. But as somebody else pointed out, when there's shiny things out there, we always stare gleefully into them and embrace them until we realize that maybe they weren't so shiny. So I question whether we want to give up because are we talking just $50,000? I don't know. It seems like an opportunity for the Valley Monster, if you will, coming further up into the foothills. So I would be very, very cautious about jumping into this and embracing this as a regional situation, and rather than doing it on our own. If this compromises the general plan in any manner, it probably is very inappropriate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from John Richard.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, John, you're fine.
Okay, perfect. Well, first I wanted to say thank you for the clarification as to the genesis and the intent of the green zone designation. That was very helpful. Also, the public comments thus far have been, I think, right on the money. So please listen to them. I encourage you to hear what people are saying because there's a lot of concern here. My letter to the board dealt with some details, so I'm going to cut straight to the chase and try to keep this brief. My fear is not that SACOG will take over the general plan or the zoning, or that this resolution changes any land use immediately, but that those involved in the Central El Dorado Hills specific plan process and other developments will use the green zone designation as a justification to move forward in the future. That's a matter of influence and rationalization. It's not a matter of the general plan designation as it currently stands. It will be very easy to say, hey, this is a green zone site designated for infill development. The Central El Dorado Hills specific plan is an infill development, so the board should change the general plan and its zoning designation. I guarantee that is a rationale that will be used in the future. So the confusion isn't that we're giving up as a county our land use rights today. That's been stated or alluded to a number of times as the problem or confusion in the meeting today. And I think it minimizes the real issue, which is the issue of influence and rationalization down the road. Lori Parlin, thank you for your comments. You hit it out of the park. Words matter, written words matter most. And too little is being said about plans and intentions for the board to pass this resolution as it stands. I find Mr. Martinez's suggestion inadequate that we simply include language that El Dorado County retains land use authority. That type of language simply reiterates what I already know. That's by law, we retain that. If any language in the resolution is going to do the trick, it is going to be language along the lines that the golf course and other designated open space was included as a green zone for the express purpose of infrastructure funding only infrastructure funding, and with no intention of building housing. And frankly, this language should be shared with the public before approval. If there is any deadline that will be missed, then it's simply a missed opportunity. We miss opportunities all the time because of mistakes. And at the risk of sounding harsh, that missed opportunity is on the Department of Transportation because this resolution was put forth without clear language. It is what it is, and we should not use that as an excuse to rush forward with language that is inadequate. This is important stuff, guys, so please consider this. If I have any time left, I'd just like to point out, it's almost as an aside, but I think it should be put out there, is that I don't think the resolution, the green zones as defined on the resolution map, meet SACOG requirements. SACOG wants them to meet a
Public
couple of
comment
criteria.
at 3 minutes.
Can I have just 30 more seconds?
Yes, finish up, John.
Okay. One is that they should be infill developments. The general plan describes infill developments as 5 acres or less, so clearly we don't qualify there. The second is that the green zone should be planned for growth and supported by local policies and actions that support increased development or redevelopment of the area. That's a huge concern when we then put this over on top of the golf course. And not only that, the golf course is open space, so it doesn't even qualify as being designated as a green zone. It just simply doesn't qualify. So anyway, I'll go. Thanks a lot, you guys. I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment from Sue W.
Hi, good morning. I've got several questions and a couple of comments too. But first of all, do we really need another layer of bureaucracy to tell us what to do in our area? Right now, we'll be getting money from the grants, but what about down the road when things start falling? Are we going to get additional taxes? Right now, we pay state tax, Melrose, property tax, LLADs, and doesn't this cover what we need to do within our own county? And also, we're going to be losing our right to represent ourselves since the director of that agency will have the final decision according to the resolution. And also, Raphael, you stated something about, you found out about this in the fall of 2020. Why is it coming up right now with 1 month to go. That's totally unacceptable. And that's all I've got to say. No on this resolution.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Mike.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my comment. Pardon me, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're fine, Mike.
All right. Lori, thank you for demanding more clarification before you commit to your vote. I just hope that Mr. Turnbull and Mr. Hadal share your conviction. Look, in my life, I've met and spoke with many politicians who believe that they are smarter than the average voter. But here's the thing. In El Dorado Hills, we are extremely intelligent and we know what we want. I am demanding, therefore, that you vote no on agenda item number 20. Here's why. I'm a 12-year resident of El Dorado Hills, and people are terrified of the consequences that will be imposed on us by you and your colleagues' vote on this agenda item. Before I moved here, I grew up in Antioch, which, if you ever hear me talk with friends, I always say how it was like El Dorado Hills. It was really nice. It was just a great place to grow up. But then mass transit and low-income housing was introduced. Today, you cannot recognize that city. 1991, I moved to South Sacramento, about the Mac and Powell Rand area. I've also lived in Elk Grove, which was like, was like El Dorado Hills a little bit, but it changed around 2001 to 2007 with a boom in housing and commercial development. Now, it honestly reminds me a lot of the tough areas I experienced in South Sacramento. Raphael, Ms. Porter, and Ms. Thomas, you've been trying to alleviate our fears by selling a point that we would not be inundated with housing, mass transit, and other items that frankly we don't want. Wendy, I'm sorry, apologize, Ms. Thomas. She showed her cards a bit when she said housing and homes were close together originally, and that these projects would kind of be bringing that back. You know, and that's fair because back in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, living close to work was a necessity. However, the proliferation of cars into our society allowed people to move away from that type of living style. So I guess a question could be proposed that if they did not like that lifestyle then, why are we championing that lifestyle now? And a side note, regarding that this is our tax dollars that would be coming back to us, I don't know, this kind of means that we're just having to compete for money we've already earned and spent, or earned and was actually taken away from us. So that's something we probably should fight to, you know, keep back in our own pocket, in our own county coffers, I guess. But I'm just going to close with this. Knowing and meeting politicians, you know, I'm a 4-4 voter personally, and I know enough that the state has an agenda. These programs to me are nothing but blatant attempts from the state of California to turn counties like El Dorado County blue. You guys up there are part of who we voted, especially Mr. Turnbull and Mr. Adol from my area, are who we voted into office to safeguard our county from these encroachments. Therefore, if this resolution gets a single vote, I will volunteer my time, rally everyone I know,
At 3 minutes.
And ensure any county supervisor who voted in the affirmative will be voted out when they are for re-election. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Now taking public comment from Melissa Velasco.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine, Melissa.
Hi, thank you for, I appreciate you having the public comment. And I'm new resident and just wanted to give my experience. I've moved from a city in the Bay Area, Fremont. And the reason is because of the urbanization that happened here. If you look 10 years ago, even 5 years ago at what this city was and what it has become, it's a mess. And it's because we wanted money and we accepted a grant, much like what's going on here. And to see it unfold, to move out, to escape it into a town that is beautiful. And I guarantee you, if you knocked on every single resident door, at least in the city of El Dorado Hills, and I imagine the entire county, you would get a vast majority of opposition to a bill like this. What I experience now has become a disaster. We've lost all charm, all character. The downtown is sitting there and it's awful. So I just wanted to say that, you know, the county of El Dorado has so much charm. People are leaving the Bay Area in mass exodus to places like yours because of its ruralness, because of its openness and its beauty. And I've just seen it go downhill so quickly in the Bay. Please don't be lulled in by the money. Remember, I feel like many times investors are coming in and they paint this beautiful rosy colored lens of what it's going to look like, and it's going to be wonderful, and we're going to make it lovely and have all these homes, and it is not like that in the end. And someone said it really correctly, very hit the nail on the head, that there's an agenda here. And once you urbanize and do the mass housing development and the cones in the streets and the bike lanes that nobody uses, you can't undo those things. And so I urge you to represent your constituents, which I really feel like you as a group have. I've sat in board meetings where I feel unheard, unrepresented, and I voted for those guys, and it feels awful. So thank you for listening. I appreciate that, and I just wanted to let that be known. Yeah, but please consider, because once you go down that road, it's very hard to go undown that road, if that makes any sense.
Thank you, Melissa.
Now taking public comment from Laura Pentane.
Laura, can you unmute, please? There you go.
Hi there. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're fine.
Okay, perfect. Firstly, thank you so much for what each of you have done for our community. I can't imagine a harder time to be in leadership than this year. And I hope that each of you don't lose your faith in our community and continue to represent the people living here. I would like to say that I really stand behind Representative Lori and George's opinions here. I do not support the designation of item 20 green. I know what environmentally green means. I'm a vegetarian with enough solar panels on my house to remove my entire home's carbon footprint, and I drive an electric car to work. Adding businesses to El Dorado Hills will reduce driving. People will still have to drive to work if the work is not nearby. My husband and I do not work in El Dorado Hills. Most of us do not work in El Dorado Hills. Adding infill homes will not reduce our greenhouse gases. We have amazing green programs here with our solar and free electric car charging at the library, at Town Center, at the CSD Community Park. El Dorado Hills is green. And then why designate this area as green if we don't know exactly why we are designating it green? If you say we are getting more funding for green project, what exact green projects do you propose? Let's hear the details of those green projects. If you don't know them, then who will actually be benefiting from this designation? I would also like to add, please just see this for what it is. This will pave the way for the old executive golf course to be developed with high density homes. I attended the meeting in Placerville almost 2 years ago about the rezone of the old executive golf course. Parker Development Company gave a speech that echoes what this green designation states. He spoke of reducing carbon emissions and how high density homes there would be green. Parker Development Company will use this designation as support for his high density home proposal on the golf course. Green is a decision we make. The homes won't be green unless we have enough businesses here to work at, which we do not. The old executive golf course is designated as open space. That means it is land meant to support community. Us all gathering, getting to know one another, and forming a community. I think this last year has taught us that community is something we absolutely need. It is not made by us staying inside our homes and building more homes next to one another, but by getting together safely in these designated areas, such as open space, which was and it still is part of our master plan. The old golf course is and should remain open space. And I feel like this paves the way for it to not be anymore. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Laura.
Now taking public comment from 494.
You're unmuted, 494. Can you speak?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tawny Grossman, and I want to thank you, first of all, for the clarification on the green zone. And I would like to comment also on the former El Dorado Hill Golf Course. If multifamily housing is slated for the former golf course, please require the developer to include units that people may purchase, such as townhomes and condominiums as opposed to apartments. The board should want the younger generation of adults who grew up in this community and want to return to be able to do so by purchasing an affordable property as opposed to renting to increase their personal wealth through home ownership. The price of homes are skyrocketing throughout our county, with many homes selling for $50,000 to $100,000 over asking price. Homeownership appears impossible in El Dorado Hills. So please, board, do the right thing and require the developer to add units that people may purchase. Thank you.
Thank you, Tawny.
Now taking public comment from A. Bertram.
Hi there, it's Ashley Bertram. I just wanted to thank Lori and George. I support you fully. We love where we live. We love El Dorado County. We have 5 children that we're raising here. We absolutely love where we live because it's where we live, right? California kind of stinks. I have been carving on my husband to sell and get out of here, but he was born and raised here in El Dorado County. He loves our community, as do I. But as things are changing and I see them, man, is this where I want to raise my children with more growth, with you guys allowing the growth up here and the building of low-income apartments? And that is not what we want to see. I see last week it was the attack on our historic Main Street, right? Turning it into a cultural district. And now you guys want high population, high growth, all for, if I'm understanding correctly, a $50,000 grant. $50,000 one can see and go in their lifetime. That's really not that much to sell our community away, right? We love our community because it is rural and beautiful and we love it. I want my children to continue to grow up here and continue to live here, but I cannot see us staying here if this is the way it's going to go. And I'm really surprised, and I wonder if the people who have voted in some of these board supervisors, if this was the way they thought that they were going to represent their part. It's disappointing, right? I don't want to see our community turn into Folsom. That's not where we want to live. That's not where we live. It's really sad. We love where we live and we don't want it to end up like that. We love our community. We love how it is. And I urge you, please vote no on this. Nothing smells right about it. If we want, really, as far as the low-income apartments, how about looking into resources to get the families that live in the low-income apartments out of those apartments, right? Whether it's schooling, better job resources, and then that opens up the low-income apartments that we already have to somebody who now needs that service, right? Because the other ones have moved on to bigger and better things, which everybody in life, that's what you want. But I think building more is doing a disservice to our community that we have now. I urge you, please vote no.
Thank you, Ashley.
Now taking public comment from Lodi Alvarez.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine.
Oh, thank you. Well, I am new to the El Dorado Hills and El Dorado County. And El Dorado County is a very unique, very desirable county to live in. I've only lived here for 5.5 months. And the vibe is so totally different from the Bay Area where I came from, specifically from Fremont. And really, if you change this community about all this growth you're talking about and the grant money. I mean, I've been there, I've seen that from Fremont using the grant money right away, the tune of $3 million. I am one of the protesters on what they're trying to do to that grant money. They didn't put a lot of thought on what is going to be the impact of that grant money. They build like a center for the homeless, which they told us that is going to help them. It really did not help anything at all to the homeless people. It's a total waste of the grant money. It increases the homelessness. And I just cannot live in a county that this El Dorado County, like I said, is a very desirable and very unique county to live in. And one of the reasons I moved here is because of that. And I hope that you, meaning you, the board, who are all proposing all this growth in this county, will please don't do that. I've seen it happen to where I came from. And one reason I moved out of there is because of the growth, which made the county, the Fremont especially, it's not as it was when I first moved there. It lost its beauty. It's lost its appeal. And that's why we are all moving out of there, out of the Bay Area. We want to live in a county that's unique and desirable, peaceful. There's a sense of rural, like a rural county. It's just beautiful. Please don't change it, please. I hope that you will respect and honor all the comments that we are giving about this growth that you are all proposing. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Lodi.
Now taking public comment for Noelle Matlock.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine, Noelle.
Thank you. This is my first time on this side. Good morning, Chair Heidel and supervisors. My name is Noelle Maddock, and my family and I have lived in El Dorado Hills since 1970. First, thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for your comments. And I also agree with the comments made by John Richard and Laura Patani. As background, I am very aware of the Green Means Go program through my work for a local city. You have had a year to bring this forward and vet our participation in this program in an open and transparent manner. It makes no sense to rush it through now when, as Mr. Martinez said, there is still time, especially since the legislative bill is far from being passed. As a 20+ year professional working in and around the state capitol, we are in the first year of a 2-year session, and at best, this bill would be passed this year by September, but could be put off to next year. So if participation is dependent upon the legislation, you have ample time to thoroughly vet this in an open and transparent manner. To date, this proposal has not been vetted through an open, transparent, and public process. The very carefully crafted title, El Dorado County Green Zone Area Number 1, El Dorado Hills Business Park, and narrative of the El Dorado Hills Green Zone goes into painstaking detail regarding the business park. However, it was lacking and completely silent and devoid of any analysis or justification as to why the Central El Dorado Hills specific plan is a great candidate for a green zone. Thank you, Mr. Martinez, for providing that brief justification this morning and for letting us know that it was added at the last minute. So comments were also made about how it was included based upon census tract. If that were the case, I would think the disparate parcels in the Central El Dorado Hills specific plan that are up on the ridge in Ridgeview would not have been included. As you are all very aware, the Central El Dorado Hills specific plan is a highly controversial project that is proposed on a land that currently is general plan mapped as open space and zoned as recreation high. Approving this as part of the El Dorado Hills Green Zone is premature at best and is not consistent with the general plan, and as stated before, paves the way for an extremely controversial housing project. I support Supervisor Parlin's request to continue.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns and for your service to our county.
Thank you, Noel.
Now taking public comment from Michael Saragossa.
Michael, you're still muted.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for hearing my comments this morning. I just wanted to give some other background as well. I'm also on the SACOG board, and really the nexus for this was for the MPO, the 6th region area, to be in compliance with SB 375. SB 375, I think someone mentioned it earlier, it's not voluntary, it's state law. And it's not something that we can opt in or opt out of. And so we have to, as part of the region, hit our 19% greenhouse gas reduction. It's not voluntary. And so this plan was put together by James and the team at SACOG to try to bring the 6th region area, which really, as we all know, is urban, suburban, and rural, and to put it together under one umbrella where we could all work through it and hit the goals of our region. Without hitting our goals by 2035, we run the risk of losing transportation funding, of other penalties from the state by not meeting our GHG reduction goals. And so that's how this plan sort of came together. And in terms of the legislation, I think we want it to be as general as possible. The last thing you want when running a piece of legislation is for it to become prescriptive. That ties the hands then of local jurisdictions to be able to actually implement the legislation that benefits the area itself. And so it's purposely made so that local agencies can implement something like a Green Means Go in the best way for their area. The last thing you want, again, is to have a piece of legislation that's prescriptive, and then you end up having to go back and fix it because something wasn't done correctly when you try to get into the weeds in legislation. So I just wanted to give a little bit more context to this. We in the city of Placerville, we're early supporters. We understand that we're part of the region, and there isn't a brick wall that forms up at Folsom when it comes to our transportation needs in the region. And so we're all in this sort of together as we move forward. So just wanted to provide a little bit more context to the board as to why this is coming forward. It certainly would be helpful to have the County of El Dorado on board as a partner with the rest of the 6th region area, knowing that Sacramento region is always overlooked by San Francisco and Los Angeles. And so as we move forward in the legislature, there is strength in numbers. And if we're not together, we certainly don't have the same level of chance and opportunity to bring a good amount of $700 million investment into the Sacramento region to bring it home to our area. So again, thank you, Mr. Chair, supervisors, for your work. Thanks again. Bye.
Thanks, Michael.
Now taking public comment from Bob Hendricks.
Hello, my apologies, had to get unmuted. Thank you for listening to us today. My name again is Bob Hendricks. I'm the president of the Blackstone Homeowners Association. As you know, from prior times I've had the pleasure of speaking with you, I started a petition in opposition to the Creekside Villages and Carson Creek Villages, which now exceeds over 2,000 signatures. I'll add another 100 to that just as a result of this one agenda item that people discovered yesterday. I've already had an additional 100 new signatures, so thank you for that, I guess. Obviously, we're all in opposition to this particular item. I specifically am concerned about the resolution as stated and would like to say that I would oppose that and hope that you would support and reject this. I found it interesting that the executive director that came on earlier says it's ours to control, and yet your own document states that under measure HO 213-14, infill incentives could include but are not limited to modifications of development standards such as reduced parking and setback requirements to accommodate smaller or odd-shaped parcels, and waivers or deferrals of certain development fees, helping to decrease or defer the costs of development that provide housing for extremely low, very low, and low-income households. That's the first time I've ever heard that term. I've heard of low-income households. I've never heard of extremely low and very low. So, and then the gentleman that was just on talking about SB 375, which is to reduce greenhouse gases. How do we see putting in low-income housing and high-density housing is going to reduce greenhouse gas? What you're going to do is create a significant number of additional residents that are going to commute downtown, which is going to increase our greenhouse gas effects. I see that it is quite opposite of what we're trying to do. What I'd suggest the board do is focus on the business park, use that business park for businesses, and take advantage of the Folsom Ranch, 25,000 new residents who might be interested in having a place to work in El Dorado Hills. Again, thank you for your time. That's really all I have. I just hope you'll take this under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
Board of Supervisors, Chris Payne here. Just a few comments. First of all, starting with Tom, I believe from Blackstone early on, we've now had probably 90% of the commenters have come from your district, Supervisor Heidel. So I don't know what you're doing there in El Dorado Hills, but it doesn't sound like they're very supportive. But let me just say to them, Sacramento County General Plan urban interface has been breached. Supervisor Heidel, you know what I mean by the urban interface line that's in the Sacramento County General Plan. I'm not certain if they're realizing that now with the Folsom Ranch project, that's picking away at what could be many, many, many more residential homes. Now, I understand Councilman Saragosa's comment related to the city of Placerville. It is a city, and therefore it has a different general plan than the county. But to say that the county has to be consistent with the general plan of the city, which he's not saying that, but even to speculate along those lines, I can't imagine why the county would want to accept that. So I'm pointedly directing my attention to Supervisor Thomas on this matter, which he has a great background in the city of Placerville. He has very little experience in the rural county of El Dorado, rural counties, which Supervisor Parlin, who's an advocate for that, has been an advocate, was elected for that. She knows. Mobility and Livability Community Plan. You guys know those terms? If you don't, I'll tell you. That was a Caltrans effort of community planning in Diamond Springs. Raphael, I gotta say, you gotta get your labels right on those maps. Back in community region is Diamond Springs, El Dorado, not just Diamond Springs. The map shows El Dorado also being included. Supervisor Farland, you're right that Cameron Park, Shingle Springs, they're separate. They're community regions that are separate, yet the map shows them together. So we put a hyphen after Cameron Park, put Shingle Springs. I'm from Blackstone community. I completely understand. I've been in El Dorado County for over 40 years. I worked for El Dorado County for 33 years in the Department of Transportation. I know the origin of your development. I was part of it. But right now, you better be very careful, as you are with your group.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Supervisor Hyde, I'm almost finished. The other part of it is that SACOG is the Metropolitan Planning Organization. It's an MPO. We are a member. A question and debate has been many times with the board whether we should or should not be a member. All money federal is channeled through the MPO, SACOG, or our Regional Transportation Commission or agency, which is our Transportation Commission. That's what they call a RTPA. They get all the federal money. Local government gets very little. So you got to be real careful if you cut off the, as Raphael knows, if you cut off the spigot of federal money, you really got to be careful because you don't want to mess that up. Finally, I'm closing, Supervisor Huddle. SB 35 was Senator Wiener of San Francisco.
Public comment at 4 minutes.
I just looked it up. It was a 23-14. It wasn't even it was really hard fought and a lot of debate on it. And you know what? They're still trying to fix it, Supervisor Heidel. Trying to fix SB 35 because it's not correct. It doesn't work right. Then SB 375, Sustainable Communities and Climate Protection Act, 2008. Guys, we can do a better job by that lady that said solar, electric vehicles, and allowing some trails and stuff built. Thank you very much for your time.
Close, please. Thank you, Chris. Let's move on.
Now taking public comment from Nimrata.
Hi, this is Namrata. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine.
Yeah. Thank you for having me on the call. I live in the Blackstone community and I live right next to the Latrobe Road. So yesterday when I got this email from one of my neighbors regarding the changes, I really wanted to know what exactly these changes are about building additional housing. I mean, we purchased this home, my husband and I, 3 years ago, and it was mainly because of the open spaces that we have around our house. And we both work in Folsom, so we did not buy a house there and bought a house here because of that reason. So if those open spaces are not going to stay for long, then what's the point of coming here, right? So I would really like to know, I mean, we really love the green spaces around here and would like to have more of those, like additional bike paths and stuff, but then it should not come by giving up the open spaces that we currently have, right? So it would be really helpful if we can get more details on exactly what locations are going to get affected if they are. And also, why not work towards making it possible for businesses like to open up in the existing empty spaces that I see in, say, the town center. I mean, there's so many open, like empty offices I see, empty for rent spaces. I mean, it's probably better to use the spaces that we already have than probably build more and more houses. So yeah, that's it. I mean, I think it would be good if you involve us in that decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Namrata.
Now taking public comment from Terry Chatfield.
Carrie, you're still muted. Carrie, can you unmute, please? Okay, Kim, let's move on. We'll try to pick up Terry later.
Now taking public comment from Heather Sykers.
Hi, can you hear me? It's Heather Siefkes.
Yes, you're fine.
Hi, thank you for the time to speak. My name is Heather Siefkes, and I'd like to start by saying that I'm in agreement with comments made by public speakers such as Laura Patani and by Supervisor Parlin. I'm a new resident in the Serrano area. We moved here from Sacramento this past October, and we moved here because it's not Sacramento. And my family doesn't want to risk it looking like Sacramento. Now, in regards to things like pedestrian bridges and trails, I'm in support of such endeavors. In fact, we can see our daughter's elementary school right outside our back window, just just across an open space. I'd say I could throw a rock at it, but I'll be realistic and say that Tom Brady could throw a rock at it from our house. However, we still have to drive to our house, as do other members in our community, because there isn't a safe way to cross Silva Valley Parkway from trails behind our house. With that said, while I would support projects such as those, I'm in agreement with Supervisor Parlin and that it's the lack of details and transparency that is concerning in item 20. During the conversations today, as well as within the item, there have been mentioning of increased housing and high density housing, and it's that as it causes the concern. Lastly, I am familiar with grants. I have written them, I have received them, and I manage them. Therefore, I understand that what you write in the grant, you're often then held to what you wrote in it. I also recognize that it's those kind of unspoken things within the grant that then open up the door for you to move things forward and do other things. And it's that lack of transparency and details that are not written out that is concerning with item 20. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Heather. So is Terry back on? Kim, is Terry able to speak at this point? One last
No,
call.
she raised her hand for a moment, but then she must have lowered it.
Okay. Does that conclude public comment then?
Yes, there is no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. So let's bring it back to the board. And first of all, we'll actually bring it back for staff to answer questions before the board deliberates or make comments should they choose. And Kim, is James Corliss still on? If he is, I'd like to give him a chance to respond with any additional items before we move on, but is James on?
Let me look. Yes, he is.
So James, your opportunity to speak to any of the public comments we've had, and we've got to try to keep it short, but any comments you or responses you have?
Thanks, President Hall. I appreciate all the public comments. Clearly, there's a lot of concern out there. I guess I would just say, to reiterate what I said earlier, which is this is our 6-county strategy to meet some state environmental, climate, and housing targets, but in a way that is translated locally, right? And so I just want to reemphasize how important it is that you do this. If you do these kind of green zones and participate in Green Means Go, totally voluntary. It is our way of basically doing a bottom-up process and bottom-up planning. It's a way for you, I think, to implement your general plan. So again, I just want to, I guess, reiterate what I said earlier, that this is really an opportunity for the 6 counties to come together. It's an opportunity for the county to participate. I would hate to not have the county part of it, but it is completely in your hands. And we're here to continue working with you and your staff to answer any of the questions.
Thank you, James. Appreciate that. So Wendy, did you have a question for James while he's on?
Did. Thank you so much, Chairman Heidel. Thanks for being here, James. Really appreciate it. If we were to have this, to strengthen the language on protecting community character and perhaps adjust some of our boundaries, like perhaps, you know, taking the old golf course in El Dorado Hills out of the green zone, would we be okay with timelines if we brought this back to the board for the board's approval by the end of the month?
Supervisor Thomas, I've actually, while we've been listening in, have had some great ideas from my staff. And I believe that we can probably get something back to the board by, I think next week is a little too early. I think maybe May 4th would probably be more appropriate, so that I could vet something out with and share with County Council as well as the supervisors, so we can make the wording strong enough and give us still the opportunity and flexibility for us to propose something.
Okay, great. Would that work, James, on that timing if it was May 4th?
I think that will work fine. We want to be as flexible as possible.
Okay, great. And then I also understand that it's not a $50,000 grant that people have been throwing around. The funding is $100 million for the Sacramento region.
That's our request. Obviously, you know, we're adding that across all the jurisdictions. So yeah, it's a huge request. It's there's a chicken and egg thing here, right? Which is the more jurisdictions we have engaged in this, I think the more successful we will be. So stay tuned on this. There is the bill that people have referenced, but there's also a budget request here, and that's going to be hopefully done by the end of June. There's the potential infrastructure bill in Congress, which we're also talking to folks about. So, but again, timing wise, I think May would work.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, James. So then let's open it up for any other staff responses or comments relative to the public input. So Raphael or Natalie.
Well, Chairman, I think Natalie's got her hand raised. I think that's what we would do is we propose to come back to the board with something in writing. Natalie?
Yes, I was just going to say we'll come back after we confer with County Council on making sure that we have some clarification in the resolution, like Supervisor Parlin requested. And additionally, there is no grant application at this time. We don't have a specific project. This is just laying the groundwork for us to propose something in the future that would definitely come before the board for us to ask permission to even submit a grant application for a particular project. So this is not something that we're trying to sneak through on some kind of project, because there is no project associated with this. This is just giving us the opportunity to come back later with a potential grant application for your discussion and approval before it's submitted. And for if we do get it, the board will hear it again to see if they want to accept the grant, because then you'll see what all the requirements that are going to be associated with those. So there'll be ample opportunity for the board to weigh in onto whether or not it's a project that we want to go forward with, and if they want to accept the grant money or not. So this is just to give us the opportunity to participate in the program. And I think if we add the language that Supervisor Parlin had suggested, it should make everybody feel better that we're not trying to, our goal is really not necessarily the infill portion of it. I know that that's other parts, but as far as transportation is concerned, we're more concerned about getting the transportation dollars. So being eligible for that. And it's, but we'll have to see what the grant what we end up applying for, if we do get funded, what the requirements are. But that, like I said, that is something that would be bringing back to the board for their consideration. But there is no project being assumed right now for anything.
Okay, so does that conclude your comments and staff? All right, thank you. So board questions at this point or comments before we entertain a motion?
Well, I just want to, this is going to be a tall order, everyone, to make this tight enough to make our residents feel comfortable with it. So I'm still not sure that that's going to be doable, because, when you do go on the Green Means Go webpage and look what it is, it is about infill housing. That is really what the goal of this program is. So that's where the concern is. And I agree with so many of the folks that said, if it's on a map, that influences future decisions. And I've said this before when I wasn't on the board, policies need to be strong enough that no matter who's sitting in these seats, that it can stand the test of time and not be influenced by, the follow the money kind of stuff. So tall order, I don't know if it can be tight enough to make everybody happy. Pulling out a couple parcels here and there, if we don't get all of our communities time to look at these parcels, then I don't think that that's going to work either. I appreciate that El Dorado Hills was already keeping an eye out for this kind of stuff. I think that, Cameron Park and Shingle Springs haven't engaged at all yet. And if they were to, all of a sudden see this, they're going to have concerns. El Dorado Diamond Springs, I don't think they were keeping an eye out either. So this is a tall order to fill, and I really don't know if we can make it tight enough. So I'm just putting it out there. It's going to be tough. And ultimately, if we can't satisfy the concerns, we may have to say no. And I hope everybody's kind of preparing for that. Thank you, though. I do appreciate the effort, and I really appreciated the public comments. I really did, because it assured me that I was thinking with the community, which is always where my brain seems to go. So thank you for that.
So I would like to add a comment relative to looking at this in the longer term. If the board does opt into this program saying we'd like to be eligible for participation, and if the legislation gets passed, and if the legislation gets funded to the appropriate levels, I would think that we would want to bring this back through the Planning Commission for fully vetting of what the projects might be before we submit them, to allow public input and a good socialization of the projects, et cetera, at that proposal level when we are going to apply for a grant. And I'm not sure what the timelines are, but that would seem to me the appropriate format to really bring that full conversation, into the public's domain and into the board's consideration before we actually would apply for something. Because my understanding is we can say we're interested at this and then opt out later and say, no, thank you, we're not interested in applying for the grant. Once we know what the legislation is, once we know what the funding is, all of those things. This is a gate of opportunity. As I understand it, you get in it now or you get out. And if you're out, you're not going to be able to be eligible for the funding should it be approved. But there's a lot of ifs in that. So that's the one thing I would ask the board to consider, with all those ifs being satisfied, that we would, submit it to the Planning Commission for review and a lot of public hearings, because I think that's the appropriate vetting. So.
That's too late, John. Just saying, that is too late. The public has been ignored in the past. That's why people mention trust. So, nope, we have to be in front of it, not behind it.
I agree with Lori on this. If it wasn't for grant money, talking about grant money, we wouldn't even be talking about this project. It seems like the state cog always dangles a little carrot out in front of us, when it comes to this grant. So we grab a hold of it. And personally myself, I just think we need to listen to the residents, in these different areas and stuff, and their concerns, because I personally myself, I'm not for it. And I don't think the residents should have this thing shoved down their throats. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you, George. So back to the board. Wendy.
I appreciate all the dialogue here. And I think it is important to keep in mind that the state is going to dictate what we do with housing, or with perhaps this program, we can have a few more local tools that can help us do things the way we want to do them. None of us want the state to dictate what El Dorado County looks like and what we do here. Once again, this is a tool that, if it is funded, and there is no guarantee that it'll be funded this year or next year. It's a long shot, very frankly, but it is a tool that if we opt in now, we may be able to take advantage of later. And just a brief story. And I also want to clarify, this is not just about transportation dollars. This is about housing, but it's about different types of creative housing that we don't have here, the type of housing that our kids, that the young people perhaps the way they want to live. My family and I owned a small little strip center in Placerville, and it was old, it was outdated, with the whole trends in retail that were shifting. We weren't getting the quality tenants that we used to have, 20, 30 years down the road. And we thought, gosh, it would be a fabulous place for a little townhouse village where we could perhaps build something that was really cute with community character that would allow young people or people in transition, maybe a woman that's divorced suddenly in the middle of her life, that kind of a housing option that she would be able to afford. And we looked at it, and we couldn't afford to build such a small, cute, creative project, in the middle of the Broadway community, where really we didn't need another outdated, irrelevant strip mall. And in order to do that, we would have had to upsize the sewer and all these kinds of infrastructure upgrades that the cost of that development would just be prohibitive. Those are the type of projects that we're talking about. I also think it's important to understand that the average sales price in El Dorado County last month was $649,000. Are we okay with that? Are we willing to say, you know what? We're just going to shut the door in El Dorado County, and we're okay with being an enclave for the wealthy? because no one else deserves to live here. I mean, my family's been here since 1850. I love this community as much as each and every one of you. But we have to open our eyes to some of the realities in our state. And I say, let's make things work for us in El Dorado County. Let's build our community character. And if there are tools to make creative things possible, let's at least give ourselves a chance. Then I will end with this. What I would really love to do is I would love for us to have a presentation on missing middle housing, because I don't think anyone really recognizes some of the interesting options that are available today that we don't have here in El Dorado County, but they take investments such as Green Means Go funding to make it possible. So I would appreciate, I would be in support of staff bringing this back for us to take another look at by May 4th.
So is that in the form of a motion, Wendy? And can you put a specific time frame with it?
Yes, I move that we bring this item back by May 4th to give staff the time to reflect the comments that, that strengthen language on protecting community character and bring back a proposal reflective of the comments that we heard today. See, Raphael, do you have any, is there any other wording that was clunky, but.
No, I think my staff and I know exactly where we're going with this. And as long as we have a continuance, we can move forward and bring something back to the board for all of you to see and get input back from you.
Great, that sounds good.
Wendy, I'm gonna second that, and I do want to say, because I haven't talked about this much, but you know, when you touch on the missing middle and the idea that we don't have housing for workforce, you know, we are in need of it. And you're right, you know, California has been very specific to us saying we need to do this, and we do need to do it for our community. And that is not find, you know, people think of dense infill housing, they're thinking of something completely different than what you and I have seen, Wendy, in our presentations and what I see in some of these communities of missing middle projects. They're excellent, and it's something that's needed. I would like to hope that our staff will come back and give a presentation on that sooner than later. And frankly, I think that's what's missing in our conversation today, is talking about what that looks like when you talk about an infill project, because it's not about building more $1 million homes. It shouldn't be. And it should necessarily be taking care of our workforce. You know, if you don't have a place to live, you're not going to be here. And I'm sorry, but you know, our state is moving ahead and growing, and we need to find housing. Simple truth. So, you know, I'm all for this, and I appreciate what you said, Wendy, because I totally agree with that. We need to have a conversation about missing middle and what that truly looks like. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion second. Any final comments by board members? All right, can we have roll call, please, Kim?
Of course. Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbow, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, thank you. And I think next up was our 11 a.m. time allocation, which obviously we're almost an hour late on. Mr. Ashton, do you think we can get through this in maybe 20 minutes, half an hour? Is that a reasonable time frame for this one?
I don't know, Mr. Chair. I would say it's to take at least a half an hour, but we probably have people waiting. So I think we should start it and get as far as we can.
Which one is that? What are we on?
Item 23, time allocation at 11 a.m., which obviously we're an hour beyond that.
Zone of benefit.
Zone of benefits, ZOB, right. So Kim, would you please read 23 and we'll start the discussion at least. Hopefully we'll get through it.
Of course. Item 23 comes from the Department of Transportation and Community Development Services, Finance and Administration, recommending the board, 1, direct Community Development Services, Finance and Administration to fully recover all administrative and indirect costs associated with the Zone of Benefit program. 2, direct the Department of Transportation to begin the dissolution process for those zones where one of the following findings can be made. A, public convenience and necessity no longer require the different service be provided. Or B, dissolving would be in the best interest of the public. Or C, zone revenues are insufficient to support zone activities.
All right, well, good morning. I'll try and be as brief as possible to go through this. I know Raphael has some stuff to add as well. I'm Laura Schwartz, Deputy CAO with the Chief Administrative Office. I'm going to briefly discuss some background and the reasons why we're here to talk to you today. So a zone of benefit is a geographic area established under county service area law to provide funding for additional services not being provided by any other entity. Today, we're primarily discussing services related to road maintenance services. When we talk about those additional services, roads within a zone are not maintained by the county. These are considered public roads maintained by a zone. So when folks purchase a house in that area, they know that they are purchasing and that the road leading to their house is not maintained by the county. The county does not have any public duty to maintain a public road that is not accepted as part of the county road system. The additional services performed for the zones come at a cost. Unfortunately, and to be honest, in prior years, some of these costs have inappropriately been absorbed into the general fund. Under CSA law, the board is authorized to loan general fund revenues for county service area purposes, but requires that the CSA repay the general fund within the same fiscal year. So the general fund cannot legally subsidize the zones. A few years ago, the zone program moved into the Department of Transportation due to the nexus with road maintenance. It makes sense. This is what the Department of Transportation does. The road fund also cannot absorb these costs legally. And after a thorough review of the program, the department came to the realization that many of the zones, quite honestly, don't charge enough in fees to pay for the services provided. Some zones have not raised their fees in several years. CSA law authorizes the board to dissolve zones where one of the following findings can be made. Public convenience and necessity no longer require the additional service be provided, or dissolving would be in the best interest of the public, or zone revenues are insufficient to support zone activities. So in addition to the actual direct costs for contractors to perform road maintenance services, the county does incur administrative costs to manage the overall program. These administrative costs include things such as budget development, accounting related to invoice processing, preparation of the tax roll, contract development and review, annual workshops with the zones, maintaining the zone website, and indirect costs associated with staff time to manage the program. Again, I want to make the point that this isn't about an increase in costs because the program moved to DOT. In the past, the zones have not been charged the full amount for these administrative services. We are asking the board to provide direction today to fully and appropriately recover all administrative and indirect costs associated with the zone of benefit program. We would equitably charge each zone their fair share of these costs based on the number of parcels within the zone. For those zones whose revenue is insufficient to support zone activities, the department would like to return to the board with recommendations to dissolve those zones. Once a zone has been dissolved, neither the county nor the county service area the zone is a part of has a continuing duty to maintain those roads. The zones do always have the option to try to increase their fees via an increase to their special tax or a new benefit assessment. The department is also trying to find all means possible to lower the administrative costs of the program. I'd like to turn it over to the Director of Transportation, Raphael Martinez, to describe some of the things that they're doing to streamline the program.
Thank you very much, Laura. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Raphael Martinez, Director of Transportation, with you here again today. As Laura mentioned that for some time now that unfortunately there had been some inappropriate subsidizing of the overhead of the program. And I believe that a lot of it came from inefficiencies that some of the staff did not have in some of the engineering processes that we have in DOT. Since the program came back to us, we have created templates and some contracts. We've combined group meetings and organizations, and some of the guidelines that the members need to abide by in order to create efficiencies amongst themselves and their members. We have streamlined the bidding process with contractors, once again, similar to the same contracts that we go out to for our projects. It makes sense that the program is within the Department of Transportation because of our engineering background, because of our contacts with contractors and materials. It makes the system much more efficient, and we've brought that to bear. I believe that the program probably was the reason why it was within transportation about 20 years ago. But once again, as Laura mentioned, due to the high cost of the overhead and indirect, it probably went into the administrative portion to lower that. But because of changing programs and contract government codes, the questions and the interaction collaboration with DOT continue to increase, therefore increasing a lot of the billable charges. So we believe that we've come up with a much more efficient, much more streamlined process throughout DOT, and that now actually incorporating it into the maintenance portion of DOT, which is going to lower some of the overhead costs as opposed to being in engineering. We will continue to provide a lot of the contractual and template platforms that we've developed into a maintenance that has a lower overhead costs. So that concludes my addition to this topic. Laura, if you have anything else to add.
Yep, at this point, we would open it up for questions.
Okay, questions from the board. Lori.
Oh boy, you guys, this is huge. And honestly, I personally don't feel like I have enough data to understand the depth of the problem, I guess, because the emails that I've been getting from folks that are in ZOBs, I thought we were going to have some sample potential, like a chart maybe to say, this is how much this zone's paying now. This is how much they might be paying under this scenario. I understand, Raphael, that you're looking to put it in the least expensive group of staff to run it, but there's no comparison chart of numbers anywhere. So that makes it so intangible, unless I'm missing it, but I went back to Legistar, I couldn't find it. And then I didn't understand this statement here on the end of the staff report talking about the financial impact using data from 1920, the increase in charges to the zones by applying the full cost recovery would have been about $56,000, which is 30%. 30% of what? Because we know the zones bring in way more than 100. I just don't, there's no numbers. I'm sorry, I'm having such a hard time with this. Like, how much money does the whole zone of benefit bring in? All of that, I don't know. I'm really not feeling good about this item at all. And do we have to do it like right now today? Do we have time to understand this better? Is, I guess, my first question. Do we have to do it right now, today?
No. The number, the 30% is basically trying to say that whatever the zones are paying now, it would be about a 30% increase. Every zone pays a different dollar amount, depending on the types of services that they're requesting that year. There's no way to solidly say that, each zone pays a specified amount. It varies greatly. So that's why we were trying to kind of give a percentage number to say, if they're paying $100 now, they're going to be paying potentially $130 under, and this isn't even a new methodology. Really what we're trying to get direction on today is making it clear that there are these costs and they are appropriate costs that we need to, fully recover from the zones.
Right. So what's that $56,000 mean then?
So that would have been overall. So if we had charged the full amount of really what we should have charged last in 1920, we would have recovered another 56,000 across all the zones.
Okay. And that's it. $56,000 across all the zones. That, and we're having to redo everything because of that. That just seems odd.
No, well, Supervisor, it's not just that. It's also because we have approximately somewhere around the ballpark of about 100 zones. We have, I would say maybe 20 to 30% of them that are working fine. Maybe another 30% that's working average. But then we have another, maybe I'd say 15 to 30% of them that are being underfunded and not providing sufficient enough roadway maintenance to their infrastructure because they have trouble increasing their fees, and they haven't increased them in maybe 30 years because they feel that their costs are appropriate and that it's the overhead costs are too high. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to say that the costs that we are charging are appropriate, that we can't continue to allow any general fund allocation or definitely any road fund allocation, because it would be a gift of public funds to a private entity. But instead, that for those zones that feel that they can't sustain a program with the current fees that they have without increasing, but then that their overhead charges or indirect charges are too high, we want to give them the option to say, okay, you know what, we want to be able to say, all right, if you'd like, you can dissolve yourself, which then frees up some of your funding in order for you to probably maybe allow some additional roadway infrastructure maintenance. And that's actually done a lot in this county. As you're probably well aware, there's a lot of road association communities in this county that do their own administrative, it's all volunteer work. Unfortunately, when you have to work through a government process, there's a lot of transparency, there's a lot of auditing, there's the tax roll process that goes along with it. So because of our process, the accountability creates that additional overhead, that additional indirect cost that a lot of zones feel it's not appropriate, they shouldn't have to pay. And I get that. I've worked in private, and sometimes I feel that private entities can be more efficient. In this instant, we're saying, okay, that's great. If you want, then we will give you the opportunity to dissolve in order for you to provide that service yourself.
So then if they were to become dissolved, there's on a benefit, then that road becomes a private road or not?
My understanding is that it's still a public road that is not maintained by the county, and
it's similar to other associations. Some are privately owned, some are public that are also, but privately maintained.
So then if it's a county road, then it
Or a
becomes
public road. I'm sorry, not a county, a public road. There's a difference.
road. Then can they privately maintain it? Then there's not rules against them maintaining it privately, is there? Do you get where I'm saying then? Because like I live on a private road. Our association owns the road. It's not a public county road or anything like that. So we maintain it ourselves. So if these zone of benefits, they're then responsible. They won't get any county help with maintaining those roads, right? After that.
Correct.
And then who
and they're not getting any county assistance now as we speak either. I mean, they have to pay for our services. As a matter of fact, I would say that they probably get less because they have to pay for our services. So if they owned it themselves, now that overhead, which all would be volunteer work on their part, would go more towards the roadway portion of it rather than the overhead portion of it.
How many miles of these roads do we have? I didn't see that in the report either. I was looking for it.
We have hundreds.
Yeah. So I thought hundreds of zones. How many miles of roads though? Right?
Hundreds of miles of roads.
I mean, like, is it more like thousands then, or no? Are they all pretty small?
It could potentially, some are small, some only have maybe about 4 or 5 miles. Some are large, some have about 30 miles. So it all depends.
Okay. Yeah, this one's messy.
And it is, and it's not, as you mentioned, it's not something that has to come to the board, that we have to make a decision today. It's just something that finally came to Laura and I's attention, that because Laura is very good with the fiscal portion of it. She recognized that, per the justification of the usage of funding, we cannot allow for zones to utilize general fund because it would be a gift of public funds. So we can't continue going this route. We can't do road fund because that definitively goes contrary to the guidelines of using gas tax. So we had to bring this to the board so that you are aware that we've got a conundrum. We need to move forward. We think that one of the options that would best be suitable for some of the zones that feel that they can't increase any larger, but then again, that they need more funding, would be for themselves to dissolve. We've got, like I said, maybe about 60% of the zones that would not be an issue, and they would continue working the way they are presently.
So Raphael, in the interest of time, would it be better if we continue this? You come back with a chart of what those roads, Lori can get her questions answered, and we can get a chart of specifics on what that might look like, how, what roads there are. And it sounds like, Lori, that's what you want, is more information.
Yeah, because it seems like it's a pretty zone. It is. It's a very customized zone by zone issue. I get what you're saying. I think you just want us to make a blanket statement saying that we're not going to use county funds on these, but I don't know, with so many of them and they're all so different. I hesitate to make that kind of a broad statement, without looking at some of them a little more.
So the part of the thought was that we would
county funds to fund this anymore. This is a violation. This is a gift of public funds from the general fund to subsidize these zones of benefit. So we.
But I understand Lori's point. I understand Lori's point is she just wants to see it, and
right.
I would.
Fine.
I'm curious.
I agree.
Okay. Right.
Yep.
Okay.
That'd be cool.
And I have no problem with bringing back up the amount of work it would take to do every single zone would be a bit much. So I will try and generalize it and get as much detail as we can to, I think, capture what you're trying to visualize to make a good decision.
Yeah, maybe Lori, in the meantime, you can meet with Raphael.
Yeah.
You get that comfort level going.
Yeah, I will. I think that'll help. And I've been hearing from certain zones, so probably easy to hone in on them and see what's going on with them, I bet.
So my understanding, the consensus of the board is to continue this before we open it up for public input, because that may diminish the amount of public input if the intent is to continue it and not hear it today and make a decision. So is that the overall consensus of the board at this point, to continue it?
I'd like to do that. I don't know, can we not take comment though on something on the agenda? I think we have to.
Well, we have to take public comment, but knowing it's going to be continued with more information, people will be better informed. It might be more appropriate to comment at the point it's brought back to the board as opposed to today. But we're going to open up for public comment. But
got it.
I wanted to make the board's approach clear to the public before we open it up. And if the intent is to continue it, I think that we need to just make that statement. I'm in support of continuing it. We can always look at more information. I think in the future, when these kinds of things come up on the agenda, though, we should be tapping into staff to get the information ahead of the board meeting.
I try to understand it, John. Please don't do that to me. That's not very.
All I'm saying is I'm not.
I did. You can stop talking now. Thank you.
All right. Very good. So anybody else on the board want to weigh in?
Yeah, I just want to, I think we need to continue it. I think, Raphael, we talked about this and Laurel, remember when we had that meeting and we talked about it, that how out of balance this is and how basically it's costing the county more and more each year, especially when it comes to repairing these roads. So yeah, I'd like to have a little more clarity and stuff, and maybe we can bring that presentation back to the board.
Okay, so at this point, any other board questions or comments of staff?
Just a quick question. When it comes back, I'd also like to understand that I understand this program is not completely sustainable in its current state, and we need to look at what makes sense. But I'll want to understand, what does the dissolution process look like going forward where the revenues aren't sufficient? So you can explain that when it comes back to us.
Okay, with that, Kim, would you please open up item 23 for public comment?
Comment on item 23. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Christine Kuda.
My unmute. Just found the unmute button. Thank you. Supervisor, good morning. Well, let's see, it is afternoon now. Good afternoon. My name is Christine Kudia, and I've been a resident of El Dorado County in the Single Spring zip code since 2013. I'm speaking today as the key contact for the Fernwood Cawthorne Zone of Benefit Advisory Committee. This road zone of benefit is located in District 2 between Latrobe Road and South Shingle Road, south of the business park and the Blackstone development. We are asking you to oppose this increase in zone administrative fees and to initiate a complete review of administrative charges and insurance cost allocation for the zones of benefit, and to do so at no additional cost to the zones. As we stated in our email to you on April 8th, along with a letter attached to that email, the existing and proposed fixed costs are wringing our road maintenance budgets dry. There are 264 parcels in the Fernwood Cawthorne zone and 20 road miles. There are upwards of 450 voters who reside in the zone. So voting to increase fees, as Ms. Schwartz indicates, requires a 2/3 vote of those residents, and frankly is a true challenge. Administrative fees have been increasing steadily since 2017. We understand that cost recovery for county administrative activities is necessary and understand that individual costs shouldn't be distributed county-wide. But allocating costs on a per parcel basis doesn't make sense when the administrative cost for single contracts for a particular zone's roadwork year, they should be very similar among the zones. Also, dissolving the zones frees up no money because without a road association already in place with contractual agreements to pay money into that road association, there would be $0 collected and our roads would basically return to dirt without money collected to maintain them. Also, forming a road association requires similar transparency according to California nonprofit organization regulations. We collect about $39,000 of special tax per year for a 20-mile road network. After the proposed cost increase, we would have out of that $39,400, about $16,000 left to do any kind of road repair or maintenance. I put that figure before you. I don't think that really the zone residents want the zone dissolved because it makes it even more difficult to collect money to repair roads. Most people out here really don't understand the difference between a public non-county maintained road and a public road and a private road. We're basically asking for your assistance, but my goodness, would you donate to a nonprofit that spent 60% of its revenue in administrative costs? I don't think so. Thank you very much for your time and thanks for your service to the county.
Thank you, Christine.
Now taking public comment from Philip Freeman.
Hello, board. I'm a El Dorado County resident, I think in zone 3. Ms. Thomas is my supervisor, I suppose. Anyway, I heard through my neighbors about the administrative cost increase, and I'm just slightly concerned that it would bring our administration fees above 50% of the money that we collect to maintain our publicly accessible but privately maintained roads. I did write my soup about this, and I guess from what I've seen today or what I've been able to read on the county website, I don't really see much information. And I've heard quotes of audits and things, but it seemed to me that there's a lack of information as to why the administration fees are so high and how these sort of things are divvied up. So I think that should definitely be addressed. And yeah, I don't know, the whole process, the way it's written up, especially things like dissolving zones and putting what is in the best interest of the public seems sort of nebulous and hard to really see what that would look like. So I would urge my supervisor and the supervisors to be careful and please, I don't know, don't just run headlong into this. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Philip.
Now taking public comment from 590.
You're muted, 590. Please unmute.
Sorry, thank you. This is Gary Klopfenstein, Carlson Zone of Benefit. I would agree that we need to continue this. I'm getting a lot of information. I've been a resident for 40 years, on the zone for 5 or 6 as the chairman. Our fees are, the county fees proposed would be 20% of our budget, which makes it pretty much unworkable. I've always thought there was a lack of information coming out of DOT about what the intent was. And in the opening comments, I get it. You just want to get rid of us. And I kind of get that. I understand how the fees are going up, and, you know, it's a gift of public funds, which raises a bunch of flags. But I also wear the hat of a fire safe council guy. So if you're just going to let these roads fall apart, and there goes your wildland fire response, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's more to this than DOT's letting on. And I urge the board to continue this and get more information. I would like to see why my zone was charged $500 for engineering when I don't think there was any engineering in the contracts that we did last year. And I just don't understand this, so I appreciate the board continuing it, and I think DOT needs to get back and get some more information to the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from John Myers.
Yeah, hello, El Dorado County Supervisors. This is John Myers. I'm a zone of benefit point of contact for Gilmore Vista. We're a neighborhood of 42 homes off of Pony Express Trail in Pollock Pines. In this case, the neighborhood was established, I believe, around 1960 as a private road. As homes and streets were added, it became part of the zone of benefit system in the 80s or early 1990s, I believe. And generally, the system has served the Gilmore Vista residents well. In 2019, our zone was one of the few, and maybe even the only, to pass a zone cost increase. And we raised our fees from $175 to $275 per home. And again, I thought I heard that year that perhaps the other 4 zones or whatever it was that tried to pass a fee increase it was voted down, as well as a previous measure in our zone was voted down in 2012. So, so despite this hard-fought increase, the estimates that the DOT is giving us for administrative costs eat up over half of the increase that we just voted on. There's no sliding scale for inflation, right? And the total estimate, I think just on the zone cost would be about 45%, plus there's some taxes and other things in there. So yeah, almost half of our revenue in this case, and I don't know where Raphael places us, but I think we're probably perhaps one of the, maybe in the middle of the pack for how we're managed and how we receive income, from our residents, right? But even in our case, over half of our money would go to zone administration. And that doesn't work, right? I think we need to think bigger about this, right? The El Dorado County supervisors who had the vision in the 1980s to establish the zone of benefit system, they made a bold move to bring the Wild West approach in many of these neighborhoods more in line with the uniform county standards for access, for safety, and for maintenance. I think if we look now, El Dorado County rural neighborhoods, they face greater challenges of fire risk and aging population. And I think you're seeing higher expectations from home buyers and newcomers to the county, what services they expect. So, this board really should be taking an active measure to build on the success of the zone of benefit system and, propose solutions to address the weaknesses, not just eliminating zones. And I think other people have commented, right? This is a big fire issue. This is a big issue with public access on these roads. We're talking thousands of miles of roads potentially here, and hundreds or thousands of homes. Moving them farther away from county control I don't think it helps El Dorado County in the end. So I'll just wrap it up. One other point, my home in our zone was built in 1961. So we've paid HOA fees and later zone of benefit fees all these years. Whatever developer situation in 1961 that caused our road not to be part of the county, that decision's 60 years in the past. I think we really need the board to look at ways to make the zone of benefit system more functional and even transition some of these roads to the county road network. This is the right path to solve the long-term needs of El Dorado County and its residents. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment from Maureen Petit.
Good afternoon, it's Pettit. Good afternoon to everyone on the board. I'm the key contact for the Walnut Drive Zone of Benefit number 24, and we're located in Rescue between Green Valley Road and Meter Roads. So I can give you some information that kind of addresses some of the questions you were asking or discussing today. We have 4 miles of road, 76 parcels. We collect about 24,000 annually. The road zone of benefit is managed by volunteers, including not only the administrative aspect that we manage, but also the volunteer work parties. Our board is not in favor of this increase for the following reasons. The only changes that have occurred to the services that we receive was a retirement of one person who was managing this up until about, I think it was 3 years ago, Elizabeth Zangari, and we were replaced by three headcounts, plus some dot engineering resources that we haven't used. And in addition, we have less interaction and responsiveness now in the program, by the way, once we submit our packages. Since Elizabeth retired, the costs have increased incrementally to currently we're paying $2,530 a year. With the proposed increase for our zone is an additional $2,012. That's an 80% increase to administrative fees with absolutely no change in services, no justification whatsoever. So it would take 27% of our annual budget. The key services we get 2 annual county training sessions that are important to attend for everyone. We submit the budgets. The team that gives them to us changes the format year to year, which just makes it more difficult for us. Honestly, I wish they'd leave it alone. And then they review those, run them by you for approval. And once they're submitted, then we manage the process to get our roads repaired. And if I didn't say it, these roads are private with public access. So I wanted to clarify that. And we're keeping them maintained for the safety of the people that live here. The way these roads get used has changed drastically, and so have the costs. So to conclude, the road zone of benefit program is actually a very small part of the overall DOT budget. I would like to see a lot more information about why this is being proposed. Raphael, I'm sorry, but I feel like you were mixing up administrative costs with things like in the past, they would borrow in advance on the funds we were collecting when the taxes were collected. And those are two totally different activities. Let's see. So I feel like we're being asked to shoulder full dot engineering services and administrative costs that our programs do not fully use or require. I mean, we have hardly any interaction on our zone on an annual basis. And this year, the service is actually—
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Any responses. Without the ZO, I'll wrap it up. Without the ZOB program, we would probably not be able to collect funds to maintain these roads and keep them safe. And so the bottom line is we are just strongly recommending not to approve the administrative increase. And I would like more information in another session, especially on option B that was discussed. So I'll close there, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Maureen.
Now taking public comment from Jeannie Carey.
I guess everybody knows, this is Jeannie Carey, that I'm quite concerned about the county budget and where the money is going and how it's being accounted for. When I look at what is being said today, there was apparently misappropriation of funds, apparently, or is that what you're saying, Mr. Martinez, when you say that the funds weren't collected from some people that they should have been collected from, or there was something going on with the budget? I used to work for the highway department, and there's very specific guidelines for maintaining roads, where you place a sign, the safety. The county's broke. The county's broke because of mismanagement of funds, in my opinion. And the county's also broke because you get lawsuits and you can't pay for them. So when you're talking about taking, don't people pay taxes to maintain roads? Isn't that what they're paying taxes for? You're talking about public roads that you're wanting to be maintained privately, which, what does that do to public safety and setting the county up for a lawsuit? When I look at the budget, much of the budget goes to DOT and your DA, and it's based on salary. So I guess my question is, where is all the money going? And that's all I have. Thank you for serving your people.
Thank you, Jean.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good afternoon, board. Very good discussion, very interesting. I did read the Legistar report, and I noted, as Supervisor Parlin said, there was no matrix showing all of the different zones and what they're currently paying. But I believe after the discussions from the public, I'm beginning to pick up that a lot of them got involved, most of them got involved later, after this was already in place, and now they're having to deal with it maybe on a continual basis. They've trusted that they needed it. I live on Patterson. We proposed a zone of benefit about 10 years ago and found out that our administrative costs was going to be in the 40% level, and we chose not to do it. Now we do have a civil engineer, me. We have a civil engineer, Randy Paces. We're part of the Department of Transportation, so we understand business. A lot of people don't understand business. These people that have moved in, that now have accepted what's in place and being told that this is going to change, that there's going to be an increase in administrative costs to them. But I'm bothered by the fact that it can't be perceived by anybody that one size fits all. So in essence, some zones require more effort and some require less. So the question of money being appropriated through the residents, and then the Department of Transportation getting a certain amount of it, it is extremely complex. And I think Raphael and Laura understand that. But, you know, there's a history here. The Department of Transportation doesn't actually maintain these roads. They're an instrument in working out whether the work that's being proposed, that is the projects that are being proposed to improve it, that they are correct. So there is a review and a acknowledgement that the community, the zone is getting what it's being paid for. Let me add, I just got off the phone with Elizabeth Sangari and I said, are you going to speak on this? And she says, no. She's been off now a year and she's loving it and she doesn't want to participate. Well, I said I was going to participate and she was hoping, I believe, without putting in words, that you would continue it because there's still questions that need to be answered. You got to satisfy the communities, but mainly people don't know what public road is, what a county maintained road is, what a private road is. They don't understand that it's all part of the original development of properties.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
I'm almost finished, Supervisor Heido. So I would say right now, before you started all the public comments, that you were right to be considering continuing this, because I think we need to do a better job of quantifying it in terms of each of the zones, and then let them decide whether it's appropriate to be part of this system, this program. Thank you very much for the time.
Now taking public comment from Rose.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine, Rose. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rose Vigil. I'm actually one of the people in the parcel that Christine was talking about. And I'm in support of what Christine has said. She does an excellent job for our ZRB, which is Cawthorn Ranch and Fernwood. But I do have a lot of questions and want more information. And some of you supervisors, I know you're very busy, but there's some information I'm not sure you're also aware of, that a lot of people on Highway 50 use the Cawthorn Ranch Ferndale roads as a bypass. They don't want to be on 50. And, that's, eating away, if you want to call it, at our road system that we're trying to pay for. We've also tried to increase our roads monthly charge, but one of the challenges was that some of the parcels may not appropriately should be in our zone of benefits, which I think is something that should be investigated. Are they actually correctly identified in the ZOB? And the other thing, and listening to a lot of the speakers, that concerns me and it scares me actually when they start talking about fire. We need these roads to keep our insurance rates down. One of the things the insurance companies say, are you on paved? Are you on dirt road? And that actually impacts our insurance. And as you all know, insurance rates have been going up. So this is not just a quick answer or a quick solution, because it's not only the costs from to the ZOB, we all have costs to our insurance rates that are going up. And we've got to have the right infrastructure to help keep those costs down. So I think with everyone I agree with, we need more information, more clarification, and a lot of more answers to questions that I think many of the ZOBs have. And thank you for listening, and I'm wishing you guys success in your jobs. I know it's not easy.
Thank you, Rose.
Now taking public comment from Kurt Shiflett.
Hi, my name is Kurt Shiflett. I live in Gilmore Vista. I believe Ms. Thomas is my representative, and moved up here about 3 years ago. Very much enjoy living here. I'm very concerned about these fee increases. Presently, Department of Transportation takes about 20 to 25% of what we raise. This will go up to about 50%. This increase will be devastating for us to be able to pay for plowing, for road maintenance, and we maintain our own roads. The county doesn't maintain the roads. We won't be able to maintain the roads. This is also a safety issue. We have a lot of elderly people here. If the roads aren't maintained, if we can't afford to maintain them because we're paying 50% of what we raise, how are we going to get any sort of emergency vehicles in here if somebody has a heart attack or if we have a fire, if we can't afford to pay for our roads? And to dissolve this, to try to collect that money for residents is going to be very, very difficult. So I'm urging you to oppose this, or at least give us some clarification. I don't know how you can go from 20% to 50%. and why isn't this a county road? I mean, I pay taxes. I pay taxes just like the people on other side of the Gilmore. And I'm also paying additional fees, and I don't mind, but I kind of think this is a little bit of a strong arm to get rid of us. And I'm urging you to really take a look at this, because it will very negatively affect a lot of people. So thank you for listening, and look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you, Kurt.
Now taking public comment from Steve Allen.
Thank you very much for letting me view this. I'm the point of contact for the Sundance Trail Zone of Benefit off of El Dorado Road near Missouri Flat Road. I've been on the zone committee for almost 20 years now and watched the progress up to the point where Elizabeth retired. I had a very nice working relationship with her. People need to understand the difference between an HOA, a homeowners association, and the zone of benefits. We have I did a count the other day, and 50% of our lots have turned over in the last 10 years, and 80% of the lots here have sold in the last 20 years. So you have a lot of people coming in who don't, they don't understand what the zone of benefit is. A lot of them come from HOAs, but don't understand the difference. Without the zone of benefit, and because we are not an HOA, we find it very difficult to collect the funds. That this is the one funding method that we have through the property taxes that allow us to have the money to make repairs. We understand our initial fee was $300 per year, and that was established in 1984 and has not been raised since then. 10 years ago, we attempted to raise it through a special election to have it turned down. We have 40 lots in our subdivision here, and when we hold our meetings, we have about a half a dozen property owners show up. The rest of them just assume that we're going to take care of business for them. They are non-participants, and this has been steady. When we ran the election, trying to get a 60% approval of a $200 increase was turned down. Bringing this to me now, I think offers me the opportunity to go to people and say, hey, we need to raise the fees or we're not going to have roads. And I think there's an opportunity here for me to go back to people and justify the rate increases. It has been, I used to work for a paving company, and I have watched our costs for road maintenance skyrocket over the years, just phenomenal. Our zone brings in $12,000 a year. A good portion of that goes to administrative costs. And having been in the paving industry, we would not roll a crew out to fix a pothole with a crew of people for less than $3,000. Trying to get the work done on these roads here is impossible to meet the county standards. Now, these are private roads, and for the matter that they will not be brought into the county because they do not meet county road standards. So we are with a lower quality of road, mostly having to do with the width of the road for the purpose of fire and safety. The process I've watched over the last 10 years, the contracting—
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Become more cumbersome. The number of hands, the number of people who have to sign off on a contract has increased dramatically, thereby slowing down and extending the approval process. And more people touching it means more hands charging time to the process. And it's just becoming very difficult for us to do simply because of the bureaucracy that seems to be required nowadays.
And please wrap it up.
All right, the contracting process is difficult. I have a contractor who we have used for 20 years now who refuses to do work for the county because he doesn't get paid promptly. We have approved the contracts, we have done the work, and I have approved his invoice, which gets sent to the county, and he doesn't get paid for 4 to 6 months. No contractor can float that kind of money for his goods, services, and salaries without being paid. And so our
Public
pot
comment at 4 minutes.
all right, our contractors pool is shrinking continuously down to where we cannot find contractors willing to take on the maintenance of our roads. It's been getting very difficult. I'm in George's district here, and so I would like to set up a meeting with George to come in and maybe discuss this. I do ask that you extend this and give us some time to further investigate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to staff for any comments or responses to the public input. Are there any?
Well, Chairman, I think I got the message loud and clear. I need to provide a lot more data, a lot more information, so that you all can know where we've been, where we're at, and where we're going, and essentially the costs that used to be incurred during the old program, the costs that we have now, and how we need to move forward. Why is it that we have the restraints, and then ultimately make a decision on how we can best adequately provide the service for the public moving forward, legally as well. So I've got no problem with going back, working with my staff, with Laura, and maybe a few supervisors to make sure I have the appropriate information moving forward.
Thank you, Raphael. So with that, not seeing any other staff inputs, back to the board for discussion or action, one of the two.
Laura, you want to take this, or let's move that we continue this?
Right, yeah, let's move to continue it and bring it back with more information.
So you want to continue off calendar, or how do you want to address it?
Well, that's why I asked about the time constraint. I just don't know. I don't know if there was a sense of urgency. I just didn't know about that part.
I don't believe I do, Laura, unless you know of something I don't.
So we definitely need to wrap this up. I would hope in May, because we are getting close to the end of a fiscal year. And so we need to bill the zones appropriately. Maybe the May 11th or the May 18th meeting
okay,
would be feasible.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to move it. And I think, Raphael, I'd like to meet with you personally so we can go over the numbers together. I'd like to see that, not just when it comes to agenda item on the board. So
George,
more
can I suggest, George, that you and Lori meet with him together? Save
good.
staff time, and you probably have a lot of the same questions.
All right, sounds good.
Supervisor Parlin, could we just ask that the item return to the board within 30 days?
Oh, that's perfect.
Okay, so that's a motion,
Wait.
correct, Lori?
Dawn has a concerned face. Was that okay, Dawn? 30 days?
I would ask for 45 days, because 30 days would be the May 11th agenda, and it's already full.
Got it.
Okay.
May 18th would be preferred.
Well, I'll second Lori's motion then.
Thank you for that, thanks, Dawn.
Kim, would you read the motion in second, just so we've got it clear before we do roll call?
Yeah.
Of course. A motion was made by Supervisor Parlin, second by Supervisor Turnbull, to direct staff to return to the board within 45 days to provide the board with additional information regarding the matrix zones and the dissolution process.
Thank you. So roll call, please.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Kim. So Dawn, I think it's appropriate probably to take our lunch break at this point.
Actually, Chairman Heidel,
Yes?
can I just make a brief comment that when staff comes back to this, I'd like to also understand if there are different models of administration out there that might be possible as part of the analysis.
Yeah, that would be helpful too. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Wendy.
You bet.
Okay. Raphael, you got a note on that, right? All right, very good. So lunch break, we do have our 1 p.m. time allocation, which we're obviously going to be late to. I'm going to suggest we come back at 1:20, which gives us a little less than a half an hour. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep,
Yes.
that's good.
That'll do.
All right, so we'll take our lunch break and be back at 1:20. Thank you.
Thanks.
Wendy and Sue, are you there? Okay,
I am.
looks like we have everyone back, maybe with the exception of Sue, if she's there. She is. All right, very good. Thank you, board, for complying with the request to get started again at 1:20. And so with that, Kim, if you would read our time allocation item for open forum so people know how to comment.
Of course. Now taking public comment on open forum. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
How was lunch, board?
Short.
I see a thumbs up, and glad you all had a break. And you are doing a great job with so many myriad, countless, hundred thousands, tens of thousands of items and details and regulations, and you're doing a great job. We live in a great county, and I just want to encourage you all. I'm looking, I'll try to stay within my 3 minutes. I'm looking at the headline yesterday of the oldest newspaper in California. And you and we are what started California, the million people that moved in 1849 after gold was discovered, January 14th, 48. Million people came here. And now millions are leaving New York City and millions are also leaving California. And the biggest crisis that we face is what the headline of yesterday's paper. I want to read just a couple of bits of it. Transient candle, all across the front page, all the way left to right. Transient candle reportedly sparks a fire about 45 minutes after Pizza Factory on Broadway in Placerville closed last Wednesday. 4 employees were getting ready to leave when they realized the neighboring business was on fire. I was in my car about to leave, and Jake came up to me, knocked on the window, asked for a water bottle. When the 4 dashed over to the Wells Fargo bank, of which flames were erupting, on the 50-degree night with water bottles in hand, they found 72-year-old transient Doris. I won't give her last name. She said she lit a candle to stay warm or something like that. I want all 185,000 people in El Dorado County to be proud of this El Dorado County supervisors moving ahead with making a primary issue of solving the homelessness crisis. One of the problems is with 600 homeless in the point in time count, 80% are on the western slope, which means we have 100 to 120. 20% of the homeless are usually women in the counts. We have 100 or 120 homeless women. This is one of those women. I was trying to stay warm, she said. She lit a candle and the Wells Fargo bank was on fire. There's a crisis hidden under this homelessness crisis. Yes, it has to do with affordable income and low-income housing and other issues. We've got to face this issue. When the winter comes up next winter, there will be no nomadic shelter. Will there even be a pathways which could only cover 20 people at the bold pioneering of Charlie McDonald and the Pathways Project? We've got
comment at 3 minutes.
We've got to plan ahead now, because planning to fail is failing. Failing to plan is planning to fail. These are our brothers and sisters. The U.S. Supreme Court, through Martin versus Boise, has laid down the regulation that we cannot, I'll tie it up. We can't move the homeless out of the squalor on Upper Broadway. and Lower Broadway now as it spreads until we provide a bed and housing and shelter. You can do it. You've got to do it. And I'm praying that God will speak to your hearts out of these hundreds of thousands of dollars of allocations every week in the consent calendar and the agenda. We've got money to get a shelter. You've got to do it. You can do it. Leaders lead, and you are God-appointed leaders. You can do it. Let's not
Public
ignore
comment at 4 minutes.
let's
Thank you,
not
Joseph.
ignore the elephant in the room, which has become an elephant herd. Let's solve the crisis and lead all 58 California counties. God bless you all. Thanks for doing the right thing and moving with action toward a solution. God bless you.
Now taking public comment from 368.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Joseph Connolly. I've spoken to you before, and I wanted to take my time to update you on the restraining order litigation that I was subject to by Commissioner Chris Cockrell. That request that he had submitted and which I had brought to your attention already was denied last month on March 19th by the presiding judge, but he still sought a restraining order and moved ahead with that, and I had to go to court last Friday to defend myself in that, and those orders were denied again. I was surprised that Commissioner Cockrell was joined by Commissioner Todd Smith, also seeking that action, and apparently he planned on calling him as some kind of a witness. And I'm sure you know this, and I don't need to explain it, but these are severe abuses of the public trust and the public power by two commissioners who acted on their own without any apparent authority from their commission or from you to curtail my constitutional rights under the federal Constitution and under the state of California Constitution. I've ordered a transcript so I can quote that to you in the future, but for now, I just want you to be aware that Commissioner Cockrell said he pursued that order together with the advice or the actions of others. I don't know who those are yet, but I'll let you know when I do. And he also proceeded without understanding the law, which made it clear that his restraining order request was frivolous. And if he had been successful, I should point out that that could have gone into effect for up to 5 years, which is even longer than the term of his appointment. And some of you wouldn't possibly be around when that time was up. So, you know, for those are serious matters. They put you in a position of legal liability, for example. I was the prevailing party, but I represented myself at no cost to you, but some time and expense to me. But had I been represented by an attorney, those attorney's fees would have been automatic. And it's a timely matter because last Friday, at the same time that we were in court, a judge down in Carlsbad, California, ordered a county commissioner to pay $47,000 in fees to two individuals under the same circumstances as happened here. So this is a very serious matter, and I'd like you to take it seriously because I've indicated the right of the public to comment on public matters, which is the right of every public person. And those commissioners simply don't want to respect that right and took independent action to deny that right to me and to others in turn. And I'm asking you not to respect their attempt to deny that right on their own and to let them know that that is completely out of bounds. They serve at your will, and you can act now. I'm finishing up. You can act right now at any time, at any meeting to curb this latest abuse of power by terminating their appointments. And I'd encourage you to do so. And if you're not ready to make that decision now, then I hope you'll discuss it and act on it in the future, because I'm going to continue to do that appropriately.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Scott Telford.
Scott, oh, there you go.
Thank you once again for your time this afternoon. Scott Telford, District 2, Keep Somerset Rural. As you know, we're a community-based organization that works closely with the Fair Play Winery Association. From the multiple emails and phone calls you have received, as well as my public comments at your Board of Supervisor meetings and Planning Commission meetings, This project proposed in our beautiful community of Fairplay by Dollar General will continue to be met with great contention. We have and will continue to ask you all, as well as the Planning Commission, to do what you can to help us stop this from happening. The environmental impact will be huge: noise, light, and water pollution, as well as traffic impact. The septic issues, as called out in the septic report in 2002, should automatically warrant an EIR for this project. They have been requested and are currently conducting a traffic impact statement, which should be enough to stop this project in its tracks. Fairplay Road and E16 are a 2-lane gateway to the Fairplay wine area and our lovely Fairplay Winery AVA. This took the wineries 20 to 25 years of effort and great investment to establish. Not only do we not want it, but the safety concerns of traffic, such as cars backing up on Fairplay Road and causing issues on E16. I see many impacts this project will cause our community, and we call on the county government to do something about it. We have an online petition that has at least 475 plus signatures on it. These signatures come from concerned community members. I do not know if you are aware, but one of 3 Sierra Wildlife Rescue facilities in El Dorado County is right next door to this property. Can you imagine the turmoil this development would cause these poor animals that are already displaced and recovering from their injuries? I also would like to point out that when we are out and about distributing Stop Dollar General postcards and hanging banners, we have never had someone not say thank you for doing what you were doing. Every single business and winery out here are against this. These are all fair arguments that should be considered by your panel as well as the Planning Commission before this project being proposed by Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures and Dollar General be allowed to proceed any further. We are also demanding from the Board of Supervisors design review and protections afforded by other parts of the county be implemented in South County, specifically the Somerset Fairplay areas. Thank you again for your time. We in Somerset and Fairplay hope you and the Planning Commission will do the right thing and request the environmental impact reports from this developer on this property. We would also like to put on the agenda in the future for the general plan to ensure we are being heard. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Scott.
Now taking public comment from Stephanie Schwing.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Good afternoon. Nothing defines the need for our county's planning department more than a significant professional black market paintball business inserted into our noise-sensitive residential neighborhood. Our neighborhood is zoned RE10 and RE20. The ambient sound in our neighborhood is under 5 decibels. The paintball field operator, Anthony Portillo, is already doing business as West Coast Adventure Park on the 89 acres, in which he is only a tenant at 3270 Greenwood Lane. Anthony Portillo is already advertising this new location at 3270 Greenwood Lane. West Coast Adventure Park Paintball Camp was previously located at 7101 Ione Road in Slow House. Due to the fire hazards and the environmental damage and other legal issues, he was shut down. The permanent construction of this professional black market paintball camp includes significant grading on recognized wetlands, which blocks the natural downhill flow of water into our ponds, adjoining ponds, and then that flow into Indian Creek. Our ponds are recognized by the State Water Resource Control Board as protected headwaters. Our quality of life has been immediately destroyed, which affects at least over 12 separate properties. The unpermitted black market professional paintball field jumps the sound levels instantaneously in our neighborhood from 5 to 85 decibels from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every Saturday, Sunday, and sometimes weekdays. Our neighborhood has become an incredibly loud battleground, rapid gunfire and screaming and hollering. The stress of living next to this combat zone is untenable. We now live in a war zone. We now have trespassing issues as well as open urination on our property line. This past Sunday, there were over 54 cars with almost 100 people at the unpermitted black market paintball field. Greenwood Lane is a private 10-foot wide road maintained by the residents. Anthony Portillo is not a resident. There are no homes on this property. Financially, our neighborhood has lost millions in property value. No one will want to buy property next to a professional paintball camp. Please check your previous emails for documentation on this unpermitted development. There are pictures showing current construction. Documentation also includes a declaration of West Coast Adventure Park's intention of developing all 89 acres for the paintball, drone rentals, RCs, and barbecue pits. This absolutely does not
Public
belong
comment at 3 minutes.
in a private neighborhood. We implore you to keep it rural. Earlier today, and I've sat through the whole meeting. Lori, you are my district rep. I appreciate both your and Wendy Thomas's comments on protecting our community, and project fits the character and design standards. I can't tell you enough how much this impacts us as a community.
Please wrap it up, Stephanie.
Okay, this should never have been allowed. We are trying to make headway through planning department, but if this becomes in front of the Board of Supervisors vote, I hope you all consider the neighborhoods, the residents that live in this neighborhood. And please look in your emails. I have gotten a response from your assistant, Shelley, Lori, but I really need you folks to look at
Public comment at 4 minutes.
see what I am looking literally out my front door at now.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Are you there, Ken? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Now you're muted. Now you're unmuted. Now you're muted. Now you're unmuted. Kim, let's move on and we'll see if we can't pick up 390 later.
Now taking public comment from Keely Link.
Good afternoon, board. I wanted to call and say that I'm disappointed that we're not having a COVID update with Nancy Williams, because I have a lot of things I'd like to discuss and get her feedback on. As you know, I've been calling during the COVID updates, and I've been talking about efficacy in the vaccines. She keeps on using the word efficacy, and she uses it in a word that's misleading to people, thinking that efficacy means immunity. And so she actually did produce some documentation to the board on 4/6, and I was happy to see that she did that. But in her own words, right under the table, under the vaccines, it says the overall efficacy was based on people developing symptomatic disease. Now, if they're developing the disease, but it's not symptomatic, well, that makes you an asymptomatic carrier, not somebody that has immunity. So that's a really dangerous statement because it's very misleading, and people are counting on her words to make a risk-benefit analysis for themselves. Not only that, but she was saying the need to persuade people with hesitancy to get vaccinated because the only way the virus can mutate is in someone's body. And that kind of insinuates the fact that these variants are you're going to be blamed on the people that don't want to be vaccinated. And, that's going to lead to discrimination, persecution of the people like myself that don't want to partake in this experimental gene modification treatment. And so that's very disturbing. And so I would really like her to publicly retract or make a public statement, and apologize for being so misleading during these meetings, and come out and say that these vaccines, they may help with symptomatic disease or severe disease, but they do not create immunity. It's very dangerous to infer otherwise. And also on that same meeting, she was saying that sometimes we may actually have to infringe on some people's rights in order to protect the majority of other people's rights. That goes against her oath. That goes against the constitutional oath. It goes against the Constitution. And, in California, the legislator had passed AB 262, which has given public health officers broad powers. And that's for them to write any order that they see fit to stop or, to stop the transfer of a communicable disease. So with her having that kind of power to just write any order, we need to make sure that she upholds the Constitution, number one, the individual rights of the citizen, which she, in her own words, does not respect. So I would like to see her publicly retract her statements. I would suggest you guys start looking for another public health officer, because what she is doing here, it's misleading to the public and it's dangerous. And I think it's actually a liability for the county, because if somebody gets hurt because of misstatements that she's made, you guys could be sued.
Public
So you guys
comment
really need
at
to think
3
about that.
minutes.
I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Keely.
Now taking public comment from Brian Broson.
Hello, board. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Brosnahan. I live in Fairplay, just a few miles from the proposed site of the Dollar General. I agree with Scott Telfer on all of the reasons why the Dollar General should not be coming into Fairplay, but I don't want to waste your time by recapping those. I just want to highlight on one issue, and that is the septic problem. It's my understanding that back in 2002, development of a project at this site was prevented because the site could not accommodate a septic system. The bedrock was too close to the surface. And in addition, the site is very close to and just upslope from Perry Creek. I've heard people say that there's nothing that the county can do to stop this project because the general plan does not give the county discretionary authority over the project. But the county does have the power to deny a building permit. And it absolutely should not be granting a building permit for a project that cannot satisfy the county's septic standards. Dollar General may be a large corporation, but it should not get a pass from the county on this project, and the project should not be allowed to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Yeah, Ken, you're unmuted, but we still can't hear you. So you've got a problem with your microphone, I think. Now you're muted. Yeah, Ken, it seems your microphone isn't working. We're not picking you up. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Oh, wait.
There you
Can
go.
you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, boy. Yes, the phone itself is muted. Technology, and I apologize. Thank you very much for running it through again. Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2, as if you didn't know. I still need that burner phone. Anyway, every week, 1 o'clock? Wait, it's 1:30. Anyway, please, let's get open forum back to the morning so that people can have some surety, not dissect and bisect their day just to make public comment. Now, back in the day, the board had open forum not only in the morning as they adopted the agenda and the usual morning procedures, but they also had a 1 p.m. afternoon session with open forum. If you were to do that, that would be even better. But please, I'm sure that every one of the people that have commented this afternoon really could have been doing something better than waiting for the morning agenda, which still is not yet to be done, to be finished. But that's not why I called. S1706, Newtown, AT&T cell tower. As far as I know, the generator is still running up there. As far as I know, this is operating without approval. This was brought before the Planning Commission last week. The planning department administrator said that, oh, well, that's a code compliance issue. Well, guess what? I've called code compliance and reported this thing, and the code compliance officer says no, because it is an active building permit, we cannot do anything about it. That is the building department's purview. And because it is an active special use permit, that is the planning department's purview. Let's get on with the program, please. This, and the answer to the question, are they operating? We don't know, because nobody's really looked into it. And again, it's because of a failure in an ordinance that has a problem, which we will address in all due time. But we're playing volleyball with this issue. Nothing is getting done. It's still running. Last time I was there, I'll probably try to get out that direction next day or two and verify that for you. Also, we still have 2 marijuana dispensary advertising signs on Highway 50, one at Riverton, where the old cop car used to be, that tell you to go slow there, at the 4-lane at Riverton. And then there's another one at Whitehall, the Gondola Express. How special is that? Anyway, your county council person with the planning commission has contacted me, almost done, contacted me about this, and you know, we've gone back and forth. A couple of them have been taken down at 2 other locations, but these 2 are still there, and I'm kind of wondering why. Also, the one at Whitehall appears to be, which was illegally placed there in 2008 on Christmas Day. Anyway, it appears that they added to the sign there. So there's I did call code compliance because that is their issue. You bet. Thank you very much, and hope to see you in the morning another time. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
So back to staff for any responses or comments staff may want to add at this point. Anything that came in under open forum? Okay, seeing none, I think we can conclude that open forum is completed. And with that, I'm looking to move to our 1:30 p.m. time allocation. Again, late by about 17 minutes, but Kim, if you could read number 24, please.
Item 24 comes from Health and Human Service Agency, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on the current regional Medi-Cal manager care 2 plan model, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a letter of intent to transition to the established health plan of San Joaquin Local Initiative 2 plan public/commercial Medi-Cal managed care plan model.
Good afternoon, Chairman Heidel, members of the board. Daniel Del Monte, Health and Human Services. I'm pleased to give an introduction to this item today for a rare opportunity for this board. In support of the item, I also want to ensure that you're aware we have a few panelists. We have Terry Stratton from El Dorado Community Health Centers present, and we have Maya Schneider from Marshall Medical in support of this recommendation. Medi-Cal Managed Care, or MMC, is the state of California's organized service delivery system for residents on Medi-Cal. MMC provides accessible healthcare through managed care plans, which provide healthcare access for patients to providers in the community. The managed care plan piece is the topic of today's item. The state has never given El Dorado a say in what managed care plans are available to our residents. More specifically, this is because El Dorado County falls within a group of 18 rural counties that have been historically directed by the state as to which 2 private commercial plans residents have to choose from. Since 2011, the 18 rural counties have provided feedback to the state regarding not wanting to be directed to as to what plan options are available. Other feedback provided to the state has been regarding ongoing challenges experienced with current commercial plan providers when seeking to ensure access to care for our clients. In late 2020, the 18 rural counties received notice that the state has acknowledged the feedback over the past 10 years. They'll be changing their upcoming process as they solicit for updated private Medi-Cal plan providers. Instead of being directed by the state what our residents' options are, the change allows for El Dorado County to elect instead for offering a public plan option as one of the 2 plan options for our residents. The state would select one commercial plan provider, so commercial plans can still compete for business through the state. But we now have a voice in selecting a public plan as the alternative. After receiving this information from the state in late 2020, Health and Human Services was contacted by the Health Plan of San Joaquin, or HPSJ. HPSJ is considered El Dorado's local public plan option based upon their proximity and ability to meet Medi-Cal program needs for this region. Additionally, only 3 of the 16 public plans are making themselves available to neighboring counties, which limited available public partners for the 18 rural counties. HPSJ's planned regional service capacity area at this point is planned to add and serve Calaveras County, El Dorado, and Alpine counties. Between January and March of 2021, a series of 8 community stakeholder meetings were held with Alpine County, Barton Health, Marshall Medical, El Dorado Community Health Centers, and Health and Human Services to discuss the consideration for recommending a public plan option through HPSJ. Our local healthcare leaders explored HPSJ performance as solicited through data by peer hospitals, clinics, and health and human service agencies. The majority of the responses were positive. A key to the positive performance is that public plans offer greater access to services for residents than their private commercial counterparts. Public plans accomplish this by funneling more money into the local community to fund healthcare and transportation providers. For example, HPSJ uses 6 cents of every dollar received for their overhead costs. The other 94 cents of every dollar goes right back into the community, directly to local care and service providers, allowing funding to pay for more healthcare and transportation services, and therefore much greater access to care for our residents. On the opposite side, commercial private plans use between 8 and 15 cents per dollar for their overhead. This is largely due to their structure, being for-profit and having shareholders. Comparing 6 cents of every dollar with HPSJ to between 8 and 15 cents for private commercial plan overhead means that commercial plans have a higher overhead by between 25 and 250%. This equates to far less money coming back into our community. In recent years, data put out by the statewide trade association that represents all 16 of the publicly managed health plans showed that local plans outperform their commercial competitors on quality scores 85% of the time. And between 80 and 90% of beneficiaries select the local plan when given the choice. Local plans are formed by their respective communities to ensure there is a locally accountable, mission-driven health plan serving the community's health needs. As a public entity, HPSJ operates with a high level of transparency. They follow Brown Act rules for governance meetings, and we would have seats for El Dorado healthcare leaders on their governing board, not in an advisory capacity, but in a governing capacity. This model helps to ensure that HPSJ governance is driven first by the community's leadership and healthcare needs. Those aspects shouldn't necessarily be considered unique. HPSJ's public plan option really captures how care delivery should look. And that's why I'm pleased to introduce today Michael Schrader, the Chief Executive Officer of Health Plan of San Joaquin, and Lizeth Granados, the Chief Operating Officer. These two will provide a short presentation regarding their organization, this rare opportunity for El Dorado County, and what to expect in the coming months ahead. Thank you.
So good afternoon. I'm Michael Schrader, CEO of the Health Plan of San Joaquin. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine, Michael.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chair Heidel and supervisors. With me today is Lizeth Granados, my Chief Operating Officer, and our presentation is divided into 2 parts. I'll describe the option that the state is giving counties to change managed care models for the Medi-Cal program, and then Lizeth will give an overview of the Health Plan of San Joaquin. And so if we go to the next slide. There we go, perfect. So as Daniel alluded to, in 2013, the state grouped together 18 counties, including El Dorado, into what is called the regional model of managed care for the Medi-Cal program. 2 commercial plans provide coverage for Medi-Cal beneficiaries in the 18 counties that make up the regional model. And today, the two commercial health plans are Anthem and Centene. And so in October of this year, the California Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS, will issue an RFP for the commercial plans for the Medi-Cal program for all the different counties across the state. But ahead of releasing the RFP, the state is giving counties, including El Dorado, the option to change models. And so there are three options for changing models, okay? Option one is do nothing and keep the same model with two commercial plans. Option two is switch to the COES model. The COES model includes a single local health plan that you either establish yourself, which the state advises against given the complexity, the timing, or you partner with an existing plan. And under the COES model, there are no commercial health plans. And then option three is to switch to the two-plan model. With the two-plan model, you have one public plan, I'm gonna interchangeably use local and public plan, but you have one public plan and one commercial plan. And so what's being presented today is the third option for El Dorado County to change from the regional model with two commercial plans to the two-plan model with one commercial plan and one public plan, in this case, HPSJ. So the health plan of San Joaquin is a public plan that today covers San Joaquin and Stanislaus counties. And the state needs to know the managed care model that El Dorado chooses because that will determine the number of commercial plans that the state needs to procure through the RFP for the county. So the state needs to know, do you want to stay with the same model, in which case they'll procure two commercial plans for El Dorado County, or do you want to switch to the two-plan model, in which case they'll procure a single commercial plan for El Dorado County? And both, if you go to the two-plan model, both the public plan, the health plan, HPSJ, and the commercial plan would begin operations in January 2024. And so the last thing I would say is that it's not often that there's the opportunity for counties to change managed care models. The current contract for the two commercial plans for the 18 regional counties started in 2013 and will span 10 years until the end of 2023. So likewise, it could be another decade before you would have this kind of option. So if we go to the next slide. And I would just say, while I say decade, the state's not yet released the RFP, so we don't know what the term of the new contract would be. But if it is the same, then it would be a decade. But this is the state's timeline. On the left, the April 30 box is related to the letter of intent. So DHCS gave interested counties until March 31, 2021 to submit letters of intent, or until April 30 for those counties that requested an extension. El Dorado was one of several counties that requested an extension, and DHCS approved all the extension requests. So DHCS requires that this letter of intent be co-signed by both the county and the plan, El Dorado and HPSJ. And 2 weeks ago, the HPSJ, my governing commission, authorized me to move forward with letters of intent for El Dorado, Alpine, and or Calaveras, depending on there being interest by those counties. After we submit the letter of this joint letter of intent, there would be 2.5 years between now and go live in January 2024 to closely partner with stakeholders to tailor our Medi-Cal program to best meet the needs of the community. In September, HPSJ would be required to submit a strategy to DHCS for obtaining contracts and developing the provider network. So today, in San Joaquin and Stanislaus counties, we have contracts with all the hospital and clinic systems, including Tenet, Sutter, Adventist, Dignity, and Kaiser. So one of our priorities in developing a provider network for Medi-Cal beneficiaries who live in El Dorado County would be continuity of care. And what I mean by that is the intent would be to contract with all of the same local providers that Medi-Cal beneficiaries in El Dorado County currently access, to allow for that continuity of care both across the transition in January 2024 and beyond. And so this would, of course, include providers such as Barton Memorial Hospital, El Dorado Community Health Centers, Marshall Medical Center, just to name a few. And it would include providers outside of El Dorado County that Medi-Cal beneficiaries access today. In October, DHCS will release the RFP for commercial plans in different counties across the state. For El Dorado County, again, HPSJ would serve as the public plan, and the RFP would procure a single commercial plan. And then in late 2022, DHCS would start a full readiness review of the two health plans. The state would confirm that HPSJ has developed a provider network that meets all the network adequacy requirements, including the continuity of care that I described. And the state would apply this as a condition for allowing HPSJ to go live to begin operations in January 2024. And then in January 2024, the two health plans, HPSJ and the commercial plan that is selected through the RFP, would begin operations. And at that point, Medi-Cal beneficiaries would have an added choice between a commercial plan and a public one. And I would just share that experience shows, which Daniel described, that the majority of Medi-Cal beneficiaries choose the public plan. We're given a choice between a public plan and a commercial one. The majority of Medi-Cal beneficiaries choose the public plan. So in San Joaquin County, 91% of Medi-Cal beneficiaries, 9 out of 10 Medi-Cal beneficiaries choose HPSJ over the commercial plan. And Lizeth will show more. And in Stanislaus County, where we also operate, it's 8 out of 10 Medi-Cal beneficiaries choose HPSJ over the competing commercial plan. And I think this is because that HPSJ is a public plan. We're not for profit. We operate with low overhead. So as Daniel described, our budget would show that 6 cents of every dollar is for overhead. Actually, though, we typically operate better than budget. So right now, 4.5 cents of every dollar is used for overhead, and the rest goes to paying providers to create access and choice for members. And we attribute this to being the reason why 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 Medi-Cal beneficiaries choose HPSJ, because we have the broad and diverse provider network. It's not just a name in a provider network manual. The provider's actually available. You can get an appointment. It doesn't take months to get an appointment. So there is improved access, there is choice, and that's what members prefer. So if we can go to the next slide. So just some of the reasons to move forward with the letter of intent by the April 30 deadline include that there is no financial obligation to El Dorado County. Prior to go live in January 2024, HPSJ will be responsible to fund all of its own startup activities, And post go live, HPSJ would hold a contract with directly with the state for the ongoing operations. Second, failure to submit a letter of intent by the deadline precludes the county from even exploring the option. Yet doing so again allows for this 2.5-year readiness process where the county, where HPSJ, where providers and stakeholders can work closely together to make sure that when we launch the program in January 2024, it addresses the needs of the community. And that I think that this change in models would give your Medi-Cal beneficiaries that added choice between a commercial plan and a public one, with again experience showing that given that choice, most will choose the public plan. And if we go to the next slide, oh, there we are, shared governance. If we stay here. So the proposal is also to share governance of the health plan of San Joaquin, so that rather than it sort of be a vendor relationship, you become the health plan of San Joaquin. You're part of the governing body. This includes adding a seat to the Health Plan of San Joaquin Commission for El Dorado County. I would expect that would be a county supervisor, but a county supervisor or a delegate. And this way, any issues, any priorities, any timelines that you have can be escalated right to the board, right to the governing commission. But really, beyond that, it allows us to think more regionally, for all the counties to work together, for all the counties to collaborate, because typically healthcare goes beyond county borders. So that concludes my part of the presentation. And next, I'm going to transition to Lizeth, who will give an overview of the health plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I'll just give you a quick overview of who Health Plan of San Joaquin is. I know Michael and Daniel also provided information that we are a public plan and we are governed by our commission, which is comprised of community stakeholders and healthcare leaders within the regions that we serve. Again, having you be a part of this will allow you to have a voice in the geographic area that we serve. So not solely just El Dorado, but also all of the counties that we manage the Medi-Cal program for. We do manage all our interactions through transparency to the community, and we adhere to the Brown Act. We are a nonprofit, and we are invested in the overall community that we serve, and we offer community programs in order to make sure that we're supporting the community as a whole. I know Daniel mentioned that we do have a low overhead. 96 cents of every dollar does go to supporting our providers and to provide medical care for our members. And we are a program that really serves the Medi-Cal population. If we can move on to the next slide. Currently, we manage the Medi-Cal plan for 2 counties. We are a 2-plan model, so we do have a commercial plan counterpart, and we service the San Joaquin and Stanislaus populations. We started in San Joaquin in 1995, so we are celebrating our 25-year anniversary. And this change did happen in order to, again, allow that greater choice for the population of San Joaquin. And in 2013, Health Plan of San Joaquin won the bid in order to also service the Stanislaus County. So we do have experience in expanding the geographic area that we serve, as well as the development of the provider network to ensure that we are able to appropriately care for the population. Stanislaus does have its own differences compared to San Joaquin. It's slightly more rural. So we do have contracts with the rural health centers in Stanislaus County. And we really make sure that we are having that engagement with all of our providers in both counties to ensure that, again, that we're servicing the population based on the needs of the their unique needs that they have. If we can move on to the next slide. Here's a brief snapshot of of the population that we serve. As Michael indicated, over 91% of the new members that become eligible for Medi-Cal will select Health Plan of San Joaquin for San Joaquin County, and over 81% of the new Stanislaus members will select us as well. And so we do have some presence in the community, and again, are known to be able to service the population and being able to offer them the provider network that will better care for their overall needs. As a whole, our membership is over 360,000 members, and it's diverse both in age and also ethnic and racial backgrounds. So on the right-hand side, you'll see kind of what the breakdown is for our population. If we can move on to the next slide. Like El Dorado County, we have participated in the population needs assessment. And what we found in 2019 was that 71% of the HPSJ members identified to belonging to a racial and ethnic minority group. That does include its own set of opportunities for us to better serve them. We do make sure that all of our material meets the cultural and linguistic needs of the population that we serve, ensuring that we also have the members have a voice in the information that we have. We offer a community partnership committee that they are able to participate in, not only for our community stakeholders, but also our members get a chance to provide input in this information that we make available to them. We also make sure that, within its own challenges, again, our counties do have a tendency for the members that we serve to have higher acuity and then overall medical services that they need. And so we want to make sure that we're catering to them and making sure that our programs are really targeting the needs of the population that we have. So we are very nimble in the programs that we make available to our members. And again, the partnership that we have developed due to COVID is also how can we better serve the community. So we regularly meet with our public health officers for both counties and making sure that our strategies and our support are aligned with the needs of the county and how we can better service them. So we have made outreach call to our members to make sure that they know that where they can get the vaccine. We also are developing a campaign around social distancing and mask wearing. And right now we will be rolling out a new campaign around getting the vaccine. And again, this is based on the feedback that we have received from our public health officers in both counties to make sure that we are aligned in the support that we're able to offer them. So that is something that we have done in order to better, service our population as a whole, not just the health plan of San Joaquin, but the general welfare of the community as a whole. Our provider network, as Michael indicated, we do have contracts with all of the major hospital systems and provider groups, including Sutter, Adventist, Dignity Health, Kaiser. And so right now we are contracted with all of the hospitals that are within both counties and also our surrounding counties, because we do realize that members do go outside of our county to access care. And so we do have already an existing provider network that services, again, the geographic area that we currently have. We also have contracts with over 350 primary care physicians and then over 700 specialists, and then contracts with all the FQHCs and rural health centers for both counties, and then also some of our surrounding counties as well. As the next steps, I know Michael already covered that in his timeline. However, the next step would be to complete the letter of intent that needs to be submitted to DHCS before April 30th. And then also, we have been making ourselves available to support the counties with any assistance that we can provide related to next steps as far as the work associated with the readiness assessment, as well as post-implementation processes that DHCS will require. At this time, that's the end of my presentation. We'll be happy to help get any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, Lizette. So with that, we'll take it to the board for comments or questions. Sue.
Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. And I was very impressed to see letters of support by both of our hospitals. So thank you for getting those, and that means a lot. I had a question because I do think it's very important that we be on the board so we have a say. How many board members do you have, and what does that makeup look like exactly?
So today there are 11 board members. It includes two county supervisors. It includes the director of the County Health Services Agency and the county executive officer. So four individuals from the county, and includes a hospital, the CEO of the hospital council for our area, and I think that covers your area as well. It includes 4 physicians, and what how the HBSJ commission has thought about shared governance is as a starting place, kind of thinking about what would be proportional to membership. So if the health plan of San Joaquin already has 360,000 members, and El Dorado would add 30,000, would one seat, but at least guaranteeing that every county gets at least 1 seat. So that is how they're thinking about it, that they would be adding a seat for El Dorado County.
So it'll be 1 supervisor and possibly a CEO or of sorts, or just the supervisor?
There's been no hard and fast decision. I'm just sharing with you how they've been thinking about it. And they've been thinking that there would be 1 seat, and that your El Dorado Board of Supervisors would decide who fills that seat.
Okay.
So.
Very good. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the board? Wendy.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today. A couple questions. So what will be the process for our residents to choose their plan? What does that process look like?
It's a great question. Medi-Cal beneficiaries go through a third party to choose either the public or the commercial plan, and they can change plans every month. Although, of course, once they pick a plan, generally stay with that plan.
Okay, so they're already linked into that system, and this transition will occur in that already established process.
Correct. Yes, okay. And the state controls that third party. We do not, so it's independent of us.
Okay, great. And you say that this will open up access to care for our residents, which is always a challenge, especially with primary care providers. What is the contributing factor for that? Does this plan include a better reimbursement rate for our providers?
It's interesting because I'll give you Stanislaus County as an example. We have been told by the state that HBSJ, you're an outlier. Your hospital costs are way above those for the commercial plan because our rates are significantly higher. So I would say in general, yes, we do pay more because as a nonprofit, we're operating with low overhead, so that the vast majority, 95 cents roughly, can go to providers because that's our mission. If we're putting more out there into the community for providers, then that's going to create more access for Medi-Cal beneficiaries. It's going to create more choice. It's going to get them access to higher quality care. And I would just say that we try to create a network where there's access to providers close to where Medi-Cal beneficiaries live. So when we do talk about the out of area, that's typically for your tertiary care that can't be done at a local hospital, so needs to go to Stanford or UCSF something like that. So.
Okay. And then my last question, so can I assume that Marshall and Barton providers will be in the network?
Oh, they would have to be.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Great. Well, and I share Sue's comments that certainly it means a lot that our local hospitals and community health center have all signed on to this. That tells us that this is, the way we need to go. That means a lot. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board before we open it up for public input? Seeing none, Kim, would you please open it up for public comment?
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Brianna Lehrman.
Good afternoon. I see a head nodding. Great. Chair and supervisors. My name is Brianna Lehrman. I'm speaking on behalf of California Health and Wellness, one of your current Medi-Cal managed care plans. We have been serving your county and the surrounding counties proudly for the past 7 years. We currently cover about 58% of El Dorado residents for about 18,000 patients or individuals. And we've had a proud 7 years serving your county. It was certainly, it's been a challenge. I'm seeing some of our provider partners there right now, building from a fee-for-service system into an integrated managed care system over the years in a very distinctly rural and often frontier service area has come with its hiccups. But I think that we have come to a place where we're excited to look forward, start innovating and building from what we've developed over these years. And I just want to state clearly that I think in the context of this conversation, we at California Health and Wellness have every intent on staying and serving the county. So the procurement on the horizon, we of course hope to submit a proposal as part of that. So I just want to make 2 comments in the context of this item. First, in response, Daniel, your opening comments I found interesting. Just as a quick point of reference, I was the CEO of the Local Health Plans of California up until about a month ago. And then I created California Health and Wellness 10 years ago. I have a ton of perspective and different perspectives, both with the public plans and also with California Health and Wellness and Centene. But I want to make sure this group is aware and that we state very clearly that our commitment to this community is pretty unparalleled and remains. We have invested nearly $750,000 in the last few years in this community alone, and various supports to community organizations and other initiatives. We have provided over $13 million in telehealth grants to our medical providers across the rural service area and other counties. We're bringing in telehealth solutions through Babylon and also through supportive services for clinics and other providers. We also offer governance that we created about 7 years ago. We're proud to take that approach. We agree it works really well. So I just want to make one final comment, and it's about the process here. I think it's a bit confusing, and the state has set something up that probably challenges us all. It's a complicated decision to talk about healthcare delivery system and changes to it. We're doing it in a tight time frame. And this is a process that's fairly unprecedented because we're kind of turning on its head what's usually done through procurement. So with the LOI, we're looking at doing really a preliminary contract award and then due diligence on the back end. But you're pulling the county partially out of procurement based on that premise. And so there is some risk there down on the timeline that if you pull that timeline back up, that you'll get to that stage and it may not be able to lift off. And then finally, I think there needs to be some conversation ongoing about how this change will bring service to the area. The counties next to you are not proceeding with this model change. So I think if you look at the map, it creates a bit of a checkerboard, which for all of us who are hoping to serve the community going forward raises questions, because this community is part of a broader service area that really operates as a region from a care delivery perspective. So when the neighboring counties aren't proceeding with this, I think that may create challenges for us all. So thank you for listening to me. We're proud to serve your county and look forward to continuing to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so then did staff choose to respond to the one public comment we had at all? I'll just give you the opportunity at this point.
Yeah, I would just, in response to Ms. Lehrman's comments, suggest that the county has worked closely with our local hospitals and our federally qualified health center, El Dorado Community Health Center, in following the state's process. And so the state's process was clear on how we were to move forward with this and how to elect for offering a public option to our residents. And that process was based on data. It was based on evidence from other counties. It was based on comparisons of public plans versus commercial plans. And based on all of that information and following the state's process, we bring this recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. All right, so seeing no other staff comments, back to the board for specific action or further discussion. We have two items here: receive and file, and then approve and authorize. So
With that, I'd like to receive and I move that we receive and file the current presentation and approve and authorize this chair to sign a letter of intent to transition per staff's recommendation.
I will second, not seeing any other second. So with that, is there any further board discussion before we do roll call?
I just had a quick question about the risk here. That was brought in just now, and I just want to make sure that that you feel comfortable, Daniel, that we are moving in the right direction as far as with the state, with this being a relatively new process, a brand new process for us, that we are not taking any undue risks here.
Yeah, there are no risks here. The RFP process, it'll be the state trying to procure a commercial private plan as one option for residents. So Ms. Lehrman's organization, any private organization, is welcome to compete in that process to be the best private commercial plan that can be available to our residents. And as the alternative, we'll have the public option now available. And as we shared, the data shows more funding in the community, more funding for providers, increasing access. It makes sense to go this direction to support our residents.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, with that, Kim, can we have roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Noacel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So Mr. Ashton, I'm assuming we want to go back to 21 under department matters unless you'd like to move to 22. 21?
21 is fine.
Okay, so Kim, would you please read item 21?
Thank you all.
Sure. Item 21 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board review and provide direction on the long range planning project prioritization matrix for fiscal year 21-22 as follows. 1, review the matrix and the recommended project prioritization. 2, direct staff to modify the matrix. 3, direct staff to include a funding request. And 4, endorse the final matrix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. I'm going to kick this one off, and then I'll be handing it over to some staff members as well. But good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors. Thank you. This presentation represents the annual update of the Long Range Planning Work Plan for this fiscal year 2021 and the proposed work plan for fiscal year 21-22. I'd like to introduce the Long Range Planning team who are here today in support of the presentation. Aaron Mann, who is our acting planning manager and senior planner in that office. Efren Sanchez, our associate planner, and CJ Friedland, department analyst 2 and administrator of the county's Housing, Community, and Economic Development Programs, the HCED. As I read by Kim, staff is recommending the board review and provide direction on the long range planning project prioritization matrix for fiscal year 21-22. During the presentation, please refer to attachment A to the staff memo included on the Legistar, which is the long range planning prioritization matrix from last year. So that's sort of the starting point of where we're beginning from, and is the foundation for today's discussion. The staff memo provides information related to the items that have been completed and the items that are continuing to be in process. And we will also be sharing an editable version, sort of on-the-fly version of the 21-22 matrix where we can make changes. For those of you that were with us last year, we did something similar, and we'll have sort of an interactive where things can move around and we can kind of work on those prioritizations. Let's see here. And with that, I will pass it on to Aaron for some brief discussion on highlights from last year, the project prioritization criteria that was carried forward from last year, next steps, and then moving into the editable version of the fiscal year 21-22 matrix to guide our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Good afternoon, board. My name is Aaron Mann. The staff memo for today's item provides brief descriptions of each of the projects listed within the LRP planning matrix. Therefore, we don't plan to cover each project individually in detail at this time, but we can obviously address questions as we go through the project prioritization. As Rob indicated, I would like to highlight a few of the recent projects that were completed. Last month, LRP completed the 2020 housing element and general plan annual progress reports. These reports are required by the state law to be submitted to the California State Housing and Community Development Department and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research by April 1st of each year. We took those two items to the board, I believe, on March 23rd and approved on consent calendar. In December 2020, LRP also presented the temporary RV urgency ordinance to the board, which was also adopted during that meeting. In September 2020, the zoning ordinance major amendments project was brought to the board and authorized by resolution of intention 140/2017. This effort included major updates to the planning public noticing requirements and procedures, drive-through facilities, among a number of other things in the ordinance update. We also pursued two new state one-time funding opportunities for housing projects. One was the Regional Early Action Plan, otherwise known as REAP. The second one was the Local Early Action Plan, also known as LEAP. So member jurisdictions of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, SACOG, were eligible applicants. After last year's LRP Board of Supervisors item, staff submitted a REAP grant application to support the housing element update that we're currently working on. And we also submitted a LEAP application for infill incentives ordinance. I'd also like to remind the board of the project prioritization criteria that's been established in previous LRP priority board items. They are as follows. The first is the project already initiated and currently in process? The second criteria is the project mandated by state law? Third one is the project a requirement of the general plan? Fourth is it board direction? Has the board directed the effort? And then the fifth one is it within the county strategic plan and the goals within there? This set of criteria will help us prioritize new projects as we add them to the LRP matrix. In addition, I would like to suggest the board consider adding one additional criteria as we evaluate these projects that prioritizes them according to how we receive grant funding or projects that do already have grant funding. Within the staff memo, you've already seen that there's nearly $1 million of grant funding in most of these LRP projects. And I just want to keep that in mind as we prioritize the upcoming projects. So for the next steps after this item is closed, staff will revise the LRP priority matrix for fiscal year 21-22 as directed by the board, and we will attach the revised matrix to this Legistar item. Staff will also return to the board with any items requiring further board direction or action if necessary. So now I'd like to switch over to the interactive presentation piece to allow us to prioritize projects, add new projects as necessary. So give me 1 second as I share my screen here. All right, I believe at this time, the screen should be shared and we should be looking at a prioritization matrix.
That is up. Is there any way to increase the size of that just a little bit?
Sure, Supervisor Heidel. What I'll do is I'll first just describe the general layout and then I'll increase the size. Okay. And there's a reason why we have it organized this way. It looks slightly different than last year's, but generally the same content exists in here. What we did was we broke up the priority 1 projects into 2 columns because it was a fairly long list last year, and for presentation purposes, it made more sense to kind of break it into 2 columns today. And then those are all the projects in green. Tier 2 priorities are the orange, Tier 3 priorities are the blue, and then we've added a new column of yellow and purple on the far right for potential new projects. So what I'll do is kind of expand as you requested now to kind of make that a little bit more readable at this time.
Excellent, thank you. And Aaron, based upon previous board discussion, obviously one of the things that's come up is the state mandated programs are consuming a lot of the resources we have available. We have to respond to those as a priority sets. But if you could give us at some point an indication of what current staffing we have or funding we have basically to support these things, because in order to take on more priorities or move priorities, the board is going to have to consider adding funding somewhere if we're going to move in that direction. So I just want to make that clear, because we have Tier 3 priorities, for instance, we were established last year that I'd very much like to see elevated to get those done, because they've been out there since the general plan was approved in 2004, but we just haven't had the resources. So that's the serious discussion the board has to really make at this point is, are we willing to commit additional resources to get these things done? So with that, kind of as a lead in, hopefully you'll be able to give us some guidance when we get through a little bit further into the discussion as to where resource limitations reside.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Appreciate that. And within the staff memo, I can briefly describe the team as it stands now. There's currently 4 positions, one of which has been vacant since September with the departure of Ms. Novotny. So we are looking to fill that position and kind of staff up there. But you're definitely right. Tier 1 priorities, as most of these are in motion. We've made progress on them, but things are slow, and it is a little bit hard to balance our little resources that we do have here on this team. But at that, I would like to basically turn it over to the board at this time to go ahead and prioritize. And what I can do is, these are all cards that allow us to shuffle the deck, move priorities around. We did a similar presentation last year. This makes it a little bit easier for us to add new projects and shift them around as we need. But what you can see is we ended up with a significant number of Tier 1 projects, and we probably should be aiming more toward a balanced Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 list so that we can allocate resources. And as Supervisor Heidel indicated, there are some items in here that just simply went unfunded. There was no commitment of staff or funds for hiring consultants. And what we tried to do this year was break down some of that detail out of the staff report, just as a reminder of, here's these state mandates. As you alluded to, the first 5 to 6 are all state mandated reports. The general plan 5-year, safety element, housing element, the 2 APRs that I mentioned earlier. Essentially everything in this first column is a state mandate, except for the very last one, which is affordable housing ordinance, which is a general plan requirement.
Just Aaron, could you shrink it down a little bit, because we can't see anything beyond 5. So maybe we're a little bit overexpanded to be able to see the full list in that first column.
Yeah,
Don,
so first column.
I think you're seeing the whole list. It's just they've got the numbers mixed up a little.
And I'll address the numbering as well. So
Okay,
the
yep.
list, the list of 5 all the way down to 5 here is the total first column.
Okay.
And then the
Like 6 or
numbers.
7 were missing, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, the numbers themselves reference the staff report, so you can
Got it.
correlate it back to the staff report. Other than that, it doesn't necessarily mean one's any higher priority than the other. They're all Tier 1, but the numbers are there to help you translate. And one reason I did that is because here in the column number 2 of Tier 1, we had the ZO updates. That was a project that we consolidated a number of projects within. So you can see 11, 12, 13, and 17 were all consolidated into a zoning ordinance update that we're working with a consultant on. So the numbers are just there to help you kind of correlate back to the staff report.
So at this point, recognizing we have to do all the Tier 1 priorities, can you give me a rough feel for what kind of FTE commitments we have out of the 4 positions that have been allocated just to fulfill the Tier 1?
Yeah,
Oh, I can jump in on that one if you would like, Aaron. So Tiffany Schmid, Director of Planning and Building. So essentially, as Aaron indicated, we have 4 full-time equivalent staff in the long-range planning unit. And when you look at this matrix, you see that we have, as required, we have been able to comply and meet the state mandates as they are currently written with the staff that we have. If you look at some of the other priority ones, we have made slow, incremental progress on some of those. But really, if you're looking at just keeping the unit status quo, I think that's what the board is looking at as far as the amount of progress that the existing staff can make. They'll continue to do their best to make some forward progress on these, but we're not seeing really any meaningful forward momentum on these projects, which I know they're important to the board, they're important to staff, and they're important to our community. So, and then with the other pending legislation, I fear that our progress is going to be further stunted with those projects. So I think if the board is amenable to it, what we might want to do is, just clearly demarcate these state mandates, because we have to do those. We don't have a choice. A lot of them occur on an annual basis. Some have a longer term, like the 5-year review, but most are annual reporting requirements that we just have to do year after year after year. That workload's not going to go away.
So Tiffany?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if we could do tier 1 as just the state mandates that are due this year, I think that would be a good start. Because if there's ones that they're state mandated, but it's 5 years from now or wherever, I mean, at least we have an idea of what that work would be just for this year to get there.
So those, yeah, and the ones we are in the process of the 5-year update. So that is currently occurring. Even though it's on a 5-year cycle, we're in that cycle right now. Same with the major update for the housing element. That's actually on an 8-year cycle. We're currently in that cycle right now of doing that major update. So if we could just maybe identify all those state mandates that we're currently working on, and then I think it would be beneficial for the board to then go through and identify what their priority 1, 2, and 3 after those state mandates. I think the bottom line, and I believe I've indicated this in other meetings, we've requested 2 additional staff to help make some movement on these. I think we can make some significant movement with that additional staffing. I know that's, that'll be a decision down the line, but I think without that additional staffing, we just really won't be able to make meaningful movement on any of these other priorities beyond what the state has mandated.
So that's it, just state mandates. That's all we have the availability with our FYIs or FTI. Thank you. FTEs. That's all we can do right now. You're saying that we can't can't even touch the orange, the blue, or the yellow right now, as far as with the staff we have right now.
And we're making, we are making incremental movement toward some of those other priority ones, but it doesn't seem to be fast enough. So I guess that's where I'm coming at. And then priority 2 and 3, no. I mean, we're really not able to make any movement on those.
So it's kind of silly to make them as a priority for this next year if there's no way we can get to them. I just, it's frustrating, but that's the bottom line, right?
Yeah.
Well, there is a difference, for instance, in that third column now, that number 8, for instance, that's a state mandate. Number 9 is direction from the board. So the board could decide that Oak Resources Management Plan implementation is something that could be deferred. I'm not in favor of that personally. We've been working to try to get that done for well over 3 years. But I think that's the reality of the choices we're being asked to make.
Yeah. Well, I know that we've been talking a lot about the communication facilities, and do we have something, you know, and I thought we had separated it out for that reason because we wanted to make sure we got it. That to have a consultant that was going to group everything together necessarily meant that it was going to be a delay on that part. Isn't that what we had talked about last year?
What resulted on that one was that the cost savings of grouping them all together was more beneficial to go with one consultant that will do all ZO updates at the same time.
Yeah, we talked about that last year, about that very issue. I thought we as a board, though, had directed staff to separate it out because we didn't want to wait until all those other projects were done.
I think is what occurred is that they're combined, but the communication facilities is the first project to occur in that effort.
So so then you're saying that you'll have one consultant that'll be doing it all, but he's going to be necessarily doing this in phases then. So phase one will be to do that.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this is Rob Peters. That's exactly right. We recognize that the board wished to prioritize that one in advance. And so I think the contract is trying to be put in place in a way where you can move one component forward without having to bring them all forward at the same time.
Okay, very good.
So Aaron, are we being asked to essentially do a rank order, for instance, on 8 versus 9 and, you know, side-by-side comparison to try to change the numbering here? What are you really requesting of?
Yeah, we are not requesting changing numbering. That was simply, like I said, just to correlate to the staff report. It's really just the 3 buckets of priorities, the
Okay.
tier 1, the tier 2, tier 3, and then of course, all the potential new projects that we've heard about. We don't know if you want to add more to this list. This was our best assessment as to what you might be wanting to include in the LRP future project list. You can add new ones, take these off, but we were just giving you some examples of, all right, we need to take design standards for rural centers and throw it into the priorities as well. So we were just trying to think ahead on this one.
So with the design standards wasn't, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Drag that over, Aaron, all the way over number 1.
Well, Lori, wasn't it because we were talking about using some other funding? So that was where we were going to move it? Okay,
yes,
that's what I thought too.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, oh, look, he's doing it. But in my mind, we allocated funding for it, which in my mind means it can be a top priority because there's funding for it. The other ones are, we struggle with it because of the funding mechanism. So where I wanted to go with that one specifically, where is that one, Aaron? These are tiny, just so you know. I put it on my biggest screen and it's still tiny. So
it's one of the yellow ones in there,
there
Lori.
it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I get tired in the afternoon too. My eyes do. But I was hoping to move that over into the tier 1, not state mandated, but tier 1, because it is part of fulfilling our general plan, and we did allocate funding for it. And then in conjunction with that, we have in the tier 3 priorities, we have number 21, the Georgetown Historical Overlay, which I did talk to the officers of the Georgetown Preservation Society over the weekend. And I told them that what I was thinking is that, you know, they've been on this list, although as a low priority, but they've been on here since 2019. They had started engaging with staff, but then COVID hit and everything came to a screeching halt. But they're ready to rock and roll. And Georgetown is one of our rural centers. And the general plan says to, do the rural centers, design standards, and then assess it for a historical overlay. So my brain's thinking, let's take this number 21 Georgetown and kind of make them number 1 within this design standards for the rural centers, because they are ready to go. They've been engaged with staff. They went down to the surveyor's office and have maps. So they're ready to go. And that's kind of been our pattern, is when we've got communities that have already been engaged and going, we should run with it. So I'm hoping the board agrees with me on that, it just seems logical to have them go since they started the process.
So Lori, if that's unfunded, what do we take out?
Oh, no. They're part of the design standards they are a rural center. Georgetown is one of our rural centers, which we funded. Remember out of the TOT, we allocated.
Lori, we're talking design standards versus historical overlay.
Right,
Those different products?
They're separate but related. And then you look at the general plan, it said to assess your rural centers for a historical district overlay. So you can have a historic district overlay within your rural center. Quite honestly, when I talked to the folks at, I'm going to call them GPS, they think that just doing the design standards will probably be enough, and we won't have to do a historic overlay because it is all about design. But until we get that staff person hired to really delve into it with the community, I don't want to let that go. But the general plan says your historical district overlays are within your rural center, so they're related, and it's all about how it looks. So yeah, they're ready to go.
So Tiffany, so what Lori's saying is that we can bring it in together. Is that so that it doesn't need the extra funding? Can you give us a idea of what that means?
Yeah, I think, I mean, of course, we have not scoped this project, right? We've talked about how many rural centers there are and what we want the effort to look like. But so, I mean, I don't have specific answers for you, but I do not think it would be an issue to combine that effort into the design standards for the rural centers.
Okay, good.
So Aaron, could you help us understand 16 versus what we're talking about with design standards here, the state mandate for those CMFR? Are they related at all, or are they totally distinct and have just similar titles? Can you help me with that one?
Sure. So number 16 actually ties into number 5, or sorry, not number 5, number 8. So it was broken up into 2 components, right? Component 1 was the Shingle Springs, and then component 2 was the other 3 community regions. That's the only reason why that one is split into 2 like that. And what we're talking about today, or in the yellow here, is for the rural centers, not the community regions.
So they both have their own funding allocations. There's separate funding allocations that the board has done over the years.
Can I talk about something? I would like to see also our cultural resources ordinance be kind of a priority too, because we can form a resource preservation commission, and it could work with our design standards for our rural centers, especially when it comes to these historic sites and stuff in these certain areas. And I think that commission would be real good, especially that design control districts for areas, places, sites, structures, or uses of special historic significance. So I think that could be part of that too. And that funding is already there. And that could work with whoever we put on staff to be able to work on these design standards, work closely with them.
It says unfunded there, George. So you're saying we have money for it?
No, I'm saying you put it in with our design standards is what I'm saying. That commission is what I'm talking about. It's policy 7.5.15.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the actual ordinance here when you talk about this.
Well, basically, it's all of it. It considers all of it. There's a big design line in our general plan. And I was just thinking we ought to form this commission that will actually work together with our rural areas and rural centers.
Yeah, no, my only point is funding for it. Tiffany, is this going to cause any extra funding, or is George saying we get a commission, we're not going to worry about that?
So I think we're experiencing kind of what the issue with not having a clear scope defined here. These are all related policies, but they are distinct policies. And so this is by adding in the rural centers and then wanting to include the historical overlays and now including the cultural resources ordinance, you're certainly increasing the scope of the effort. Again, this is recent discussion with the board, so we have not reached out to a consultant to see what the cost would be. But they are, again, they're distinct but related, and I can understand where that connection is being drawn, but we've got scope creep going on here, and so it's getting difficult to say what an estimated cost or the effort would be if we included that in there. We can certainly explore it.
So number 19, I can't tell. Number 19, is that something mandated?
Number 19 is not. That's the Weber Creek Canyon IBC that we brought to the board last year that went unfunded. That was the project to specifically identify which properties within the Weber Creek Canyon would require biological assessment, and we did a consultation with a consultant that said we're looking at around $90-some thousand to go out and assess, kind of do that biological assessment on the properties without putting that burden on the landowners themselves. If that was a reminder.
I'm just trying to look for ways to move all this funding around. If we were to group all this, as George and what Lori were talking about, is there something we can take out of the green there and move over to a tier 2 so that we can make sure we group all of that community planning together and have the funding for it? Is there something in there? Anybody see anything in there?
I see something in here. The county can request to become a certified local government through the State Office of Historic Preservation. Certification would qualify the county for grants aid to historic preservation areas and projects.
So can I ask a
part of
question?
that commission.
Are you thinking of when you said the Cultural Resources Commission? Did you mean actually creating the ordinance or just creating the commission? Because
creating a commission is what I'm talking about.
I think those are two different things.
They are. They're two different things.
So creating a commission, in my mind, we always talk about this at the board would be, we don't want to have commissions that aren't supported by staff. And so what I think George was getting at is that this would be a commission that we would create, which is part of the general plan also. And then the staff person that could potentially support it would be the person that's doing the design standards, because they are out in the rural centers.
That's correct.
So it would just be that would be the staff person assigned.
Right. And all I was getting at is there's money always involved when you have any staff working.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do you move it around?
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out how to move it all around.
So I just wanted to differentiate between that, because at this point, George, you're not actually saying to create the ordinance itself. No. And honestly, I think the commission could help maybe work on drafting that ordinance. That could be helpful potentially if they go look at other counties for examples of a cultural resources ordinance. Other commissions have done that.
And my understanding was staff had gotten like an 80% document on that many years ago. And obviously that's old dusty material, but they made headway on it. And then for whatever reason, it got suspended. That's my understanding of it.
So do you think that maybe, John, if we create a commission, they could dust it off and help get her done?
I think that would certainly be a step in the right direction. I'm not sure they could get all the way, getting it done, but they could certainly provide recommendations on how to expedite getting it done.
Yeah.
So that part I agree with. I think that would be helpful if we had a commission looking at that. So
that's a thought. That might help a little bit.
But then back to these tiers, if we could take all that, what you're talking about, between the community plans and Georgetown and all this, and move it over into the green, and then move something over to the orange or blue, what would that be?
Well, but I want to talk about the one we just spoke about, the infill incentive ordinance, which is 18.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I'm reading it, it isn't going to get done. And
right.
I just said we need to get that done. So,
although, maybe if we sign on to Green Means Go, and if that project gets funded, maybe then we move that up further on the tier. I don't know. It seems that maybe there's other ones that are perhaps more important if we don't have that Green Means Go funding for that. Just had to throw that out there.
Yeah.
I also want to remind the board of the numbers here where we have allocations for general fund already, as well as 190,000 in LEAP funding that has already been secured as well. So my point at the opening is if we have 190,000 of funds, this should probably be a priority to get working on
that. When we've got that kind of grant funding or whatever available, it ought to be moved over because those are easier to get done as opposed to some of the other heavier lifts.
Yeah, and Aaron, do we have anything else that is like that we're gonna in danger of losing grant funding for?
We have a number of projects like that, and that's why you'll see the REAP grants 35,000, general fund 60,000. We have
those are all
SB2
prioritized. I
grants.
think, Aaron, the things we're talking about is the stuff that's tier 2 and tier 3 at this point, and new projects. Is there anything in those categories that's subject to losing its funding, its grant money or whatever, to assist in getting this done?
Obviously, the CMFR design standards would be subject to that, the SB2 grants, so the component 2. So we do have a deadline on that, which I believe is in 2022.
I
CJ,
think
you
those
could
have
probably.
to be moved over to tier 1 personally. I think you have to take advantage of every amount of funding. And if that means we have to add staffing, then I think that's the reality we have to face. And if we're not willing to add the staffing, then we move them back over and we tell the public we're not able to achieve what was in some of these long range goals.
I think number 16 is critical to be moved over. If we're going to be addressing design standards, we can't leave that section out.
And I think 18 likewise has to be moved over. I agree.
Yeah,
think
absolutely.
Got to be moved over. They got to kind of go together.
And I would like to get back to the design standards for rural centers, which I do support. Tiffany mentioned that we have some creep, scope creep going in there. Do we want to talk about maybe narrowing the focus down of that? I mean, we have 21 rural centers. Lori, was your thought to do all of them? Or is there maybe a tier 1, 2, and 3 in that?
Right.
Which might be helpful to, design.
Right. I know that it's a tough one. Well, in my mind, it because they're so related. Like I said, when I talked to the Georgetown folks over the weekend, they're actually thinking that perhaps just doing the design standards for the whole rural center will alleviate the need to create the historical district, because it really is mostly about the design of what comes, right? Like we've talked about before. So one could potentially take care of the other, but you don't know that until you get out in the community, that's why to me it makes sense to do the evaluation for historical districts at the same time.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
And
I was
so
talking about 21 different communities that are the rural centers.
right. So my thought again was, if we've had kind of like what we did with the community regions, which was before you got on the board, but I shared with you the history of how we got there kind of, you just kind of go with the communities that were more engaged, already there at the door saying, let's do this and that kind of thing, which is why I felt that Georgetown was an obvious one, because they had been making progress on the effort with staff before, COVID made everything come to a standstill. And then my thought for a smart second choice, honestly, would be Cool, California, because Cool did do a planning effort also with the Transportation Commission, and they're a rural center. They've had some development proposed there. So they, to me, seem like a natural second choice. And then beyond that, I'm not really sure what other communities have been engaged in planning.
Fair Play, Somerset.
Somerset, yeah. Somerset Rural Committee, they've already formed.
Cameron Park, El Dorado Hills. I mean, we just start.
We can go on, but I think that's three priorities anyway.
No, you guys, those are the community regions. So keep those separate. Those are different conversations, remember?
That's what 18 or 16 rather addresses, though, Lori.
What I am proposing is that we had talked about at our TOT workshop of allocating more money to take care of the design standards for rural centers. So rather than tackling all 21 rural centers, what if we were to say, let's tackle, Georgetown, Somerset, Fairplay, and Cool, which are kind of the main communities that are currently engaged. And then also, move into this, the community design standards for, the Diamond Springs, El Dorado, and the El Dorado Hills, and, Cameron Park. Now, certainly Shingle Springs is already underway. But then move those into the process too, rather than putting communities like Little Norway ahead of, Diamond Springs and El Dorado Hills and all of that.
Well, Wendy, I think that's great because, when I worked on the Myers community plan, and what we did when we started doing community planning was we were trying to develop a roadmap for all community plans, for all community planning. And that's important. And so if you do take that, and I like to call them pilot programs, but whatever you want to call it, phase one, and create that roadmap that we've talked about, and actually the planning department's done. Yeah, it's there. Right. So it's more a matter of just updating it and applying it to rural versus the community regions. I think that's a great thing to do. Now, I would ask Tiffany, is that one FTE? Is that, what's the scope of work here? Is that a good start? And can we do that in 1 year? Or does it make more sense to either add on more or less work?
If the question is combining the component 2, the design standards for component 2 with the design standards for rural centers, is that where the board was going with that?
I guess I was looking at in terms of funding, for that extra allocation that we had talked about with TOT funding, how far would it go? And I don't expect necessarily an answer today, but in covering those 3 rural centers, then allocating the rest of the funding toward moving number 16 forward.
Right, that was like $380 something thousand.
Yeah. So item 16, so we do have, we already have some grant funding for that, right? And we have one contract that is in process to address both component 1 of the design standards and component 2. So, so that to me is a distinct effort that has already started down a path, and I don't necessarily want to. I don't think it would help make it go any faster if we revise that path. I think we want to keep that one going down the path that it started. Then if we look at the design standards for the rural centers with the funding that the board set aside a couple of weeks ago, the $350,000 in TOT. Again, this is if Tiffany had it her way, it would be that funding would be utilized to staff the first year costs of the 2 additional staff so that we could have internal staff that works with a consultant to move that project forward. The board could also direct staff to, that new person works solely on this effort. I mean, for me, the long and the short of it is we need, and I hate to keep saying this, but we need additional resources in order to move forward with this. I mean, having the board allocate the $350,000, that's great, but I need a body to do that work. And we'll likely need consultant services as well, because there's a whole architectural component to those design standards that we don't have internal expertise for. So I think my preference would be to keep those 2 projects on separate paths. They could be on parallel paths with the resources available. And then certainly if we wanted to limit the scope of the design standards for the rural centers to just those 3-4 rural centers initially, I fully supportive of that, and that's probably wise, given that there are 29 rural centers, and that's a really big project to take on. And I would imagine that the cost to execute just the 4 rural centers would be less than. I can't imagine that it would cost more than that $350,000 allocated. It's got to be significantly less. And I'm hoping as we roll out the design standards for the community regions that there is some momentum there that we can, and also some base. Now I'm getting a little technical, so I apologize, but I just want you to know that I do think of all of these pieces. So we're hoping that we can come out with some base design standards that are not necessarily the aesthetic design standards that we could then pivot and apply toward those rural centers. So I'm hoping that there's momentum between those two projects.
And I think that's where we were going. I think that's what we were asking is, can you separate out a piece of that
Look at
rural
the synergy
planning?
involved, but separate them out as specific
Right.
projects. But look
Yeah.
at, if you had the same resource working on them, wouldn't there be a synergistic, you move things along faster? That's, I think, the concept.
And I like the idea, 2 tier 1 priorities on parallel paths. I think this is great.
Yeah, this will, I think, go really well. And then my thought was, and Tiffany, I'm with you. My brain's going like 100 miles an hour on this. But, you know, quite honestly, I looked at Quintet, and I think there's only one parcel out there that's commercial or something. You know, so really we're, you know, in certain, you know, in Mosquito, I think there's like 3 or 4 or something parcels that will even potentially be impacted. So my thought was, and we can talk about this in more details, but once we get going on the first couple, I don't see why communities couldn't self-initiate. That's what that, if some of you remember our Candyland game, but self-initiate their thoughts, because they're going to be able to see these processes happening. And a lot of it's just collecting photos of what you want to see in your community. And then, like you're saying, that the consultant will take the technical part of it and put it in the standards for us. But a lot of it's just, you know, mostly aesthetics. So we could potentially get far more of them done than we realize once we get rolling. And it would be okay for for us to go out into our communities, correct, and help guide them. I mean, isn't that part of the point also, to help guide them towards what we're doing if they're interested? Yes. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Tiff, can we do that?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I do think that we could establish a template. There may be rural centers that another rural center's adopted standards, right? And we could apply those to that other rural center. So there's, I'm certain that once we get started with this, that there will be some momentum and synergy there. And we could help facilitate by putting resources on our website for those communities that want to start that effort on their own, to start getting some movement within their own rural centers.
Right.
So Aaron, I have a question for you. Under new projects, we have this one at the top. It says it's got LEAP funding available to go. Are we subject to losing that funding to get that ADU plan done if we don't have it in a tier 1?
That's correct. So the December 31st, 2023 date is when we need to expend those funds by. So that's a project that does have a timeline. It has a large sum of money, $293K. We've discussed this one internally. CJ Freeland is working on the scope of work of what that would look like, reaching out to a consultant firm, doing an RFP likely to get a firm on this project itself. It's tied to what we're already doing over here for pre-approved ADU plans. So we have one right now that we're in process on. So what we plan on doing is having one pre-approved ADU plan in this project down here, number 4 in these state mandates. And then this will be a follow-on project to get more ADU plans available.
Well, since this one affects our affordable housing and all the things we're talking about relative to the RENA numbers, I think it's got to be moved over to priority 1. It's got funding. There's no point in delaying it. We need to expend the funding and get started. Otherwise, we're going to get behind the 8 ball and trying to play catch up again next year. So I think it needs to be over there.
Okay. Tiffany, is that are you, what's the right word? Encouraged by having these ones with funding ready to go? Are you going to be able to find staff and consultants, or has that been an issue? Or was just COVID was such an off year that we couldn't do so many projecty kind of things? So that's why I've been telling a lot of people that have been asking, I go, we lost our momentum on a lot of these projects. So do you feel that was a part of why we got stalled on some things, or are we having a hard time getting staff consultants, or what?
Oh,
You know?
well, it's probably a combination.
Okay.
But and I know there's details in the staff report, and I apologize, I don't have the specific details on this particular, on the ADU project. I'm sure Aaron or CJ could give us a status of where we are on that particular project. Like I said initially, we've made incremental progress on all of these, but it's just so difficult to get anything to the finish line, right? We're the spread's so thin that it's just that we make these little bits of progress. So that was something staff is really good in this unit in particular at getting grant funding for projects that we already were either required to do or planning on doing, or the board directed. So I understand it places kind of an additional level of urgency when we now have grant funding in support of something that we wanted to do, but I don't know, the tier one, I guess I'm getting a little nervous here, but my tier one priorities list is growing.
Which means you have to have additional resources, whether it be consultants or staff.
Yeah.
But that's what the board item asked for, is for us to prioritize and for you to come back and tell us what it's going to cost. And then we can change it if we have to, right? So with that framework, can you explain if number 15 includes the wireless telecommunications facility work? Because I don't want to ignore that if that's buried within.
That's
15.
under communications, John. That's what I was asking about before, right?
So what is within 15?
Yeah, that's on number, this is Rob Peters, that's on number 11
Right.
in the tier one priorities list.
Okay, so what's in 15?
Communication facilities,
Right.
but that is the WTF as it's commonly referred to.
So what is in 15 then, Rob?
Oh,
Other.
So 15 is sort of a rolling activity, which includes, as we're implementing this ordinance that was adopted in 2015 and is moving forward, as staff is implementing the ordinance, we identify things, errors, issues related to the adopted ordinance. And so that's a sort of a placeholder for bringing forth, and correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, because we had two that were very similar, but it's sort of a placeholder for bringing back code sections that we're struggling to implement and making fixes as appropriate.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm fine with where it is right now as tier 2. I wonder if it should be tier 3. Maybe we just go to tier 1 and tier 2 and don't have a tier 3. I don't know. But
Well, you know what, John, I think what's hard here is, we're trying to figure out the work plan for Tiffany, and that's difficult. And it's impossible. And I don't think we really want to do that. I mean, Tiffany's got to come back, not obviously, and tell us what's doable and what's not, but we can't figure out the work plan. We just have to focus, I think, on our priorities and let them figure it out.
Although I think she's asking us for priorities, what's
Right.
more
That's it.
important to us than others.
Yeah.
So Tiffany, can you explain what number 14 is? Because I wasn't here before the electronic charging stations. What's that project?
I can explain that one real quick if you'd like. The EV charging stations is something that we need to do to comply with state law changes to streamline allowing EV charging stations in both commercial and residential construction projects. It's something that we're coordinating with our building department on. Building required a little bit of help in terms of writing up the ordinance, and it's something that we have a draft going already right now. And one of those projects that, as Tiffany said, we're moving it forward. It's a priority one, but slowly.
How much is that project for?
This one here is just staff time. We don't have any consultants on this one. We decided to pull it out of the larger ZO update. It was an easy win. It was something that we can write internally ourselves. So we just have staff. Efren Sanchez is working on this one by himself.
Okay.
A question, those charging stations, I mean, are they going to be also looking at certain gas stations and stuff in our area? So making sure they have charging stations there too?
This is not a requirement to put them in or any kind of quota. It's simply, how do we process these when they come in, and how do we make them quicker when I think there's Efren, you can correct me, but I think there's a 60-day requirement from the state to have these approved by. So we're just trying to streamline our process so that we can meet that requirement.
Okay, thank you.
So Aaron, the other question I have is the one on grant writing, which is clear down on the bottom. This goes back to CDAC's recommendation that the county should invest in a full-time grant writer to apply for all these things. We've been very successful in winning grants, but at what deterrent from getting the other things accomplished if we have the staff that's working on the priority one proposals and like the LEAP funding, also writing grants? I mean, this has been a long-standing thing of why can't we fund a full-time grant writer and make use of that person? Their return on investment's probably going to be 5, 6, 7 to 1, but yet we put it off. So I don't get that either.
So, Mr. Chair, this is Rob Peters. I wanted to jump in just because the purple ones are sort of, a lot of this is priorities from the board, and we're here to get your direction on some of the work that we need to do or the work that you would like to see done. To be quite honest, the bottom two purple are something that we as staff would love to be able to do. Legislative bill analysis so that we can be on top of bills as they come forward instead of doing EV charging stations years after when the legislation comes through. And then also, our ability to grant write. I think the long range planning team does a really good job of trying to pencil in grants as they become available. But I would say that we miss opportunities because of our inability to have staff available to write those grants as they come up. So to be quite honest, the purple tier is sort of a recommendation or a wish list of staff and that we threw in there because that's something as we're looking at, what maybe we should be doing as a long range planning team that we feel is an important component to the work and we would love to be able to do.
So Rob, why aren't you doing them? If there's a neutral, what John's saying, which I kind of agree on, frankly, is there's a neutrality there funding wise because they're the very bottom basic is, and most grant writers know that is you got to earn your keep on that job. You at least make enough to pay for your job and hopefully, like John said, 5 or 6, 7 times the ROI. Is that just too hard to try to pre-pack to get somebody in there? Or?
Well, so to answer your question, we don't have a current staff member, but we certainly, as you can see from the matrix, go after grant funding. We have several projects that have, so it's not that we're not doing it. We'd like to do it more to offset our general fund costs and to be quite honest, and to try to get some more of these opportunities done that we can apply grant funds for. So I think we are doing it. I think the team sort of, I would say CJ does a really good job in our housing side of the LRP team to get grant funds and to try to go after those dollars, but it was more of a sort of an emphasis item for us.
So let me ask Don. Don, if we've got staff that's working on grants, but we know that we're maybe missing out on some, it sounds like, because we don't have somebody that's full-time that focuses just on that. And if we feel that they can earn their keep, so to speak, is there a way to do this? Is there a way to make this happen so that, we have somebody's just working on grants?
And could that person be shared with a couple other departments?
Yeah, we've talked about that at the department head meeting and how to manage and implement that. There's challenges with one countywide grant writer. What department do they work for? Because there's grant, we get notifications of grants every day. And finding out which grants are worth applying for, the dollar amount of the grants, the matching funds. So having a single person do that for the whole county would be logistically difficult because they simply don't understand all the programs. For example, in planning and land use, as well as law and justice, and then also health and human services. So that makes it difficult. Another thing.
So can we get someone just for long-term planning? And then if that's successful, if he's earning his keep, then get somebody for a different, do this incrementally. But I mean, I think this makes sense to get somebody, if they can earn their keep, to get somebody in there.
Yeah, and so I think this is a good conversation because you see a lot of programs here that have grants. We don't have staff to administer and implement the programs, even though we have the money.
Yeah.
And,
it seems like a lost opportunity here. Huh?
It is. And then we can't forget, just because we have a grant writer that get grants, you have to have someone administer and report on those grants. So there's still a positive return on it. I'm not saying there's not, but at some point you have to be willing to hire the staff to spend the money to get the project done.
So I think we should. I think that should be a priority. If we know we can at least get that money back and have got somebody, it's, you know, if it's a zero-sum game, absolutely. You know, and that's all we're
my
asking.
opinion, and we've discussed this several times, and
Yeah.
it's an opportunity that I think we need to take at this point, dedicated to the planning and building area, to try to get a grant writer in, because I think there is probably multi-million dollars of available grants if we can apply for them and truly leverage them. And like we talked about, CJ's time, she's been doing a great job. But if she isn't writing those grants, she's just supporting and cooperating with the grant submittals. It gives her time to do the other things that have gotten backlogged. So to me,
And let the other departments know they're next in line as soon as we get our ROI.
Yeah, most departments have people who write grant. You know, we just got a $4 million grant for broadband. I mean, that's with existing staff. There was a team effort to write that. If the board wants us to hire a grant writer for planning, I'd appreciate Tiffany's input.
Yeah.
And that's an additional FTE.
Yep.
That, you know, it's just, where does it?
Should be self-funded if it works right.
If it works right. They don't always do.
Yep, I understand. There's a risk there, yes.
One of the things I'm looking at right now is grant money to be able to fund this cogen or biomass plant. So if we had somebody that was within the county that could help me work on that we could get this implemented, maybe there's some grant money there that would help that project.
Like I said, there's grant money for a lot of things. We have to pick and choose which ones we can apply for and which ones make the most sense due to the requirements of the grant. So,
okay.
And priorities of the board. But happy to consider adding a grant writer, and maybe we could talk to all the departments in Building C, but because they are similar and they probably apply for similar types of grants, to leverage a shared grant writer or something.
Great.
I like that. I think that makes
That's
sense. Yeah, common ground, so to speak. Yes.
I like it too.
You're good.
Any other comments from the board before we open it up for public input?
Of course.
Go ahead.
So what can I do? What can we, the Mira Loma rezone and GPA, general plan amendment, it's an unusual, odd one. You know, it's not our normal project, and it's something that we inherited from 1995. So, and I just fully don't understand what it takes to get that done, because the resolution was written in 1995 to do the general plan amendment. There was already direction from the board, and the rezone, in my mind, should just be unwound from 2015. So how hard is that to really make that happen? I know I make it sound simple because I want it to be, but what's the reality on that one?
So this is Rob Peters. I think the reality on that one is that a lot of the baseline work is there as far as the information that was provided to the Board of Supervisors in the background and the history. We do need to look at the environmental analysis, and I know a lot of folks say, you know, there's none there, but truly, whenever you're rezoning something, you have to look at sort of the delta from what you had to what you're going to have, and in this particular instance, this is a down zoning, so it's a little different than what we normally see, which is someone trying to upzone so they could get more out of it. However, you still have to do the general plan analysis and consistency findings, you know, staff report, take it to the planning commission, take it to the board, those sorts of things. One of the big hurdles, at least in my mind, is, you know, and right, wrong, or indifferent, is to look at the impacts to the housing element. You know, you are ultimately reducing the total number of units within that is anticipated or contemplated within the housing element. And I think when we had a discussion before, I believe it was county council that mentioned, you know, there's some findings that have to be made there. So really it's not like a starting from new, because a lot of the groundwork's kind of been laid, but it's just going through the process, and you got to make sure you cross, you know, all the T's and dot all the I's and make sure you make the appropriate findings. You know, it has probably to do with writing up an initial study and writing up a staff report and going through the public hearing process and all of that. So it's not as easy as flipping the switch, but you know, probably easier than some of the other efforts that you might see on this list.
Okay, so what can I do to make it happen faster? That's really all I need to know.
I think that you could prioritize it on this list as a high priority, and then as you guys articulated, as the board articulated earlier, we will try to figure out how to work that into the work plan. But I believe, there was support to move it forward, and now we're looking at where do you want it to fall within the list of activities.
So Rob, can you help me with the scope on that? Is that going to take less than a year to accomplish, and is going to take a half FTE, or give me some sense of what that is? Because I have no familiar with it at all.
Off the top of my head, without, I think certainly it's something that could be done within a calendar year or a fiscal year. That's generally, 6 to 12 months is kind of the shot for any of our discretionary type projects. It's really a quasi discretionary projects. Normally our discretionary team kind of deals with, rezones and general plan amendments that are parcel specific and aren't at that sort of higher level. However, this one is, kind of because we have that workload and because long range planning looks at it's sort of a longer range fix, I would say. And so that's why it's being attached here. But as far as a total FTE, I don't think it's not something that would take a staff member's entire year, for instance. It could be one of a number of things that a staff member could be working on. It certainly wouldn't take an entire FTE for a year, but it would take some time. It would take some staff work. You can imagine, if I had to guess, between 40 and 100 hours of staff work.
Okay, if that's what we're talking about, sort of I'm fine with moving it over to the high priority. If it's that easy, that's low hanging fruit to me. But if it becomes a quarter equivalent staff or half equivalent staff, then I got to really question if that's the priority we need to run with, given the fact that we still have our cultural resources ordinance not happening here. So
do we want to move the Weber Creek Canyon down? Are some of these, we've moved a lot of things into tier 1. I think this board has to be willing to take some things off of it.
I was looking at that one too.
Yeah, that's good, Wendy.
Yeah.
And I think the purple one left, the legislative bill analysis, we have CSAC and RCRC4. They're really good at keeping us abreast. I would love, again, of course, at some time to have a lobbyist so we can talk to, but I think we've got a lot of big priorities there.
Yeah, and this is Rob again. I think we get a lot of requests to submit comments to groups like CSAC and others, and we really try to participate. And so that again was just a kind of a wish list effort of some work that we'd love to be able to do.
Yeah, no, it's being on CSAC, I realize there's always a lot of legislation coming down the pipe, especially right now where we're at. But that's something where we just kind of lean on them.
Is there any other tier 1 priority that we ought to consider moving over?
Can I ask a question, Supervisor Thomas? I apologize, but
of course.
Before Weber Creek is removed from tier 1 to tier 3, perhaps an appropriate question of planning staff is, how much work, or were they able to get make any progress on that the past year?
No, there was no progress on the Weber Creek Canyon IBC. After last year, we viewed it as unfunded, unprioritized, in the sense that there was no way to hire a consultant. That one we felt required specific expertise from a consultant to do that study.
Okay, perfect. That's all. I just didn't want it to be 50% done and move it to tier 3 and then not get.
I'm going to make one final attempt to go after 22, cultural resources ordinance. Again, Rob, I guess the question is to you, what kind of time frame and commitment to staff is it going to take, to my understanding, finishing it up, right? There's old things out there. We can have a commission work on some of those things, but if we were to make that a priority to get that ordinance done, what do you think it would take to get that done from where we are now?
So this is Rob Peters again. To be quite honest, I'm not maybe as familiar as of the draft working doc that may be out there. So I'd have to do some looking around to understand what we have in place. I think that cultural resource ordinance reaches a lot of different levels. It's not just historic, but prehistoric and a lot, and probably tribal cultural resource and all of that. So the level of effort is going to be pretty large on that. It's not going to be an easy lift. I think it's probably why it's still sitting there now, if I had to give you my opinion, because of the vast cultural resources that are in the county and where those may or may not be found, and it stretches the whole county. So it's a county-wide effort. I think it's, something we certainly would love to have, and it would help us in all of our efforts, including discretionary planning and others. But yeah, I think that one's probably not as easy, and I would have to do a little bit of looking around to figure out exactly how much that might cost and what the level of effort would be.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that. We've got a commissioner committee we're going to establish. We're going to take a cut at it. So I'm happy with progress on that one. But
I think that commission's a good idea, especially when it can also look into facilitate a lot of those policies in that particular cultural resources ordinance.
And what about Texas Hill?
Yeah.
Where are we on that?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so with Texas Hill, we pretty much have a scope of work ready to go with a consultant, and we're just working on the contract on that one, and we should be executing and bringing that to the board here probably in the next month and a half, I'd say.
Okay, you're already under contract.
Not yet. Scope of work is being finalized as we speak. Yeah.
Okay.
So let me just address very quickly, scenic corridor ordinance, like the cultural resources, it's been out there forever. Is that something we need to look at having a committee or commission work on? Because I know, again, I think there was quite a bit of work done on that. So is that something we want to put into that time frame perspective of having an advisory group start working on it, so at least we can make some progress?
You know, I have to jump in here. We have so many boards and commissions that I think we need to be very careful when we add one or two more. What I will want to know what demand on staff will that be? Well, we've already, given them a whole bunch of new priorities here. I think we really need to have a serious, conversation about that. Yeah, they're great ideas, but what will the demand on staff be? And perhaps we get our design standards for the rural centers done, our design standards for the community regions done, and then we move our attention toward cultural resources and our scenic corridors. I mean, that's just
okay.
Thought.
I know I get questions on it all the time. Why don't we have a scenic corridor ordinance? Because the signage and everything else, and
everything
development happens, we lose that ability. So
I know
we lose it with the passage of time, I guess, is the issue. But okay. Any other board comments?
Other code sections, other areas, sign ordinances. We were kind of talking about that after the last election. We've got something coming up next year. Is that somewhere in there where we can move that? Oh, there we go. There you go. Okay.
Signs is still part of that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
Yep.
with the telecommunications. So, okay.
Okay, good. I'm good then.
However, there are still a couple other things. I guess we have the ADU ordinance still as a tier 1. We're working on that one. CJ will have that shortly. The county initiated rezones. This is kind of the one that Rob was referring to, is the items that we are constantly facing, which is tied to code section updates. But that's specific rezones, general plan amendments, and zoning maps. Do you want to leave that in tier 1?
I just don't know what exactly is in there to know where it needs to be, I think, is the problem.
How much resource demand is in that 100% general fund? Is that?
That's just referring to the fact.
$1,000.
That's just referring to the fact that we don't use consultants for those. We're basically handling those internally.
But what's the scope involved, I guess, is a question, right? So.
At this point, I think, go ahead.
That becomes an important ongoing exercise. So, and my best example is what we experienced and continue to experience as we implement the TGPA ZOU, where we had to do this massive overhaul to the zoning ordinance. It hadn't been done for so long. There were so many things that needed to be adjusted. It was put off for a long time, and then it's created a fair amount of chaos. So if we don't continually update the zoning ordinance, either changing regulations or changing priorities, it gets behind us really, really quickly. So, I mean, from a staff perspective, that's actually a very important exercise to continue to go through. And so we brought, and Rob, you're going to have to help me remember some of the major updates that we brought forward to the board not all that long ago where we found we needed to make some tweaks to the ordinance. It does. It needs to be a living document that doesn't stagnate. I know one of them was with regard to public outreach.
Drive-through as well.
Right, so that's
thank you. Drive-through regulations, all those things that end up creating a lot of angst in the planning process that we're seeing in a lot of these other priorities. That's kind of what happens when we don't stay up to date on it.
So for now, I think it needs to stay in tier 1 unless somebody really wants to suggest we move it to tier 2 or 3.
Yeah, I'm good. The one thing I don't see on here, and I would put it in a tier 3 still is our broadband, being that there is money, state and federal money that's coming in. Just as a wish list, I would put it in tier 3, just, in case it comes in, because there's an opportunity perhaps. Does that make sense, Tiffany? Rob, sorry.
I was going to ask just for a clarification, when you say broadband, are you speaking about an ordinance or?
No, just about the project. Remember we had that study going, that pilot project. I think we still need to keep that on our radar because there is funding coming federally and state for some of those projects.
Was that through long range planning or a different group? That I don't know.
This is Rob. I believe that long range planning supported some of the effort. I think Econ Dev staff was maybe taking the lead on that particular one.
Okay.
That's
So
my recollection. That's really
well first,
Econ Dev.
we can certainly reach out to that staff and continue to help support that effort.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking it was you. Okay, good.
Okay. Got one off the list already, you guys. That's great.
Are we ready for public comment?
Mr. Chair, could I speak just real quickly? Sure. This is Rob Peters. I just wanted to throw in a couple of the things that we haven't talked about. One is the Oak and Luffy 5-year findings. So that when we say state mandate on that, that's both a state mandate and an ordinance sort of mandate. That has to do with the Mitigation Fee Act and giving those updates. So that's something that we have to get done. So that really has to move over, but that's a new project that was not on the list last year. The annual report for the temporary urgency RV, that was something that the board specifically directed us to come back with. When we did the urgency ordinance, we said, hey, we don't want to wait 2 years, we want a year. And so that's kind of what that item is that he's shuffling around now. And then the other two are both have to do with Pine Hill Preserve. And those are actually they're currently initiated when last year when our planning manager, one of our planning manager positions was RIFT. It was an activity that got transferred mid-year to the long range planning team. And so that is just an acknowledgement that that new project has been added and is being currently worked on, but just that it was not on the list for last year. So I just wanted to add those items as well. But those are currently, and Aaron, maybe you could speak to the status of those two.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Ecological Preserve Program will be a continuous project, perpetual. The Nexus Fee Study is something that I'm working on with ICF International right now, and that's reevaluating the fees that we're charging for the Pine Hill Preserve, which I think we should all be aware that those projects are pretty much funded by the endowment from the fee collection. So we're not talking about general fund monies here. We're talking about a self-funding program there that we should just keep in mind. That's just really staff time and coordination with consultants that are being required here, but it is still something that takes away our time.
So do we move it to the top 1 priorities? Because it sounds like we're going to do it anyway. Or tier 2, I don't know what. I think that's got to be at least tier 2 because we got stuff going on there. So.
Absolutely.
Are we ready for public comment? Thank you, Rob, for your comments. Okay, seeing no other comments from board members or staff at this point, Kim, please open it up for public comment on item number 21.
Now taking public comment on item number 21. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm first. State mandated column. As you know, I'm an old project manager and I'm still working on projects. And so immediately I look at that state mandated because that's what you got to get done. And I note that staff is just the word staff. It doesn't say a half an FTE. It doesn't say a full FTE. It just says staff. And if you look down that column, I'm just picking state mandated right now. There's no ability to look at how much resource you need for that particular item. If we had an FTE amount in those cards, we would be able then at the bottom to kind of total up FTE. Now, being a project manager as I wasn't assigned just one project because the time committed, there's gaps. And so I'd be assigned maybe one large project and maybe a minor project so that I could keep working even when I couldn't be working directly towards the accomplishment. As you know, some of these have multiple years associated with them in the mandated column. And so Supervisor Heidel, I would have thought that you would have asked for them to type in by staff, how much staff? One full time equivalent or a half or a quarter? Now, moving along. The question on then pushing up state mandated is then Tiffany can tell you, look at out of the 4 FTEs that I have, just the first column takes 4 FTEs. That would tell your board of supervisors then we got to add a couple of more staff in terms of full-time equivalents, 2 or 3, in order to take care of the other parts of your program, of the projects. And you've already moved things over because you see the yellows are there, the oranges are there. It's all in Pri 1, but at the same time, I don't know what's behind each one of these cards in terms of resources and commitment of resources. So that's my question. How can the Board of Supervisors then know what's the commitment on the part of staff and what's available for some of these that you've now moved over? Does that make any sense? Does it make sense?
They're going to respond after we take all the public comment.
Well, yeah, I realize that, but if I haven't, I still got 30 seconds or so, and if it doesn't make any sense, then I can try harder, but I assume it makes sense. Thank you, I guess.
Thank you, Chris.
I wish it was more of a workshop so that you guys could take advantage
Public comment at 3 minutes.
You can take advantage of my expertise.
It's 3:45, Chris. Nothing makes sense.
I know, but I've been here with you the whole day. I haven't left.
Kim, let's take the next caller, please. The next person, the panelist.
Now taking public comment from 390.
I'm with Chris. It is 3:45, and yes, we have been here all day. But it does deserve our attention. Pardon me, this is Ken Greenwood from District 2. Hallelujah, brothers and sisters. Thank you very much for putting item 11 there and recognizing it as the WTF, if you will. The need for this, I believe I've made clear over the last 3 years. So we don't really need to talk about that today. But what we could consider in the interim, while this is being developed, if, and I have suggested this before, if we could adopt an urgency ordinance to limit the height of these towers to fall over, that would take care of probably 85% of the issues because it would move things away from people's immediate view. Remember the life sentence. Remember that those people in Pleasant Valley, they can't sell their houses. They are they are going to live in those houses until they die, or they're going to sell them at incredible losses. And that's the biggest issue. If you look back on all the hearings that have come before the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission, it's been that the darn thing is too close. And remember, we are talking about literally the tallest structures in El Dorado County, except for PG&E lines and SMUD lines, or towers, huge transmission towers. These are big. This is a big deal. And that would really, really help, because yes, I imagine, and I certainly hope that the ultimate ordinance is going to have a fallover setback. It must to be effective. And it must include the word shall in all sentences, because right now it says should and may. And that's not an ordinance. That's a, well, if you would like to participate. So anyway, but I do appreciate that it has been elevated. Please keep it there. I hope, and I will report back to my group that, you know, hallelujah, brothers and sisters, we have finally gotten this. Some of these people out there they're so downtrodden at this time, and particularly out there at that Newtown site, because everything appears to have been so botched up, and a lot of it has to do with the incomplete nature of the ordinance. And another thing to include upon it would be that you don't put up the leaves and the branches, or you don't plug in the station until the leaves and the branches and everything's done. And I think that's what the problem is out here. And if I just go a little over, but again, I really appreciate this. Sorry to be a pain, but you know, it has to get done. And the way things get done, as we well know, is that we keep our nose to the grindstone, if you will. Thank you so very much. And hey, hallelujah.
Now taking public comment from Chris Felton.
Thank you and good afternoon. I've also been with you all day just to comment on this agenda item. I'm Chris Felton, representing the Cameron Woods Advisory Committee, as I do each week. By the way, many of us in Cameron Park are tracking the green zone resolution previously discussed. Anyway, Supervisor Parlin and Heidel, thank you for moving the Miraloma rezone to Tier 1. This is not a new project. This is simply fixing the errors made by the county and reduces the county's exposure and potential liability. So in order to get this done, planning indicates they need to conduct parcel data research, write up a study, and determine the impact on the housing element. This has already been done on the Miraloma parcels and also provided to planning. In fact, ordinance number 4391 is already in effect from 95, but the 2015 parcel changes screwed that up and exposed the county to liability. Rob and Tiffany, as you know, this has to be done before the new general plan is finalized and before a development is allowed to get built in the neighborhood. Supervisors, please direct more resources to help planning staff knock out these priorities. Realistically, by the time this agenda item was presented and discussed, the documents and the analysis to change the Miraloma parcels could have already been completed. I would be more than happy to assist you in getting this completed. You have my telephone number and my email address. Thank you again for moving this up on the priority.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, it's Sue. I came back for this. So there's just a couple questions and a little history. John brought up the scenic corridor and how at one time that was kind of been worked on. And actually right after the general plan was adopted in around 06, Lillian had put a packet together for that policy. And then it was all, I mean, actually they went through all of the protection policies and started working on all of them right away. And then it was stopped. And it seems like it's been a battle ever since, just trying to get them to this point today. And I appreciate some of the movement that's happened. And I just, as a question, on policy 2612, it says, until such time as the scenic corridor ordinance is adopted, the county shall review all projects within designated state scenic highway corridors for compliance with the state criteria. So I'm hoping that at least that's happening at this time until, you know, a lot of these are more narrow focus to the actual resources. But right now we do have a list that says these are the places that we do care about. And that's kind of, you know, we all know the billboard that got slipped into probably the most significant Vista Point that is within this that should have been covered with that. So I'm hoping that that is kind of being looked at and watched over until something is implemented. And then, sorry, I'm trying to, there's too much on this. I got to click over to the other policy, sorry. You know, the other thing that got brought up was cultural commission, which is actually to help assist the board with a lot of things that you're talking about. And you have a policy that talks about creating that commission on 7517, which actually helps you to qualify for grants for historic preservation projects. So we have so much cultural, historical things that, you know, you're talking about going after these other things for the grant funding. And this could actually help you go after grant funding for some things that people are seriously concerned about. And the other part of doing that, when you, I think if the county kind of coordinated with our museum, they have research people that are there. And I think Tiffany actually calls into the there to kind of check on stuff, which I appreciate. But it talks about promoting the registration of historic district sites, buildings, structures, and objects in the National Registry of Historic Places, and inclusion in the California State Office of Historic Preservation and California Points of Historic Interest in California Inventory of Historic Resources. And you can actually have things designated on a local level. What that does for somebody that's a building
comment at 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll just wrap it up here. That qualifies somebody to apply the historic building codes on their property or building or a resource that is a big help in trying to do some type of restoration. So it'd be nice if you kind of consider that thought of and maybe that type of commission. I'm so exhausted. Commission can help with some of the things that your department is struggling with. And I know there was a point I wanted to end with, but I forgot. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Scott Telfer.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, fine, Scott.
To call and say having Somerset and Fairplay in a tier 1 priority. That is awesome to hear. I just hope that this also helps this project that's in contention to get stopped, or we can get some county movement on it. So that's all I wanted to say. Just definitely wanted to call and say thank you for putting that the rural centers out there, and I know our entire committee really appreciates it.
Thank you, Scott.
Now taking public comment from Rod Miller.
Supervisors, Rod Miller, in this case representing Farm Trails Association. The Farm Trails Association is a group that helps small farmers promote their businesses. We have a committee that is working on the issue of supporting what's called incidental campgrounds. That's campgrounds that support agricultural operations. Many ranchers, farms in our areas have small campgrounds that support the economics of their agricultural activities. We've been talking to Supervisor Thomas, Supervisor Turnbull about some ordinance options that would protect the public, protect neighbors, but also relieve the permitting burden. A number of folks have had code enforcement, and the agricultural campgrounds really supports the rural economy, and it really supports the tourist nature of El Dorado County. So I just wanted to put that on your radar. There's a substantial number of those folks out there that have operated really small campgrounds in the past. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rod.
There's no additional public comment.
Thank you, Kim. So we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion and action. There's actually 4 items here that are identified by staff. So who would like to take the lead? And I guess I should ask if there's any staff comments to the public comments that happened. Is there any staff that would like to respond to the public comment we heard? Okay, seeing none, then back to the board. Thank you.
Chairman Heidel? Am I muted? Okay, there we go. Sorry.
You're fine.
I appreciate Rod calling in because the potential rural camping ordinance is something that starting to work with the Farm Trails folks on. And so I think that is a really good idea to at least get it up here on our radar, protect under new projects and perhaps probably tier 3 priorities at this point, but at least get it on our radar as we continue to look into that option for our agricultural community to have another way perhaps to profit from their land while opening up the ability for tourists to stay in our area given our lack of hotels. So let's just get that on our radar. I think that's a really good idea.
Okay, so we'll enter it as a new project. It looks like Aaron's doing that, so thank you.
Shoot, that reminds me of something I didn't even think about getting it on here. I know. I have talked to Ag and Rob Peters, and I have a constituent that wants to help. I've talked to the Farm Bureau, but our ranch marketing ordinance needs some updating. It has a few things that need to be tightened up, and until we do that, we're going to keep having conflicts. And so we really do need to. Thanks for that, Wendy. I didn't even think about putting that on here, but it does need to get done. So I guess getting it on the list is a good idea. And it'll be positive to get it tweaked to when you implement an ordinance, you don't realize some of the things that need, where you're supposed to look at them to see if they need updating. So that one needs a little bit of assistance. So yeah, we got to put that on there too.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Lori.
Yeah, I have people that want to help with it though, so.
I do too, so that's good.
There you go, yay.
All right, so Wendy, I think you started maybe going towards a motion. Is that where you're headed?
Oh, I was just
Okay.
wanting to get that on the list.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we endorse and approve the final matrix that prioritizes county-initiated land use and housing projects managed by the Long Range Planning Unit for fiscal year 2021-22.
I'll second with the caveat that if we add an estimate from staff on the FTEs for these particular projects, because I agree with Chris, you need to kind of add it up. And if we're currently at 4 allocated staff, and this means we have to go to 7 or 6 or whatever it is, it's nice to be able to know if you got to start moving things because we're not able to handle the funding part of it, where we start in terms of moving things back over. I hope that doesn't happen, but that's the reality of budget processes. So yeah, if I could just make sure staff does their best to try to give us an indication of what FTE for each of these, whatever it is, 23 items. I guess it's in the tier 1, 2, tier 3. Maybe it's 24 with the ones that we've added, but if you could just give us an estimate there, it'll help us understand, particularly with the tier 1, that's the ones that are going to have to get the most discretion. So focus on the tier 1 stuff we have here, and that would be extremely helpful. So.
All right, I'll amend that motion if Kim caught it all.
Okay, any further board discussion? Okay.
I don't know if there was a second, John.
I seconded it.
Oh, okay. Right, you did. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
George is about to comment. George, did we get your comment? I didn't mean to cut you off, but.
No, I seconded it, but you just seconded after I did. So that's all right, John.
Okay.
I'll let
Yeah,
you
it's
take
a lot of seconding. That's yeah.
I just can't. I got a sore throat because of this pollen. It's tearing me up. So.
I know I got allergies too. Yep. So, okay.
Man.
With that, Kim, can we have the roll call, please?
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So on to item 22, department matters. Everybody good to keep going, or do we need a break in here?
Okay.
Okay, so Kim, if you'd read item 22, please.
Item 22 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting a list of projects funded in fiscal year 21-22 by Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017.
Good afternoon, board. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation, with you here again today. As you know, every year we come before you to recommend the board adopt and authorize a list of projects as part of the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. This is a program that was started by the state of California called SB1, the RMRA program, and it essentially keeps us honest and gives the public an opportunity to know what projects are going to be coming on board and how we are utilizing the funds coming to us from the state of California. Well, this year, because we have 2 new board members, I thought it would be a great opportunity to not just give you the list of the upcoming projects, but give you an understanding and an appreciation for what maintenance has to take in terms of data, research, and how it goes about selecting the projects moving forward each year. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to my Deputy Director of Maintenance and Operations, Brian Mellons, to give you a presentation regarding the SB1 program and the projects that we've chosen for the 21-22 fiscal year. Brian?
Good afternoon, board. Brian Mullins, Deputy Director of Maintenance and Operations. Today's short presentation, I'm going to go over the funding source, roadway selection process, prior fiscal year projects, and fiscal year 21-22 identified projects. So RMRA stands for Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Act of 2017, commonly referred to as SB1. Fiscal year 21-22, it is estimated our RMRA funding from the state to be just over $6 million. Our maintenance of effort MOE requirement, based on current requirements, is 1.375. The RMA-RA rules prohibit funding for use on roadways with a PCI of 81 or greater. Our selection process, project location selections, are based on our pavement management system. The PCI is calculated every 3 years from our county maintained roads by our materials lab. The PCI is determined by 20 distresses. Each distress type is then categorized as a low, moderate, or high. We also look at our average daily traffic for each road and then consider surrounding roads for the roads that we have identified. We look at roads in all 5 districts and evaluate the data in front of us. We use an 80-20 methodology that 80% of our funding goes to maintaining our roads that are in that fair condition. Usually that PCI is between anywhere from 50 to 70. Those are the roads that we're looking at. We're taking care of our good roads and working our way down through that PCI.
So Brian,
Yes.
Should we ask questions now or wait until the end of your presentation?
Sure, you can ask now, Supervisor.
So I don't recall the 80-20 figure. I thought we were working on our PCIs based upon where we could get, we're losing our roads, our bad roads quickly. And it was my understanding that we were trying to address those roads that we're totally losing. So I was surprised to see this 80-20.
Well, I guess the best way to describe that is the mythology there with the 80-20 is if you have 10 vehicles and 9 of them need just minor maintenance and an oil change, and versus the one car that you have where the engine is blown and the transmission is no good, so instead of spending all our money on just that one vehicle, we're trying to keep our good roads in good condition and then working our way down. It's the most cost-effective way for us to manage our maintenance on county roads.
Yeah, and I'm going to continue to have an issue with that because we are losing bad roads to a point where we're not going to have roads pretty soon. We're not catching up, and we're continuing to improve roads that have a life of 10, 15 years. And we've got some that are, I've got some in Tahoe that, are beyond, you know where they're at. The PCIs of 4, 3, 2, and these are well-used traveled areas. So I'm very concerned about this kind of selection process, frankly.
Well, the 20% will be focused on repairing spot issues on the roads that are in really bad condition. The cost of repairing just a single road versus being able to repair an entire subdivision, that's what we're faced with. So as you can see on an upcoming list of projects, the Cold Creek area is next on our list in the basin, and we can bring that entire subdivision up to a very high PCI versus focusing, say, all our money just on 1, maybe 2 roads in the basin.
So Brian,
Yeah,
for clarity, did the board ever take action to agree to or establish the 80-20 methodology? I know what the methodology's been. It's the first time I've heard it referred to as 80-20 as well.
Actually, supervisors, this has been addressed on several occasions, even before myself. My predecessor brought this up, Bart Lauer.
Right.
And unfortunately, we have gone past a point in our roadway maintenance that the amount of funding that we have just can't continue to go any further. And so it's a careful balance, and every year we struggle because I agree 100% with Supervisor Novosel. These roads are getting worse year by year, but at the same token, we want to try and do as many roads up in the basin and try and salvage them so that in another 3 years, they don't then deteriorate to the point of no return. What I am hoping for is that at some point, similar to what occurred 6 years ago with the ARA funds, that the federal government will be able to recognize the fact that a lot of roads in the United States are beyond repair and need significant assistance, and that they do an allocation similar to back then where we received almost $20 million to bring up a lot of the furthest deteriorated roads back up to an acceptable level. So right now, we are placing Band-Aids on the good roads so that they don't become worse roads, and so that we can mitigate a lot of the existing roads with the little amount of funding that we have.
Yeah, but to answer John's question, no, the board never accepted this. This is something where Bart brought it. I was there when Bart brought this, and I complained about it. I said, we are losing roads, and there's not enough money going up. In fact, that was part of the TOT funding, was to come up and start working on some of these impacts that we have that have created more and more deterioration. And I don't see any more funding going back into the basin or anything above the snow line, where we're literally losing these roads. We don't have 10 years to wait. We don't have 5 years to wait on a lot of these roads. They're PCI. Like I said, I would like to see the PCI report again, by the way. Bart brought us a PCI report. We could look at every single road. I haven't seen that for years. I really want to see that, because that tells the tale on some of these roads that we just are completely losing. And we're talking about roads that are becoming a issue with public health and you know, the whole idea of being able to get an ambulance down a county road is critical, and we're losing these roads.
Agreed.
So can we please get a PCI? I'd like to see that report. I believe you guys do a report every couple of years, and I haven't seen one for a while.
We do, and we have the report, and we have no problem in sharing that with you. And like Brian said, that is definitely one of the factors that we utilize to determine our methodology of selecting the roadways that we're going to be rehabilitating. But the other one is the ADT, because, and I'm going to give two very polar opposite examples, but if we have a road that has a PCI of, let's say, 20, but it only has an ADT of 10, whereas opposed to a road that has a PCI of 50, but it has an ADT of 30,000, the statistical probability of having a much greater impact and a safety factor is the road with the ADT of 30 and the PCI of 50. And so those are the two parameters that we use heavily. But yeah. I understand that still that those numbers are important, and I'm more than willing to share them.
Well, let's get the ADT and the PCI, because that's what I saw. Is you used to have a table that I would see that had ADT and PCI, so we could see where those intersections were, and it was a little scary for Tahoe. And I have there's a reason I want everyone to see this. It should be attached to the Legistar every time you talk about PCI, because it's incredibly eye-opening to see how bad the roads are getting.
Sure.
And I'm not blaming or pointing a finger. I'm just very frustrated to see that 80% of our funding is going to roads that have a PCI over 65 or 70, and that to me doesn't make sense, because we're not going to lose those roads in 10 years. We're going to lose that other 20%.
Understandable.
Raphael, right. Just for clarification, I'm just what we're talking about here is just one pot of money, though, right? This is just the SB1, where when Sue was talking about the TOT that we allocated the other day for roads, that one could go to just Tahoe, because it, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? We allocated some road maintenance money out of the TOT just the other day. And in my mind, I was thinking of the tourism impacts and stuff. So my brain was thinking it would make sense to go towards the Tahoe Basin area with that money especially, but I don't know how you allocate that. And is that different than the way you allocate this SB1 pot? Do you know what I mean?
You are 100% right that the SB1 money is a completely different pot of money. And so the allocation that was done as of recently, that's a discussion that we are going to have further, I believe on the 19th, because I'm going to be presenting to the board that there is a $2.8 million deficit in just the roadway maintenance portion of it. And that's separate from the SB1 pot of money. So in order to continue to provide striping, signals, guardrails, culverts, drainage ditching, brushing and trimming, in order to just provide that basic service, we are going to need an additional allocation of funding just to be able to provide that service. So any money that was, or funding that was provided as a few weeks ago, that's a discussion that we are going to be having. And it's from, if it was from TOT, the desire of the board is where it should go.
And so you're saying, no, we haven't decided that. So that $1.3 million still hasn't been funded. It's not going to Tahoe yet. Is that what you're saying?
I have to say I'm not quite sure, because we haven't had the big overall overreaching discussion as to the shortfall that I have currently, as well as the money that we got from TOT, as well as there's some discussion about tribe. And so then that's why next Monday we're going to have this at length discussion as to what is similar to the priority list that you just came up with Tiffany and her group. We're going to go over the priorities of what we have in front of us.
So I need to see that PCI and ADT there, please, by Monday.
Not a problem.
Yeah, and I do want to say that we were very clear as a board direction that that money for road maintenance was going to go to impacts of tourism, period. It wasn't going to go to brushing and other things. So I want to make it clear that I'm going to expect that that money is going to be going to the worst, wherever those roads are. It's
Sure.
going to be from impacts of tourism, period.
Yeah, I think that's where my brain was kind of going with that money.
Yeah,
too.
thank you.
The way we worded the policy, it made sense. So, okay, good to know that you're kind of thinking the same that I was too, Sue, because,
yeah,
you know, we
I
haven't
appreciate that.
done that. That was our first year, I think, of allocating it like that. So, okay.
It was. Thank you, Gloria. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Raphael, on PCIs, the last report I got, looking at the District 1 stuff all the time is August 28th, 2019. So I assume there's a 2020 report, but probably obviously not for anything for 2021. So
Yes,
that's what we'll
nothing
be
for
making
2021. We do have a 2020.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. If you can bring that, that'd be great.
Sure. All right, Brian.
Yeah, so Supervisor Novus, I just want to clear, when we say good roads, what we're talking about is, I'll give you an example of Sawmill. We consider that to be in fair condition, and for, you know, around $20 a square yard, I can bring that up to a good road, and, you know, that we're going to get another 15 or 20 years out of. Those are the types of roads that we're focusing on. It's got a high ADT. If I invest that $20 a square yard into it now, I can save it before it's going to cost us $50 or $60 a square yard. So I just want to clarify.
Yes.
When I talk about keeping a good road in good condition, Sawmill is the example. I want to bring that back up and get another 15 or 20 years out of it before we have to spend really big money to address it again in the future.
Yeah, no, I know. I get it. I've had this discussion with you all, you know, many times. But again, my concern is our PCIs are going down to a really scary level. Even Sawmill, you know, I ride that on my bike, and I can't use my road bike anymore. I have to use my mountain bike because it's so rough. It throws me off the bike. So when you say a good road, you all have to go up there and drive down Sawmill right now. You'd be surprised at how bad it is. So, but thank you, Brian. I understand that. Thank you.
You know, one of the issues that Brian and I talked about, a lot of the roads deteriorating is because of the ditches and because of all the environmental impacts that they have put on our county. And I'm grateful that we have that new ditching machine, because now we can do, instead of doing maybe a half mile a day cleaning our ditches, now what we're up about 2 to 3 miles. Brian, isn't that correct?
Well, we're getting used to this new equipment. So right now we're approximately 0.8 to a mile a day, depending on the terrain. It could be more, could be a little less, depending on, you know, what type of ditches. Are there ditches on both sides of the road? There's a lot of varying factors in that. But yeah, we are seeing some very positive progress in this new equipment, and hoping to get many more miles a year with this process.
Yeah, well, that's good, because a lot of the problem is when these ditches overflow, then the water gets in the road, then it lifts the blacktop up, and that deteriorates our roads. And that's been going on for quite a while. So I'm grateful that we have this new ditching machine that we can work forward to maybe solve this problem in the future.
So moving forward, and with that selection process, you can, the next slide, you can see prior fiscal year projects where we've taken these roads and now moved them up into the PCIs up into the 90s, and expecting to get that 15 to 20 year lifespan before they will need another treatment.
Hey, Brian, do you have the PCIs, the prior PCIs on these?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Do you have a list of what their prior PCIs were on those projects before you did the treatment?
Yeah, we'll have that information. I don't have it with me currently, but I can easily show you the before and after on the PCI.
Okay, that'll be a part of the presentation on Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. You can get that.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Next slide. This is fiscal year 21-22, or these are the proposed projects that staff and I have identified and will be moving forward with should the board approve them. You can see the El Dorado Hills Boulevard Section 1, the Green Valley to Harvard, Bucks Bar, various roads in Diamond Springs, including the Deer Park subdivision, Greenwood Road in Supervisor Parlance area, and then the Cold Creek subdivision area up in the Tahoe Basin.
So Brian, I'd request that you add ADT, a column with ADT in there, because I think that's the other thing, as you've mentioned, is a very important factor. El Dorado Hills Boulevard ADT is either number 1 or number 2 in the county, as opposed to some of these other roads. So I think that's important to reflect that ADT in combination with PCI. So,
and I'm sure as you're aware of, Supervisor Heidel, that section of El Dorado Hills Boulevard that we have identified, it does, although the overall PCI is 70, you know that it has issues throughout that section that are well below that. So that's just an average.
right, understand. Yep. Absolutely.
Isn't PCI, doesn't that include the travel though? I thought it did include in there a calculation of how many cars were traveling on it.
Yeah, the ADT, the average daily traffic, is separate from the actual pavement condition index.
But I thought PCI does not include any kind of travel guide index in it. I thought it also had something in there.
It's a tool that we, when evaluating what our next projects are going to be, ADT is one of the considerations.
Okay, all right.
Of the pavement management. Okay, that's all I have.
So is that all the projects we're doing with the SB1 money?
Yes.
We're just doing one project in each district then? Is that how you selected those?
Yes.
So what happened? Okay, because again, I'm going to go back to this. We need to focus on where our roads need work, not on by district, but on where the roads need work. We do this countywide with all of our other projects. We talk about what projects are important, not where they're located per se. And I think that's critical when we talk about road work. There are obvious issues, and it's not fair, but there's a lot of more issues at a higher level of elevation that you get, and our roads are in worse shape. So to talk about doing one in each district, to me, doesn't get us where we need to be as far as getting our roads in a healthy and safe manner.
Yeah, it's challenging with with the current funding levels that I have, and to focus all in one district is also difficult, because each district does have its challenges, and with roads that have a great need for.
Well, and I thought that's why we did PCI and ADT is you measure it by looking at the roads, not where they're at, but what the condition is. That was the whole idea of doing that, is that you're not focusing on one specific area. You're looking at what needs the most work, period. And that really was the reason behind having a PCI developed, was that we could understand in a very unbiased manner where we need to focus our money, our efforts in. And we're getting more and more away from that here.
And Supervisor, I think that the discussion we're going to have on Monday is going to be very productive, because the additional allocation of the impacts from tourism towards the area where the most tourism is, I think will provide us that relief to the mitigation of the roads where they are a lot in your district.
And it's not just tourism. It's not just tourism, it's weather. When you're up in the mountains and you got 30 feet of snow, of course those roads are deteriorating worse. You've got snow plows on them 3-4 times a week sometimes, and you don't have a plow, in Shingle Springs. So, and I'm not, I'm not trying to make this all about District 5, because there's other districts, District 4, there's other areas that have snow too. I'm just saying we need to focus our funding on the roads that need it the worst. Okay, that they really are getting bad. And I can bring everybody up and do tours of some of these roads that are just downright scary. And we're going to completely lose them. And to put our hands up and say, well, we're just going to focus on the good roads because those are easier to fund. We've had this conversation in the last 7 years I've been in office. We've had this conversation of that's not the way you should do it. You should focus on the roads that need the most work. So I just my 2 cents. I know we'll talk about it again on Monday.
So Brian, my question is, we identified $6 million of SB1 funding coming in against this set of projects with the MO we have to commit. Can I then take the $6 million, subtract the 1.375 as the MOE, which has got to have matching, and assume that this list then amounts to about $4.7 million worth of expenditure? Because my point is, our money doesn't go very far in fixing roads. SBI is far deficient of providing the funding necessary to even maintain the roads, let alone try to make up some of the backlog of low PCIs. That's the point I'm trying to make here. We need an infusion of probably $20 million to get back on the course that Sue and I'd like to be on, and probably the rest of the board. But I don't know where that money comes from. It doesn't come out of the thin air. So can you help me understand, is this list of 5 projects worth $4.7 million?
I believe this accounts for roughly the 6 million, and
Okay.
then the MOE is used to supplement the asphalt for the areas that we go in. We do a grind and pave on for a couple days on E16, or we go and do some work on Green Valley that we use that 1.3 to do that random spot work. So
Okay.
But Supervisor Heidel, you're 100% correct. We could use an infusion of $30 million just to get us back to what Supervisor Novosel is saying, bringing a lot of the roads that are drastically and severely deteriorating up in her district back up to an acceptable level of service.
And I'm gonna just throw it out there because we haven't seen the guidelines or whatever that's coming with the big stimulus check that supposedly is on its way. But I have wondered if an infusion into our roads would be a smart idea. So I'm just gonna throw that out there because supposedly a chunk of change is coming, and it does talk about stimulating the economy and infrastructure in there so far. So
Yeah, fingers crossed if they're talking more and more about infrastructure. It'd be nice.
yeah, so I'm just throwing that out there that to me, just because of the funding has been so difficult, that this could be a place to spend a chunk of that money when it comes. And I know everybody's talking about the money, trust me, but roads are so important and a big part of our economy that to me, it makes sense. And we're a tourist destination, whether we like it or not. So it to me, the nexus is pretty clear, but just throwing it out there.
Yeah, one of the things we also could look at is the revenue we lost at these gas stations, the sales tax that we should have been generated at these gas stations, especially when you're talking about during the COVID crisis, when people weren't traveling and stuff. And I think we need to look at that, and we can make up that difference and be able to, because that's usually goes into roads anyway. So we could take that money and be able to fund that and make sure that that money goes to our roads to fix our roads in our county.
Yep. Good.
I would like to briefly weigh in on this good discussion today. And, in everything, there's a balance. And this is one of the huge challenges of being a rural and very diverse and vast county. There's never enough money. And as we wrestled with this inside the city, in the city of Placerville, when we went out for our sales tax initiative to fund our roads, we really wrestled with that mix of, how much do you put toward maintenance and repair, and how much do you put toward rehabilitation and reconstruction. And there's a fine line and a balance on that, because gosh, we can spend $7 to $9 for maintenance, or $50, $55 for reconstruction, and where does that balance lie? So I appreciate that we're looking at other funding sources, especially like TOT or these other funding sources, to really bring up the roads that are in dire repair. But I think we cannot lose sight of the need to continually repair and to keep our roads in good condition before it costs, well, before we move from $7 to $30, $40, $50 to repair the same road. So anyway, look forward to Monday.
And our roads are our #1 asset in this county too. So we need to look at that. So.
Okay, any other board comment before we open up for public comment? All right, Kim, if you'd open this one up, please, for public inputs.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the discussion. Supervisor Novosel, I found that the information that you're looking for is on the maintenance website, the DOT maintenance website. If you look under traffic counts and then look under the 5-year, that would be 2014 through 19, I believe. You'll see the PCIs are listed there. For instance, Sawmill is a 22. But then Pioneer Trail at the city is a 65, and the rest of it's an 82. North Upper Truckee, 78. Tahoe Boulevard at North Upper Truckee, 78. 83. North Lake Tahoe Boulevard at Sawmill is an 83. Black Bart's a 99. So I recognize you got heartburn for maintenance not doing an adequate job. At the same time, the numbers just don't show unless there's been a tremendous deterioration over a year. My question to Raphael is then, when would we see the 2020? Because right now you're just showing up through 2019 and there's no 2020. When would we see the 2020 being posted? Because then that would maybe change at least the traffic counts information available in your maintenance website. But at the same time, it gets to the heart of the discussion of what roads need attention and which roads don't need attention. Obviously, seasonal roads are going to need more attention because they're seasonal and they're getting beat up. So you can work on them and them being really rideable, and then a year go by and they're not rideable, if you understand what I'm saying here. The other part of this is that Brian didn't talk about job order contracting, JOC. But I've talked to Brian about this, and Brian Mullins, and he has said that that you have a program, Raphael, that would be somewhat equivalent to that. It may not be JOC, but I've never heard you guys, stand your ground and say, hey, this is the way we do it. This is the way we think we're getting the best bang for our buck. So some point in time, because we've had this discussion now over a couple of years, we got to just settle, is JOC going to work for DOT or is it not? And if it's not, why? And so those are my comments today. I believe that this is all relevant to how much money we're getting from the state. The SB1 report, you've made some tremendous progress with the money that you've gotten. Just imagine what it would have been nice if you would have got 3 more million.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
So anyway, Raphael, I don't know how you took this, but it's supportive. I believe in you guys, and I think you guys do the best job you can under the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, Kim. So one thing I do want to reflect on this as well is that looking at the numbers that are provided by staff, what this $6 million amounts to is 2.5 miles of improvement in El Dorado Hills, 4.84 miles of improvement in District 2, 4.7 miles of improvement in District 3, 5 miles of improvement in District 4, and 4.2 miles of improvement in District 5. So you add all that up and we're talking about maybe 20 plus miles of improvement out of $6 million. Does that kind of give you a sense of how many miles of roadway we need to improve and what amount of money it's going to take? So hopefully that kind of lets us know this is a very minimal effort to try to save, that's the maintain and rehabilitate some of the worst roads we've got. So I'm going to leave it at that. I should ask, the staff want to respond to Chris's public comment at all, since there was one public comment?
Sure. So by the way, Supervisor Heidel, that you do realize we have almost, I'm sorry, Brian, how many miles of road do we have in the county?
1,082.69, I believe.
That's right, almost 1,100 miles. So that's almost what? 2% of the roadways that we are.
Right, we're dealing with less than 25 miles and we got 1,100 to deal with. So yeah, it's a point of diminishing returns, unfortunately, without a big insertion of funding.
Right.
And that's why I wanted to take a look at our PCIs, because in Tahoe, all it takes is one big year. And Black Bart had a really great PCI because they just paved it in 2018. That was the one area we paved. So I was laughing when Chris brought that up, of course. But yeah, John, 1,080 miles and we're doing we're just not
25?
even touching. Yeah.
This is only SB1 funding, but I mean, the other side of the gas tax money isn't that much more money that adds to it. I mean, it's helpful, but the magnitude of what we're dealing with here is huge compared to what we're talking about in terms of available funding.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree.
way back when, logging was a big issue in this county too, because we used to generate over $10 million.
Yep.
Just from the logging that was going on in our county. What do we get now? What, 50,000 if we're lucky? So that's a big difference too. So.
Yeah, and I do want to say, Raphael, I think you guys are doing a great job. It's just, you guys are dealing with straws, it's just, you're doing the best you can. And I realize I just get frustrated because I know we need so much more, but you guys do a great job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's very well said. So with that, are we ready for board action at this point?
Yeah.
We have a resolution.
Sorry, I fell asleep. Do you need a motion? Is that what you said?
Yes, if we're going to move it.
I'll move it. Let's go.
I'll second. Yep.
Okay. Kim, roll call, please.
We're all asleep.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So to my accounting, we have closed session to do. We have to and froms. I'm guessing we want to do to and froms and close this out. I guess the question is, and we'll do that first of all, if you're agreeable, and then we'll deal with the closed session and any public comment on the closed session and determination that we're going to have a likelihood of bringing something back for action in open session, reportable actions. So with that, can we start to and froms? We started with the middle last time. So we kind of did. So let's go back to starting with District 5 and then move down this week.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, last week we had the Tahoe Living Working Group, which is about looking at things such as ADU land use, some low-hanging fruit to start with. We're talking about how do we make it possible in Tahoe to get some incentives moving forward to get that missing middle kind of work done. So certainly I'd love to come back to have the long-range planning come back and talk to us about affordable workforce housing, because it is at the top of our topic in Tahoe right now. And that's through TRPA. We have this working group, and then it comes back to the local subcommittee that I chair. And then it goes to the full TRPA talking about changing some of our ordinances so that we can initiate and incentivize workforce housing up in Tahoe. So it's a good group. Then I had Tahoe Transportation District Board meeting was on Friday. Really good conversation about where we need to go. And it's a combo plate right now. States are talking about how we get money for transportation, which is, it's always an issue. And we're looking at their TRPA right now is kind of taking the lead, and we're talking about dealing with transportation at a by-state level, which is talking legislators from both California and Nevada and saying, how do we get money for our transportation? So, and that's a huge topic too. Talk to the seniors about the 56 acres on Friday afternoon. That was a good discussion. I think we had some good comments back from them. The whole idea is to keep those conversations moving forward because they're the ones that use the senior center the most on the 56 acres up in Tahoe, and they're going to be most affected. And it's really an important conversation to continue with. So I was impressed by the conversation with them that they're willing to talk and want to and have some really exciting ideas about things they want to see up in Tahoe at the new multi-generational rec center. So it's all good. We're talking with the city about that, by the way, too. And then just had our monthly meetings playing, and appreciate everybody, all the little meetings I had with everyone, with staff, to talk about all the other issues going on. Crazy world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. District 4.
Yeah, on last Wednesday, we had the Golden Sierra Job Training Agency Governing Board meeting, and circumstances. I am now the chair. So there's only 3 of us on the board. It's a good group. And just the one thing I wanted to report out from what they're finding, and it's not surprising, I don't think, but employers are having a tough time getting employees right now because of the extended unemployment. And I guess there's still extra amounts or something. So they're anticipating in September, when these benefits end, that the job training agency is probably going to get inundated with people. So it is what it is. It's a shame though that employers are having a tough time. I found that really kind of sad. But anyway, and then later that day, Supervisor Turnbull and I had a meeting with John Kaling and DOT to get back on track with the Cameron Park interchange. I really appreciated that meeting. John went back in time for us so we could get caught up to today and what can and can't happen there. That's a really frustrating project. So anyway, and then on Thursday, budget ad hoc with Supervisor Heidel, meeting with constituent about ranch marketing ordinance. That really looking forward to working on that. Then on Friday, we had the fire district ad hoc, I think it's called. That's making progress. Monthly meeting with DOT director on Friday. Thank you, Raphael. And then I attended they have a proposal for a Gold Rush National Historic Park. There's a steering committee that's out there working on that. So I attended that just because I wanted to see what they're up to. It sounds very exciting. There's other ones in other counties. And so don't reinvent the wheel, follow those, what's been done before. I mentioned on Saturday that I had the meeting with the officers of the Georgetown Preservation Society. They are so excited to get going again. So I thank you for all that effort today. Yesterday morning, I was the guest speaker at Taxpayers. And I was the first one back into the restaurant as a guest speaker. So Andy does a really good job of accommodating everyone, and he's a great host. So I appreciated that opportunity. And then Supervisor Heidel and I had, we attended the Pioneer Community Energy Governing Board orientation. So much data, you guys. Oh my gosh. It was like, 80 slides of data. I was like so overwhelmed. But the good thing is that after that, I got some clarification on that SB 612 letter of support, and I can help fill you in layman's terms. That's me, why we need that letter. So that's it.
Thank you, Lori. District 3.
All right, I'll be brief. Had a great meeting with our youth commission last week, and boy, these kids are darn impressive. And hearing what they've accomplished and how they've come together during COVID and what they've done was just really inspiring. And they've never met each other, which is crazy to how they've come together. So I really am excited about introducing them to you. I think in a week or two at our board meeting, and letting them fill you in on the accomplishments and what they've done to support the well-being of the youth of our community. It's been darn impressive. Had two really great meetings last week with our staff. Number one, with our staff as well as developers of the Crossings project, which is behind the Target Center. And we're kind of mission critical on that development right now. And I really appreciate our staff coming together. It was an all hands on deck kind of planning committee to seeing what we need to do to get to this next phase of development. And really appreciate everyone's time and focused attention on that through our Econ Dev department. And then I had a wonderful meeting, kind of restarted our harvest traffic committee. And so that also was an all hands on deck meeting with our Department of Transportation and Caltrans and the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, the City of Placerville, CHP, and the Apple Hill Growers. And we are in the planning stages for how we're going to handle harvest traffic, especially in light of the Camino Safety Project and how that's going to impact our harvest season. So made good progress on that. And then Karen and I did a tour of Camino at the end of last week, and it was really exciting to see our Department of Transportation ditching and brushing along Carson Creek. They're doing just a fabulous job up there. We reviewed the Camino Safety Project, toured a couple of challenging areas that constituents have been complained about, and really enjoyed getting a close look at some of the issues up there. And then I was in Vegas until late last night doing my other job, shopping for Robinson's Pharmacy. So it's good to be back.
Thank you. District 2.
Yeah, we had a great meeting, Lori and I, with John Kaline about the design review in Cameron Park and all the different designs. I think there's like 4 of them, I think, that he brought forward to us. Also had a great time riding around with Brian Mullins, showing me how the ditching machine works. Sorry, Lori, I know I was supposed to invite you, but it was kind of a short notice thing. So anyway, so that was good. And then he was showing some of the different projects and stuff that's going on, in my area, in my district and stuff. And I thought that was very, very helpful with what's happening. But also I met with my planning commissioner, some of the different things that are coming up in District 2. Also met with my Parks and Rec commissioner and some of the things and the good things that's going on down there. And, I talked about that Bass Lake Park that's going to be, they're working on right now. It's going to be a beautiful facility when it's all done. And it's going to have a lot of kayaking. It's going to have paddle boards, and it's going to be open to the public. They're taking all the fences down. I think it's going to be an awesome thing for our community, especially in that area down there. So I'm working forward with a lot of my constituents, meeting with them. It seems like I'm here every day. It seems like meeting with somebody. I think I got a revolving door in and out. So anyway, a lot of different concerns that they have, and we're working on to be able to solve them. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, George. So I'm only going to cover the ones that haven't been discussed. I participate in the weekly COVID cooperators call. Always find that informative. I had my one-on-one with Tiffany on Wednesday, the same day as the COVID call. This was the 7th of April. On Thursday, I listened into the Veterans Affairs Commission meeting just to understand what the conversation was there, given all the emails and other things that have been going around. I also listened in, but likewise did not comment on the CDAC meeting to understand what they were putting on their agenda and trying to move forward with that. I attended the weekly Cal OES Telecon also on Thursday the 8th. And then that covers everything that hasn't been addressed. So with that, we'll ask our CAO for any updates he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only update I have today is yesterday I received a call from PG&E. They will be presenting, they will be giving a presentation to the board on May 11th of some of their initiatives and things they have going on. But they did tell me yesterday that the criteria for PSPS events will be changing this year. They'll be adding more criteria to that. They would not get into detail about what those criteria were, but they said all things being equal to last year, with the new criteria, El Dorado County should anticipate more PSPS events than in prior years. So not what I wanted to hear, not what you wanted to hear, but I wanted to make sure you were aware of that so you can be ready for the May 11th discussion.
Okay, and on that note, was that influenced by the CPUC? I presume it probably was.
They did not say that. They said it's being influenced by the court because it's PG&E negotiating things with the court.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a court thing. There was a specific judge that was quoted, and I think they quoted his name and put him there on purpose. So everybody would, yeah, I remember reading that one.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. So with that, I think we're ready to get ready to go into closed session. So at this point, the board will anticipate going into closed session for items 23 through 29. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. So Kim, if you would open it up to comments on the closed session items.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 25 through 29. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
Okay, thank you, Kim. And David, are we anticipating a report out of any consequence?
No,
any
sir.
reportables? Okay, so we will probably adjourn the meeting from the closed session and just report the closing time and not come back into the open session format. That was what I was trying to clarify. So with that, I'm going to suggest we take a 6-minute break and we reconvene in closed session at 5 o'clock and address the 5 items that we have before us. So thank you, and we'll see you there.